them, especially the women of the working class, on account of that life so different from the life that I knew, which is theirs. No doubt it is only in our mind that we possess things, and we do not possess a picture because it hangs in our dining room if we are incapable of understanding it, or a landscape because we live in front of it without even glancing at it. But still, I had had in the past the illusion of recapturing Balbec when in Paris Albertine came to see me, and I held her in my arms. Similarly, I obtained a contact, restricted and furtive as it might be, with Albertine's life, the atmosphere of workrooms, a conversation across a counter, the spirit of the slums, when I kissed a seamstress. André, these other women, all of them in relation to Albertine, as Albertine herself had been in relation to Balbec, were to be numbered among those substitutes for pleasures, replacing one another in a gradual degradation, which enable us to dispense with the pleasure to which we can no longer attain, a holiday at Balbec or the love of Albertine, as the act of going to the Louvre to look at a Titian, which was originally in Venice, consoles us for not being able to go there. For those pleasures which, separated one from another by indistinguishable gradations, convert our life into a series of concentric, contiguous, harmonic and graduated zones, encircling an initial desire which has set the tone, eliminated everything that does not combine with it, and spread the dominant colour, as had, for instance, occurred to me also in the cases of the Duchesse de Guermantes and of Gilberte. André, these women were to the desire, for the gratification of which I knew that it was hopeless now to pray, to have Albertine by my side, what one evening before I knew Albertine save by sight had been the many-faceted and refreshing lustre of a bunch of grapes. Associated now with the memory of my love, Albertine's physical and social attributes, in spite of which I had loved her, attracted my desire on the contrary towards what at one time it would least readily have chosen, dark girls of the lower middle class. Indeed, what was beginning to a certain extent to revive in me was that immense desire which my love for Albertine had not been able to assuage, that immense desire to know life, which I used to feel on the roads round Balbec, in the streets of Paris, that desire which had caused me so much suffering when, supposing it to exist in Albertine's heart also, I had sought to deprive her of the means of satisfying it with anyone but myself. Now that I was able to endure the thought of her desire, as that thought was at once aroused by my own desire, these two immense appetites coincided. I would have liked us to be able to indulge them together. I said to myself, that girl would have appealed to her. And led by this sudden digression to think of her and of her death, I felt too unhappy to be able to pursue my own desire any further. As long ago the Méséglise and Guermantes ways had established the conditions of my liking for the country, and had prevented me from finding any real charm in a village where there was no old church, nor cornflowers, nor buttercups, so it was by attaching them in myself to a past full of charm that my love for Albertine made me seek out exclusively a certain type of woman. I began again, as before I was in love with her, to feel the need of things in harmony with her, which would be interchangeable with a memory that had become gradually less exclusive. I could not have found any pleasure now in the company of a golden-haired and haughty duchess, because she would not have aroused in me any of the emotions that sprang from Albertine, from my desire for her, from the jealousy that I had felt of her love affairs, from my sufferings, from her death. For our sensations, in order to be strong, need to release in us something different from themselves, a sentiment which will not find any satisfaction in pleasure, but which adds itself to desire, enlarges it, makes it cling desperately to pleasure. In proportion as the love that Albertine had felt for certain women ceased to cause me pain, it attached those women to my past, gave them something that was more real, as to buttercups, to hawthorn blossom, the memory of Cambrai gave a greater reality than to unfamiliar flowers. Even of André, I no longer said to myself with rage, Albertine loved her, but on the contrary, so as to explain my desire to myself in a tone of affection. Albertine loved her dearly. I could now understand the widowers whom we suppose to have found consolation, and who prove, on the contrary, that they are inconsolable because they marry their deceased wife's sister. Thus the decline of my love seemed to make fresh loves possible for me, and Albertine, like those women long loved for themselves, who later, feeling their lover's desire grow feeble, maintain their power by confining themselves to the office of pandas, provided me, as the Pompadour provided Louis XV, with fresh damsels. Even in the past, my time had been divided into periods in which I desired this woman or that. When the violent pleasures afforded by one had grown dull, I longed for the other, who would give me an almost pure affection, until the need of more sophisticated caresses brought back my desire for the first. Now these alternations had come to an end, or at least one of the periods was being indefinitely prolonged. What I would have liked was that the newcomer should take up her abode in my house, and should give me at night before leaving me a friendly, sisterly kiss, in order that I might have believed, had I not had the experience of the intolerable presence of another person, that I regretted a kiss more than a certain pair of lips, a pleasure more than a love, a habit more than a person. I would have liked also that the newcomers should be able to play Vinteuil's music to me, like Albertine, to talk to me as she had talked about Elstir. Ah, this was impossible. Their love would not be equivalent to hers, I thought, whether because a love to which were annexed all those episodes, visits to picture galleries, evenings spent at concerts, the whole of a complicated existence which allows correspondences, conversations, a flirtation preliminary to the more intimate relations, a serious friendship afterwards, possesses more resources than love for a woman who can only offer herself, as an orchestra possesses more resources than a piano, or because more profoundly my need of the same sort of affection that Albertine used to give me, the affection of a girl of a certain culture, who would at the same time be a sister to me, was, like my need of women of the same class as Albertine, merely a recrudescence of my memory of Albertine, of my memory of my love for her. And once again I discovered, first of all, that memory has no power of invention, that it is powerless to desire anything else, even anything better than what we have already possessed. Secondly, that it is spiritual in the sense that reality cannot furnish it with the state which it seeks. Lastly, that, when applied to a person who is dead, the resurrection that it incarnates is not so much that of the need to love in which it makes us believe, as that of the need of the absent person. So that the resemblance to Albertine of the woman whom I had chosen, the resemblance of her affection even, if I succeeded in winning it, to Albertine's, made me all the more conscious of the absence of what I had been unconsciously seeking, of what was indispensable to the revival of my happiness, that is to say, Albertine herself, the time during which we had lived together, the past in quest of which I had unconsciously gone. Certainly upon fine days Paris seemed to me innumerably aflower with all these girls whom I did not desire, but who thrust down their roots into the obscurity of the desire and the mysterious nocturnal life of Albertine. They were like the girls of whom she had said to me at the outset, when she had not begun to distrust me, That girl is charming. What nice hair she has." All the curiosity that I had felt about her life in the past, when I knew her only by sight, and on the other hand all my desires in life, were blended in this sole curiosity, to see Albertine in company with other women, perhaps because thus, when they had left her, I should have remained alone with her, the last and the master. And when I observed her hesitations, her uncertainty when she asked herself whether it would be worth her while to spend the evening with this or that girl, her satiety when the other had gone, perhaps her disappointment, I should have brought to the light of day, I should have restored to its true proportions the jealousy that Albertine inspired in me, because, seeing her thus experience them, I should have taken the measure and discovered the limit of her pleasures. Of how many pleasures, of what an easy life she has deprived us, I said to myself, by that stubborn obstinacy in denying her instincts. And as once again I sought to discover what could have been the reason for her obstinacy, all of a sudden the memory came to me of a remark that I had made to her at Baalbek on the day when she gave me a pencil. As I rebuked her for not having allowed me to kiss her, I had told her that I thought a kiss just as natural as I thought it degrading that a woman should have relations with another woman. Alas, perhaps, Albertine had never forgotten that imprudent speech. I took home with me the girls who had appealed to me least. I stroked their virginal tresses. I admired a well-modelled little nose, a Spanish pallor. Certainly in the past, even with a woman of whom I had merely caught sight on a road near Baalbek in a street in Paris, I had felt the individuality of my desire, and that it would be adulterating it to seek to assuage it with another person. But life, by disclosing to me little by little the permanence of our needs, had taught me that, failing one person, we must content ourselves with another. And I felt that what I had demanded of Albertine, another woman, Madame de Ster-Maria, could have given me. But it had been Albertine, and what with the satisfaction of my need of affection and the details of her body, an interwoven tangle of memories had become so inextricable that I could no longer detach from a desire for affection all that embroidery of my memories of Albertine's body. She alone could give me that happiness. The idea of her uniqueness was no longer a metaphysical a priori based upon what was individual in Albertine, as in the case of the women I passed in the street long ago, but an a posteriori, created by the contingent and indissoluble overlapping of my memories. I could no longer desire any affection without feeling a need of her, without grief at her absence. Also the mere resemblance of the woman I had selected, of the affection that I asked of her, to the happiness that I had known, made me all the more conscious of all that was lacking before that happiness could revive. The same vacuum that I had found in my room after Albertine had left, and had supposed that I could fill by taking women in my arms, I found in them. They had never spoken to me, these women, of Vinteuil's music, of Saint-Simon's memoirs. They had not sprayed themselves with too strong a scent before coming to visit me. They had not played at interlacing their eyelashes with mine, all of which things were important because, apparently, they allow us to weave dreams round the sexual act itself and to give ourselves the illusion of love. But in reality, because they formed part of my memory of Albertine, and it was she whom I would fain have seen again. What these women had in common with Albertine made me feel all the more clearly what was lacking of her in them, which was everything, and would never be anything again since Albertine was dead. And so my love for Albertine, which had drawn me towards these women, made me indifferent to them. And perhaps my regret for Albertine, and the persistence of my jealousy, which had already outlasted the period fixed for them in my most pessimistic calculations, would never have altered appreciably, had their existence, isolated from the rest of my life, been subjected merely to the play of my memories, to the actions and reactions of a psychology applicable to immobile states, and had it not been drawn into a vaster system in which souls move in time as bodies move in space. As there is a geometry in space, so there is a psychology in time, in which the calculations of a plane psychology would no longer be accurate, because we should not be taking into account time, and one of the forms that it assumes, oblivion. Oblivion, the force of which I was beginning to feel, and which is so powerful an instrument of adaptation to reality, because it gradually destroys in us the surviving past, which is a perpetual contradiction of it. And I ought really to have discovered sooner that one day I should no longer be in love with Albertine. When I had realized, from the difference that existed between what the importance of her person and of her actions was to me, and what it was to other people, that my love was not so much a love for her as a love in myself, I might have deduced various consequences from this subjective nature of my love, and that being a mental state, it might easily long survive the person, but also that having no genuine connection with that person, it must, like every mental state, even the most permanent, find itself one day obsolete, be replaced, and that when that day came, everything that seemed to attach me so pleasantly, indissolubly to the memory of Albertine, would no longer exist for me. It is the tragedy of other people that they are to us merely showcases for the very perishable collections of our own mind. For this very reason we base upon them projects which have all the ardour of our mind, but our mind grows tired, our memory crumbles. The day would arrive when I would readily admit the first comer to Albertine's room, as I had, without the slightest regret, given Albertine the agate marble or other gifts that I had received from Gilberte.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
The Fugitive, by Marcel Proust. Read by Neville Jason. Chapter 2. Mademoiselle de Forcheville. It was not that I was not still in love with Albertine, but no longer in the same fashion as in the final phase. No, it was in the fashion of the earliest times, when everything that had any connection with her, places or people, made me feel a curiosity in which there was more charm than suffering. And indeed, I was quite well aware now that before I forgot her altogether, before I reached the initial stage of indifference, I should have, like a traveller who returns by the same route to his starting point, to traverse in the return direction all the sentiments through which I had passed before arriving at my great love. But these fragments, these moments of the past, are not immobile. They have retained the terrible force, the happy ignorance of the hope that was then yearning towards a time which has now become the past, but which a hallucination makes us for a moment mistake retrospectively for the future. I read a letter from Albertine, in which she had said that she was coming to see me that evening, and I felt for an instant the joy of expectation. In these return journeys along the same line, from a place to which we shall never return, when we recall the names, the appearance of all the places which we have passed on the outward journey, it happens that while our train is halting at one of the stations, we feel for an instant the illusion that we are setting off again, but in the direction of the place from which we have come, as on the former journey. Soon the illusion vanishes, but for an instant we felt ourselves carried away once again. Such is the cruelty of memory. At times the reading of a novel that was at all sad carried me sharply back, for certain novels are like great but temporary bereavements. They abolish our habits, bring us in contact once more with the reality of life, but for a few hours only, like a nightmare, since the force of habit, the oblivion that it creates, the gaiety that it restores to us because our brain is powerless to fight against it and to recreate the truth, prevails to an infinite extent over the almost hypnotic suggestion of a good book, which, like all suggestions, has but a transient effect. And yet, if we cannot, before returning to the state of indifference from which we started, dispense ourselves from covering in the reverse direction the distances which we had traversed in order to arrive at love, the trajectory, the line that we follow, are not of necessity the same. They have this in common, that they are not direct, because oblivion is no more capable than love of progressing along a straight line. But they do not of necessity take the same paths, and on the path which I was taking on my return journey, there were in the course of a confused passage 3 halting points which I remember, because of the light that shone round about me when I was already nearing my goal, stages which I recall especially, doubtless because I perceived in them things which had no place in my love for Albertine, or at most were attached to it only to the extent to which what existed already in our heart before a great passion associates itself with it, whether by feeding it, or by fighting it, or by offering to our analytical mind a contrast with it. The first of these halting points began with the coming of winter, on a fine Sunday, which was also All Saints' Day, when I had ventured out of doors. As I came towards the Bois, I recalled with sorrow how Albertine had come back to join me from the Trocadero, for it was the same day, only without Albertine. With sorrow, and yet not without pleasure all the same, for the repetition in a minor key, in a despairing tone, of the same motif that had filled my day in the past, the absence even of Françoise's telephone message, of that arrival of Albertine which was not something negative, but the suppression in reality of what I had recalled, of what had given the day a sorrowful aspect, made of it something more beautiful than a simple, unbroken day, because what was no longer there, what had been torn from it, remained stamped upon it as on a mould. In the Bois, I hummed phrases from Vinteuil's sonata. I was no longer hurt by the thought that Albertine had fooled me, for almost all my memories of her had entered into that secondary chemical state in which they no longer cause any anxious oppression of the heart, but rather comfort. Now and then, at passages which she used to play most often, when she was in the habit of uttering some reflection which I had thought charming at the time, of suggesting some reminiscence, I said to myself, "Poor little girl," but without melancholy, merely adding to the musical phrase an additional value, a value that was, so to speak, historic and curious, like that which the portrait of Charles I by Van Dyck, so beautiful already in itself, acquires from the fact that it found its way into the national collection because of Madame du Barry's desire to impress the king. When the little phrase, before disappearing altogether, dissolved into its various elements in which it floated still for a moment in scattered fragments, it was not for me, as it had been for Swann, a messenger from Albertine who was vanishing. It was not altogether the same association of ideas that the little phrase had aroused in me as in Swann. I had been impressed most of all by the elaboration, the attempts, the repetitions, the outcome of a phrase which persisted throughout the sonata as that love had persisted throughout my life. And now, when I realized how, day by day, one element after another of my love departed, the jealous side of it, then some other, drifted gradually back in a vague remembrance to the feeble bait of the first outset, it was my love that I seemed, in the scattered notes of the little phrase, to see dissolving before my eyes. As I followed the paths separated by undergrowth, carpeted with a grass that diminished daily, the memory of a drive during which Albertine had been by my side in the carriage from which she had returned home with me, during which I felt that she was enveloping my life, floated now round about me in the vague mist of the darkening branches, in the midst of which the setting sun caused to gleam, as though suspended in the empty air, a horizontal web embroidered with golden leaves. Moreover, my heart kept fluttering at every moment, as happens to anyone in whose eyes a rooted idea gives to every woman who has halted at the end of a path the appearance, the possible identity of the woman of whom he is thinking. It is perhaps she. We turn round, the carriage continues on its way, and we do not return to the spot. These leaves, I did not merely behold them with the eyes of my memory. They interested me, touched me, like those purely descriptive pages into which an artist, to make them more complete, introduces a fiction, a whole romance. And this work of nature thus assumed the sole charm of melancholy which was capable of reaching my heart. The reason for this charm seemed to me to be that I was still as much in love with Albertine as ever, whereas the true reason was, on the contrary, that oblivion was continuing to make such headway in me that the memory of Albertine was no longer painful to me. That is to say, it had changed. But however clearly we may discern our impressions, as I then thought that I could discern the reason for my melancholy, we are unable to trace them back to their more remote meaning. Like those maladies, the history of which the doctor hears his patient relate to him, by the help of which he works back to a more profound cause, of which the patient is unaware, similarly our impressions, our ideas, have only a symptomatic value. My jealousy, being held aloof by the impression of charm and agreeable sadness which I was feeling, my senses reawakened. Once again, as when I had ceased to see Gilberte, the love of woman arose in me, rid of any exclusive association with any particular woman already loved, and floated like those spirits that have been liberated by previous destructions and stray suspended in the springtime air, asking only to be allowed to embody themselves in a new creature. Nowhere do there bud so many flowers, forget-me-not though they be styled, as in a cemetery. I looked at the girls with whom this fine day so countlessly blossomed, as I would have looked at them long ago from Madame de Villeparis's carriage, or from the carriage in which, upon a similar Sunday, I had come there with Albertine. At once, the glance which I had just cast at one or other of them was matched immediately by the curious, stealthy, enterprising glance, reflecting unimaginable thoughts, which Albertine had furtively cast at them, and which, duplicating my own with a mysterious, swift, steel-blue wing, wafted along these paths, which had hitherto been so natural, the tremor of an unknown element, with which my own desire would not have sufficed to animate them had it remained alone, for it, to me, contained nothing that was unknown. Moreover, at Balbec, when I had first longed to know Albertine, was it not because she had seemed to me typical of those girls the sight of whom had so often brought me to a standstill in the streets, upon country roads, and because she might furnish me with a specimen of their life? And was it not natural that now the cooling star of my love, in which they were condensed, should explode afresh in this scattered dust of nebulae? They all of them seemed to me Albertines. the image that I carried inside me, making me find copies of her everywhere. And indeed, at the turning of an avenue, the girl who was getting into a motor car recalled her so strongly, was so exactly of the same figure, that I asked myself for an instant whether it were not she that I had just seen, whether people had not been deceiving me when they sent me the report of her death. I saw her again thus at the corner of an avenue, as perhaps she had been at Baalbek, getting into a car in the same way when she was so full of confidence in life. And this other girl's action in climbing into the car, I did not merely record with my eyes, as one of those superficial forms which occur so often in the course of a walk. Become a sort of permanent action, it seemed to me to extend also into the past in the direction of the memory which had been superimposed upon it, and which pressed so deliciously, so sadly against my heart. But by this time the girl had vanished. A little farther on I saw a group of 3 girls slightly older, young women perhaps, whose fashionable, energetic style corresponded so closely with what had attracted me on the day when I first saw Albertine and her friends, that I hastened in pursuit of these 3 new girls, and when they stopped a carriage, looked frantically in every direction for another. I found one, but it was too late. I did not overtake them. A few days later, however, as I was coming home, I saw, emerging from the portico of our house, the 3 girls whom I had followed in the bois. They were absolutely, the 2 dark ones especially, save that they were slightly older, the type of those young ladies who, so often seen from my window or encountered in the street, had made me form 1,000 plans, fall in love with life, and whom I had never been able to know. The fair one had a rather more delicate, almost an invalid air, which appealed to me less. It was she, nevertheless, that was responsible for my not contenting myself with glancing at them for a moment, but, becoming rooted to the ground, staring at them with a scrutiny of the sort which, by their fixity, which nothing can distract, their application as though to a problem, seem to be conscious that the true object is hidden far beyond what they behold. I should doubtless have allowed them to disappear, as I had allowed so many others, had not, at the moment when they passed by me, the fair one, was it because I was scrutinizing them so closely, darted a stealthy glance at myself. Then, having passed me and turning her head, a second glance, which fired my blood. However, as she ceased to pay attention to myself and resumed her conversation with her friends, my ardour would doubtless have subsided had it not been increased 100-fold by the following incident. When I asked the porter who they were, "They asked for Madame la Duchesse," he informed me. "I think that only one of them knows her, and that the others were simply seeing her to the door. Here's the name. I don't know whether I've taken it down properly." And I read, Mademoiselle de Porcheville, which it was easy to correct to de Forcheville, that is to say, the name, more or less, so far as I could remember, of the girl of excellent family vaguely connected with the Guermantes, whom Robert had told me that he had met in a disorderly house, and with whom he had had relations. I now understood the meaning of her glance, why she had turned round, without letting her companions see. How often I had thought about her, imagining her in the light of the name that Robert had given me. And lo and behold, I had seen her, in no way different from her friends, save for that concealed glance which established between me and herself a secret entry into the parts of her life which, evidently, were concealed from her friends, and which made her appear more accessible, almost half my own, more gentle than girls of noble birth generally are. In the mind of this girl, between me and herself, there was in advance the common ground of the hours that we might have spent together had she been free to make an appointment with me. Was it not this that her glance had sought to express to me, with an eloquence that was intelligible to myself alone? My heart throbbed until it almost burst. I could not have given an exact description of Mademoiselle de Forcheville's appearance. I could picture vaguely a fair complexion viewed from the side, but I was madly in love with her. All of a sudden, I became aware that I was reasoning as though, of the three girls, Mademoiselle de Forcheville could be only the fair one who had turned round and had looked at me twice. But the porter had not told me this. I returned to his lodge, questioned him again. He told me that he could not enlighten me, but that he would ask his wife, who had seen them once before. She was busy at the moment scrubbing the service stair. Which of us has not experienced in the course of his life these uncertainties more or less similar to mine, and all alike delicious? A charitable friend to whom we describe a girl that we have seen at a ball concludes from our description that she must be one of his friends and invites us to meet her. But among so many girls, and with no guidance but a mere verbal portrait, may there not have been some mistake? The girl whom we are about to meet, will she not be a different girl from her whom we desire? Or, on the contrary, are we not going to see, holding out her hand to us with a smile, precisely the girl whom we hoped that she would be? This latter case, which is frequent enough, without being justified always by arguments as conclusive as this with respect to Mademoiselle de Forcheville, arises from a sort of intuition, and also from that wind of fortune which favours us at times. Then, when we catch sight of her, we say to ourselves, that is indeed the girl. I recall that among the little band of girls who used to parade along the beach, I had guessed correctly which was named Albertine Simonet. This memory caused me a keen but transient pang, and while the porter went in search of his wife, my chief anxiety, as I thought of Mademoiselle de Forcheville, and since in those minutes spent in waiting in which a name, a detail of information which we have, we know not why, fitted to a face, finds itself free for an instant, ready, if it shall adhere to a new face, to render retrospectively the original face as to which it had enlightened us, strange, innocent, imperceptible, was that the porter's wife was perhaps going to inform me that Mademoiselle de Forcheville was, on the contrary, one of the two dark girls. In that event, there would vanish the being in whose existence I believed, whom I already loved, whom I now thought only of possessing, that fair and sly Mademoiselle de Forcheville, whom the fatal answer must then separate into two distinct elements, which I had arbitrarily united after the fashion of a novelist who blends together diverse elements borrowed from reality in order to create an imaginary character, elements which, taken separately, the name failing to corroborate the supposed intention of the glance, lost all their meaning. In that case, my arguments would be stultified. But how greatly they found themselves, on the contrary, strengthened, when the porter returned to tell me that Mademoiselle de Forcheville was indeed the fair girl. From that moment I could no longer believe in a similarity of names. The coincidence was too remarkable that of these three girls one should be named Mademoiselle de Forcheville, that she should be precisely, and this was the first convincing proof of my supposition, the one who had gazed at me in that way, almost smiling at me, and that it should not be she who frequented the disorderly houses. Then began a day of wild excitement. Even before starting to buy all the bedizenments that I thought necessary in order to create a favourable impression when I went to call upon Madame de Guermantes 2 days later, when the porter had informed me the young lady would be coming again to see the Duchess, in whose house I should thus find a willing girl and make an appointment, or I should easily be able to take her into a corner for a moment, I began, so as to be on the safe side, by telegraphing to Robert to ask him for the girl's exact name and for a description of her, hoping to have his reply within 48 hours. I did not think for an instant of anything else, not even of Albertine, determined, whatever might happen to me in the interval, even if I had to be carried down in a chair were I too ill to walk, to pay a long call upon the Duchess. If I telegraphed to Saint-Loup, it was not that I had any lingering doubt as to the identity of the person, or that the girl whom I had seen and the girl of whom he had spoken were still distinct personalities in my mind. I had no doubt whatever that they were the same person. But in my impatience at the enforced interval of 48 hours, it was a pleasure. It gave me already a sort of secret power over her to receive a telegram concerning her, filled with detailed information. At the telegraph office, as I drafted my message with the animation of a man who is fired by hope, I remarked how much less disconcerted I was now than in my boyhood, and in facing Mademoiselle de Forcheville than I had been in facing Gilberte. From the moment in which I had merely taken the trouble to write out my telegram, the clerk had only to take it from me, the swiftest channels of electric communication to transmit it across the extent of France and the Mediterranean, and all Robert's sensual past would be set to work to identify the person whom I had seen in the street, would be placed at the service of the romance which I had sketched in outline, and to which I need no longer give a thought, for his answer would undertake to bring about a happy ending before 24 hours had passed. Whereas in the old days, brought home by Françoise from the Champs-Élysées, brooding alone in the house over my impotent desires, unable to employ the practical devices of civilization, I loved like a savage, or indeed, for I was not even free to move about, like a flower. From this moment I was in a continual fever. A request from my father that I would go away with him for a couple of days, which would have obliged me to forego my visit to the Duchess, filled me with such rage and desperation that my mother interposed and persuaded my father to allow me to remain in Paris. But for many hours my anger was unable to subside, while my desire for Mademoiselle de Forcheville was increased 100-fold by the obstacle that had been placed between us, by the fear which I had felt for a moment that those hours at which I smiled in constant anticipation of my call upon Madame de Guermantes, as at an assured blessing of which nothing could deprive me, might not occur. Certain philosophers assert that the outer world does not exist, and that it is in ourselves that we develop our life. However that may be, love, even in its humblest beginnings, is a striking example of how little reality means to us. Had I been obliged to draw from memory a portrait of Mademoiselle de Forcheville, to furnish a description, an indication of her, or even to recognize her in the street, I should have found it impossible. I had seen her in profile, on the move. She had struck me as being simple, pretty, tall, and fair. I could not have said anything more. But all the reactions of desire, of anxiety, of the mortal blow struck by the fear of not seeing her if my father took me away, all these things associated with an image which, after all, I did not remember, and as to which it was enough that I knew it to be pleasant, already constituted a state of love. Finally, on the following morning, after a night of happy sleeplessness, I received Saint-Loup's telegram. De l'Orgeville. De, preposition, orge, the grain, barley, ville, town. Small, dark, plump, is at present in Switzerland. It was not she. A moment before Françoise brought me the telegram, my mother had come into my room with my letters, had laid them carelessly on my bed, as though she were thinking of something else, and withdrawing at once to leave me by myself, she had smiled as she left the room. And I, who was familiar with my dear mother's little subterfuges, and knew that one could always read the truth in her face without any fear of being mistaken, if one took as a key to the cipher her desire to give pleasure to other people, I smiled and thought, there must be something interesting for me in the post, and Mamma has assumed that indifferent air so that my surprise may be complete, and so as not to be like the people who take away half your pleasure by telling you of it beforehand. And she has not stayed with me because she is afraid that in my pride I may conceal the pleasure that I shall feel, and so feel it less keenly. Meanwhile, as she reached the door, she met Françoise, who was coming into the room, the telegram in her hand. As soon as she had handed it to me, my mother had forced Françoise to turn back, and had taken her out of the room, startled, offended, and surprised. For Françoise considered that her office conferred the privilege of entering my room at any hour of the day, and of remaining there if she chose. But already upon her features astonishment and anger had vanished beneath the dark and sticky smile of a transcendent pity and a philosophical irony, a viscous liquid that was secreted in order to heal her wound by her outraged self-esteem. So that she might not feel herself despised, she despised us. Also, she considered that we were masters, that is to say, capricious creatures, who do not shine by their intelligence, and take pleasure in imposing by fear upon clever people, upon servants, so as to show that they are the masters, absurd tasks, such as that of boiling water when there is illness in the house, of mopping the floor of my room with a damp cloth, and of leaving it at the very moment when they intended to remain in it. Mamma had left the post by my side, so that I might not overlook it. But I could see that there was nothing but newspapers. No doubt there was some article by a writer whom I admired, which, as he wrote seldom, would be a surprise to me. I went to the window and drew back the curtains. Above the pale and misty daylight, the sky was all red, as at the same hour are the newly lighted fires in kitchens, and the sight of it filled me with hope, and with a longing to pass the night in a train, and awake at the little country station where I had seen the milk girl with the rosy cheeks. Meanwhile, I could hear Françoise, who, indignant at having been banished from my room, into which she considered that she had the right of entry, was grumbling, "If that isn't a tragedy, a boy one saw brought into the world. I didn't see him when his mother bore him, to be sure, but when I first knew him, to say the most, it wasn't 5 years since he was birthed." I opened the Figaro. What a bore! The very first article had the same title as the article which I had sent to the paper and which had not appeared, but not merely the same title. Why, there were several words absolutely identical. This was really too bad. I must write and complain. But it was not merely a few words. There was the whole thing. There was my signature at the foot. It was my article that had appeared at last. But my brain, which even at this period had begun to show signs of age and to be easily tired, continued for a moment longer to reason as though it had not understood that this was my article, just as we see an old man obliged to complete a movement that he has begun, even if it is no longer necessary, even if an unforeseen obstacle, in the face of which he ought at once to draw back, makes it dangerous. Then I considered the spiritual bread of life that a newspaper is, still hot and damp from the press, in the murky air of the morning in which it is distributed at break of day to the housemaids who bring it to their masters with their morning coffee, a miraculous self-multiplying bread which is at the same time 1 and 10,000, which remains the same for each person while penetrating innumerably into every house at once. What I am holding in my hand is not a particular copy of the newspaper. It is any one out of the 10,000. It is not merely what has been written for me. It is what has been written for me and for everyone. To appreciate exactly the phenomenon which is occurring at this moment in the other houses, it is essential that I read this article not as its author, but as one of the ordinary readers of the paper. For what I held in my hand was not merely what I had written, it was the symbol of its incarnation in countless minds. And so, in order to read it, it was essential that I should cease for a moment to be its author, that I should be simply one of the readers of the Figaro. But then came an initial anxiety. Would the reader who had not been forewarned catch sight of this article? I opened the paper carelessly, as would this not forewarned reader, even assuming an air of not knowing what there is this morning in my paper, of being in a hurry to look at the social paragraphs and the political news. But my article is so long that my eye, which avoids it, to remain within the bounds of truth and not to put chance on my side, as a person who is waiting counts very slowly on purpose, catches a fragment of it in its survey. But many of those readers who notice the first article, and even read it, do not notice the signature. I myself would be quite incapable of saying who had written the first article of the day before, and I now promise myself that I will always read them, including the author's name, but, like a jealous lover who refrains from betraying his mistress in order to believe in her fidelity, I reflect sadly that my own future attention will not compel the reciprocal attention of other people. And besides, there are those who are going out shooting, those who have left the house in a hurry. And yet, after all, some of them will read it. I do as they do. I begin. I may know full well that many people who read this article will find it detestable. At the moment of reading it, the meaning that each word conveys to me seems to me to be printed on the paper. I cannot believe that each other reader, as he opens his eyes, will not see directly the images that I see, believing the author's idea to be directly perceived by the reader, whereas it is a different idea that takes shape in his mind, with the simplicity of people who believe that it is the actual word which they have uttered that proceeds along the wires of the telephone. At the very moment in which I mean to be a reader, my mind adjusts, as its author, the attitude of those who will read my article. But if Monsieur de Guermantes did not understand some sentences which would appeal to Bloch, he might, on the other hand, be amused by some reflection which Bloch would scorn. Thus, for each part which the previous reader seemed to overlook, a fresh admirer presenting himself, the article as a whole was raised to the clouds by a swarm of readers, and so prevailed over my own mistrust of myself, which had no longer any need to analyze it. The truth of the matter is that the value of an article, however remarkable it may be, is like that of those passages in parliamentary reports in which the words "wait and see," uttered by the minister, derive all their importance only from their appearing in the setting. The President of the Council, Minister of the Interior and of religious bodies, wait and see, outcry on the extreme left, "Hear, hear," from the left and centre. The main part of their beauty dwells in the minds of the readers. And it is the original sin of this style of literature, of which the famous Lundis are not guilty, that their merit resides in the impression that they make on their readers. It is a synthetic Venus, of which we have but one truncated limb, if we confine ourselves to the thought of the author, for it is realized in its completeness only in the minds of his readers. In them it finds its fulfillment. And as a crowd, even a select crowd, is not an artist, this final seal of approval which it sets upon the article must always retain a certain element of vulgarity. thus Sainte-Beuve on a Monday, could imagine Madame de Soigne in her bed with its 8 columns, reading his article in the Constitutionnel, appreciating some charming phrase in which he had long delighted, and which might never, perhaps, have flowed from his pen, had he not thought it expedient to load his article with it, in order to give it a longer range. Doubtless the Chancellor, reading it for himself, would refer to it during the call which he would pay upon his old friend a little later. And as he took her out that evening in his carriage, the Duc de Noailles, in his grey pantaloons, would tell her what had been thought of it in society, unless a word let fall by Madame d'Herbouville had already informed her. I saw thus, at that same hour, for so many people, my idea, or even failing my idea for those who were incapable of understanding it, the repetition of my name, and as it were a glorified suggestion of my personality, shine upon them in a daybreak which filled me with more strength and triumphant joy than the multiple dawn which at that moment was blushing at every window. I saw Bloch, Monsieur de Guermantes, Le Grandin, extracting each in turn from every sentence the images that it enclosed. At the very moment in which I endeavour to be an ordinary reader, I read as an author, but not as an author only. In order that the impossible creature that I am endeavouring to be may combine all the contrary elements which may be most favourable to me if I read as an author, I judge myself as a reader without any of the scruples that may be felt about a written text by him who confronts in it the ideal which he has sought to express in it. Those phrases in my article when I wrote them were so colourless in comparison with my thought, so complicated and opaque in comparison with my harmonious and transparent vision, so full of gaps which I had not managed to fill, that the reading of them was a torture to me. They had only accentuated in me the sense of my own impotence and of my incurable want of talent. But now, in forcing myself to be a reader, if I transferred to others the painful duty of criticizing me, I succeeded at least in making a clean sweep of what I had attempted to do in first reading what I had written. I read the article forcing myself to imagine that it was written by someone else. Then all my images, all my reflections, all my epithets taken by themselves, and without the memory of the check which they had given to my intentions, charmed me by their brilliance, their amplitude, their depth. And when I felt a weakness that was too marked, taking refuge in the spirit of the ordinary and astonished reader, I said to myself, "Bah! How can a reader notice that? There is something missing there, it is quite possible, but be damned to them if they are not satisfied. There are plenty of pretty passages, more than they are accustomed to find." And resting upon this 10,000-fold approval which supported me, I derived as much sense of my own strength and hope in my own talent from the article which I was reading at that moment as I had derived distrust when what I had written addressed itself only to myself. No sooner had I finished this comforting perusal than I, who had not had the courage to reread my manuscript, longed to begin reading it again immediately, for there is nothing like an old article by oneself, of which one can say more aptly that, when one has read it, one can read it again. I decided that I would send Françoise out to buy fresh copies, in order to give them to my friends. I should tell her in reality so as to touch with my finger the miracle of the multiplication of my thought, and to read as though I were another person who had just opened the Figaro in another copy the same sentences. It was, as it happened, ever so long since I had seen the Guermantes. I must pay them next day the call which I had planned with such agitation in the hope of meeting Mademoiselle de Forcheville when I telegraphed to Saint-Loup. I should find out from them what people thought of my article. I imagine some female reader into whose room I would have been so glad to penetrate, and to whom the newspaper would convey, if not my thought, which she would be incapable of understanding, at least my name, like a tribute to myself. But these tributes, paid to one whom we do not love, do not enchant our heart any more than the thoughts of a mind which we are unable to penetrate reach our mind. With regard to other friends, I told myself that if the state of my health continued to grow worse, and if I could not see them again, it would be pleasant to continue to write to them, so as still to have, in that way, access to them, to speak to them between the lines, to make them share my thoughts, to please them, to be received into their hearts. I told myself this because, social relations having previously had a place in my daily life, a future in which they would no longer figure alarmed me, and because this expedient, which would enable me to keep the attention of my friends fixed upon myself, perhaps to arouse their admiration, until the day when I should be well enough to begin to see them again, consoled me. I told myself this. But I was well aware that it was not true, that if I chose to imagine their attention as the object of my pleasure, that pleasure was an internal, spiritual, ultimate pleasure, which they themselves could not give me, and which I might find not in conversing with them, but in writing remote from them, and that if I began to write in the hope of seeing them indirectly, so that they might have a better idea of myself, so as to prepare for myself a better position in society, perhaps the act of writing would destroy in me any wish to see them, and that the position which literature would perhaps give me in society I should no longer feel any wish to enjoy, for my pleasure would be no longer in society, but in literature. After luncheon, when I went down to Madame de Guermantes, it was less for the sake of Mademoiselle de Forcheville, who had been stripped by Saint Loux's telegram of the better part of her personality, than in the hope of finding in the Duchess herself one of those readers of my article who would enable me to form an idea of the impression that it had made upon the public, subscribers and purchasers of the Figaro. It was not, however, without pleasure that I went to see Madame de Guermantes. It was all very well my telling myself that what made her house different to me from all the rest was the fact that it had for so long haunted my imagination. By knowing the reason for this difference, I did not abolish it. Moreover, the name Guermantes existed for me in many forms. If the form which my memory had merely noted, as in an address book, was not accompanied by any poetry, older forms, those which dated from the time when I did not know Madame de Guermantes, were liable to renew themselves in me, especially when I had not seen her for some time, and when the glaring light of the person with human features did not quench the mysterious radiance of the name. Then, once again, I began to think of the home of Madame de Guermantes as of something that was beyond the bounds of reality, in the same way as I began to think again of the misty Baalbec of my early dreams, and as though I had not since then made that journey of the 1:22 train, as though I had never taken it. I forgot for an instant my own knowledge that such things did not exist, as we think at times of a beloved friend, forgetting for an instant that he is dead. Then the idea of reality returned, as I set foot in the Duchess's hall. But I consoled myself with the reflection that in spite of everything, it was for me the actual point of contact between reality and dreams. When I entered the drawing-room, I saw the fair girl, whom I had supposed for 24 hours to be the girl of whom Saint Loup had spoken to me. It was she who asked the Duchess to reintroduce me to her. And indeed, the moment I came into the room, I had the impression that I knew her quite well, which the Duchess, however, dispelled by saying, "Oh, you have met Mademoiselle de Forcheville before." I myself, on the contrary, was certain that I had never been introduced to any girl of that name, which would certainly have impressed me, so familiar was it in my memory, ever since I had been given a retrospective account of Odette's love affairs and Swan's jealousy. In itself, my twofold error as to the name, in having remembered de Lorgeville as de Forcheville, and in having reconstructed as de Forcheville what was in reality Forcheville, was in no way extraordinary. Our mistake lies in our supposing that things present themselves ordinarily as they are in reality, names as they are written, people as photography, and psychology give an unalterable idea of them. As a matter of fact, this is not at all what we ordinarily perceive. We see, we hear, we conceive the world quite topsy-turvy. We repeat a name as we have heard it spoken until experience has corrected our mistake, which does not always happen. Everyone at Cambrai had spoken to Françoise for 25 years of Madame Sazerin, and Françoise continued to say Madame Sazerin, not from that deliberate and proud perseverance in her mistakes which was habitual with her, was strengthened by our contradiction, and was all that she had added of herself to the France of Saint-André-des-Champs. Of the egalitarian principles of 1789, she claimed only one civic right, that of not pronouncing words as we did, and of maintaining that hôtel, été, and air were of the feminine gender. But because she really did continue to hear Sazerin. This perpetual error, which is precisely life, does not bestow its 1,000 forms merely upon the visible and the audible universe, but upon the social universe, the sentimental universe, the historical universe, and so forth. The Princess de Luxembourg is no better than a prostitute in the eyes of the chief magistrate's wife, which, as it happens, is of little importance. What is slightly more important, Odette is a difficult woman to Swann, whereupon he builds up a whole romance which becomes all the more painful when he discovers his error. What is more important still, the French are thinking only of revenge in the eyes of the Germans. We have of the universe only formless, fragmentary visions, which we complete by the association of arbitrary ideas, creative of dangerous suggestions. I should therefore have had no reason to be surprised when I heard the name Forcheville, and I was already asking myself whether she was related to the Forcheville of whom I had so often heard. Had not the fair girl said to me at once, anxious, no doubt, to forestall tactfully questions which would have been unpleasant to her, "You don't remember that you knew me quite well long ago? You used to come to our house. Your friend, Gilberte." I could see that you didn't recognize me. I recognized you immediately. She said this as if she had recognized me immediately in the drawing-room, but the truth is that she had recognized me in the street and had greeted me, and later Madame de Guermantes informed me that she had told her as something very odd and extraordinary that I had followed her and brushed against her, mistaking her for a prostitute. I did not learn until she had left the room why she was called Mademoiselle de Forcheville. After Swann's death, Odette, who astonished everyone by her profound, prolonged, and sincere grief, found herself an extremely rich widow. Forcheville married her, after making a long tour of various country houses and ascertaining that his family would acknowledge his wife. The family raised certain objections, but yielded to the material advantage of not having to provide for the expenses of a needy relative who was about to pass from comparative penury to opulence. Shortly after this, one of Swann's uncles, upon whose head the successive demise of many relatives had accumulated an enormous fortune, died, leaving the whole of his fortune to Gilberte, who thus became one of the wealthiest heiresses in France. But this was the moment when, from the effects of the Dreyfus case, there had arisen an anti-Semitic movement parallel to a more abundant movement towards the penetration of society by Israelites. The politicians had not been wrong in thinking that the discovery of the judicial error would deal a fatal blow to anti-Semitism, but provisionally at least, a social anti-Semitism was on the contrary enhanced and exacerbated by it. Forcheville, who, like every petty nobleman, had derived from conversations in the family circle the certainty that his name was more ancient than that of La Rochefoucauld, considered that in marrying the widow of a Jew he had performed the same act of charity as a millionaire who picks up a prostitute in the street and rescues her from poverty and mire. He was prepared to extend his bounty to Gilberte, whose prospects of marriage were assisted by all her millions, but were hindered by that absurd name, Swann. He declared that he would adopt her. We know that Madame de Guermantes, to the astonishment, which however she liked and was accustomed to provoke, of her friends, had, after Swann's marriage, refused to meet his daughter as well as his wife. This refusal had been apparently all the more cruel, inasmuch as what had long made marriage with Odette seem possible to Swann was the prospect of introducing his daughter to Madame de Guermantes. And doubtless he ought to have known, he who had already had so long an experience of life, that these pictures which we form in our mind are never realized, for a diversity of reasons. Among these there is one which meant that he seldom regretted his inability to effect that introduction. The reason is that, whatever the image may be, from the trout to be eaten at sunset, which makes a sedentary man decide to take the train, to the desire to be able to astonish one evening the proud lady at a cash desk by stopping outside her door in a magnificent carriage, which makes an unscrupulous man decide to commit murder, or to long for the death of rich relatives according to whether he is bold or lazy, whether he goes ahead in the sequence of his ideas or remains fondling the first link in the chain, the act which is destined to enable us to attain to the image, whether that act be travel, marriage, crime, that act modifies us so profoundly that we cease to attach any importance to the reason which made us perform it. It may even happen that there never once recurs to his mind the image which the man formed who was not then a traveller or a husband or a criminal or a recluse, who has bound himself to work with the idea of fame and has at the same moment rid himself of all desire for fame. Besides, even if we include an obstinate refusal to seem to have desired to act in vain, it is probable that the effect of the sunlight would not be repeated, that feeling cold at the moment we would long for a bowl of soup by the chimney-corner and not for a trout in the open air, that our carriage would leave the cashier unmoved, who perhaps for wholly different reasons had a great regard for us, and in whom this sudden opulence would arouse suspicion. In short, we have seen Swann, when married, attach most importance to the relations of his wife and daughter with Madame Bontemps. To all the reasons derived from the Guermantes way of regarding social life, which had made the Duchess decide never to allow Madame and Mademoiselle Swann to be introduced to her, we may add also that blissful assurance with which people who are not in love hold themselves aloof from what they condemn in lovers and what is explained by their love. "Oh, I don't mix myself up in that. If it amuses poor Swann to do stupid things and ruin his life, it is his affair. But one never knows with that sort of thing. It may end in great trouble. I leave them to clear it up for themselves." It is the suave marimagno which Swann himself recommended to me with regard to the Verdurins, when he had long ceased to be in love with Odette, and no longer formed part of the little clan. It is everything that makes so wise the judgments of third persons with regard to the passions which they do not feel, and the complications of behavior which those passions involve. Madame de Guermantes had indeed applied to the ostracism of Madame and Mademoiselle Swann a perseverance that caused general surprise. When Madame Mollet, Madame de Marxant had begun to make friends with Madame Swann and to bring a quantity of society ladies to see her, Madame de Guermantes had remained intractable, but had made arrangements to blow up the bridges, and to see that her cousin, the Princesse de Guermantes, followed her example. On one of the gravest days of the crisis, when, during Rouvier's ministry, it was thought that there was going to be war with Germany, upon going to dine with Monsieur de Bréauté at Madame de Guermantes, I found the Duchess looking worried. I supposed that, since she was always dabbling in politics, she intended to show that she was afraid of war, as one day when she had appeared at the dinner-table so pensive, barely replying in monosyllables, upon somebody's inquiring timidly what was the cause of her anxiety, she had answered with a grave air, "I am anxious about China." But a moment later, Madame de Guermantes, herself volunteering an explanation of that anxious air which I had put down to fear of a declaration of war, said to Monsieur de Bréauté, "I am told that Marie Hénard means to establish the Swans. I simply must go and see Marie Gilbert tomorrow, and make her help me to prevent it. Otherwise there will be no society left. The Dreyfus case is all very well, but then the grocer's wife round the corner has only to call herself a nationalist and expect us to invite her to our houses in return." And I felt at this speech, so frivolous in comparison with the speech that I expected to hear, the astonishment of the reader who, turning to the usual column of the Figaro for the latest news of the Russo-Japanese War, finds instead the list of people who have given wedding presents to Mademoiselle de Mortemart, the importance of an aristocratic marriage having displaced to the end of the paper battles upon land and sea. The Duchess had come in time, moreover, to derive from this perseverance, pursued beyond all normal limits, a satisfaction to her pride, which she lost no opportunity of expressing. "Papa," she said, "maintains that we are the two smartest people in Paris, because he and I are the only two people who do not allow Madame and Mademoiselle Swann to bow to us, for he assures me that smartness consists in not knowing Madame Swann," and the Duchess ended in a peal of laughter. However, when Swann was dead, it came to pass that her determination not to know his daughter had ceased to furnish Madame de Guermantes with all the satisfaction of pride, independence, self-government, persecution which she was capable of deriving from it, which had come to an end with the passing of the man who had given her the exquisite sensation that she was resisting him, that he was unable to make her revoke her decrees. Then the Duchess had proceeded to the promulgation of other decrees, which, being applied to people who were still alive, could make her feel that she was free to act as she might choose. She did not speak to the Swan girl, but when anyone mentioned the girl to her, the Duchess felt a curiosity, as about some place that she had never visited, which could no longer be suppressed by her desire to stand out against Swan's pretensions. Besides, so many different sentiments may contribute to the formation of a single sentiment that it would be impossible to say whether there was not a lingering trace of affection for Swann in this interest. No doubt, for in every grade of society a worldly and frivolous life paralyzes our sensibility and robs us of the power to resuscitate the dead, the Duchess was one of those people who require a personal presence, that presence which, like a true Guermantes, she excelled in protracting, in order to love truly, but also, and this is less common, in order to hate a little. so that often her friendly feeling for people, suspended during their lifetime by the irritation that some action or other on their part caused her, revived after their death. She then felt almost a longing to make reparation, because she pictured them now, though very vaguely, with only their good qualities, and stripped of the petty satisfactions, of the petty pretensions which had irritated her in them when they were alive. This imparted at times, notwithstanding the frivolity of Madame de Guermantes, something that was distinctly noble, blended with much that was base, to her conduct. Whereas 3/4 of the human race flatter the living and pay no attention to the dead, she would often do, after their death, what the people would have longed for her to do whom she had maltreated while they were alive. As for Gilberte, all the people who were fond of her and had a certain respect for her dignity could not rejoice at the change in the Duchess's attitude towards her, except by thinking that Gilberte, scornfully rejecting advances that came after 25 years of insults, would be avenging these at length. Unfortunately, moral reflexes are not always identical with what common sense imagines. A man who, by an untimely insult, thinks that he has forfeited for all time all hope of winning the friendship of a person to whom he is attached, finds that, on the contrary, he has established his position. Gilberte, who remained quite indifferent to the people who were kind to her, never ceased to think with admiration of the insolent Madame de Guermantes, to ask herself the reasons for such insolence. Once, indeed, and this would have made all the people who showed some affection for her die with shame on her account, she had decided to write to the Duchess, to ask her what she had against a girl who had never done her any injury. The Guermantes had assumed in her eyes proportions which their birth would have been powerless to give them. She placed them not only above all the nobility, but even above all the royal houses. Certain women who were old friends of Swann took a great interest in Gilberte. When the aristocracy learnt of her latest inheritance, they began to remark how well-bred she was, and what a charming wife she would make. People said that a cousin of Madame de Guermantes, the Princesse de Nièvre, was thinking of Gilberte for her son. Madame de Guermantes hated Madame de Nièvre. She announced that such a marriage would be a scandal. Madame de Nièvre took fright and swore that she had never thought of it. One day, after luncheon, as the sun was shining, and Monsieur de Guermantes was going to take his wife out, Madame de Guermantes was arranging her hat in front of the mirror, her blue eyes gazing into their own reflection, and at her still golden hair, her maid holding in her hand various sunshades, among which her mistress might choose. The sun came flooding in through the window, and they had decided to take advantage of the fine weather to pay a call at Saint-Cloud, and Monsieur de Guermantes, ready to set off, wearing pearl-grey gloves and a tall hat on his head, said to himself, "Oriane is really astounding still. I find her delicious," and went on aloud, seeing that his wife seemed to be in a good humour. "By the way, I have a message for you from Madame de Virelef. She wanted to ask you to come on Monday to the opera, but as she's having the Swann girl, she did not dare, and asked me to explore the ground. I don't express any opinion, I simply convey the message. But really it seems to me that we might—" he added evasively, for their attitude towards anyone else being a collective attitude, and taking an identical form in each of them, he knew from his own feelings that his wife's hostility to Mademoiselle Swann had subsided, and that she was anxious to meet her. Madame de Guermantes settled her veil to her liking, and chose a sunshade. "But just as you like. What difference do you suppose it can make to me? I see no reason against our meeting the girl. I simply did not wish that we should appear to be countenancing the dubious establishments of our friends, that is all." "And you were perfectly right," replied the Duke. "You are wisdom incarnate, madame, and you are more ravishing than ever in that hat." "You are very kind," said Madame de Guermantes with a smile at her husband, as she made her way to the door. But before entering the carriage, she felt it her duty to give him a further explanation. "There are plenty of people now who call upon the mother. Besides, she has the sense to be ill for 9 months of the year. It seems that the child is quite charming. Everybody knows that we were greatly attached to Swann. People will think it quite natural." And they set off together for Saint-Cloud. A month later, the Swann girl, who had not yet taken the name of Forcheville, came to luncheon with the Guermantes. Every conceivable subject was discussed. At the end of the meal, Gilberte said timidly, "I believe you knew my father quite well." "Why, of course we did," said Madame de Guermantes in a melancholy tone, which proved that she understood the daughter's grief, and with a deliberate excess of intensity which gave her the air of concealing the fact that she was not quite sure whether she did remember the father. "We knew him quite well. I remember him quite well." As indeed she might, seeing that he had come to see her almost every day for 25 years. "I know quite well who he was, let me tell you," she went on, as though she were seeking to explain to the daughter whom she had had for a father, and to give the girl information about him. "He was a great friend of my mother-in-law, and besides, he was very intimate with my brother-in-law, Palamede." "He used to come here, too. Indeed, he used to come to luncheon here," added Monsieur de Guermantes, with an ostentatious modesty and a scrupulous exactitude. "You remember, Oriane? What a fine man your father was! One felt that he must come of a respectable family. For that matter, I saw once long ago his own father and mother. They and he, what worthy people!" One felt that if they had, parents and son, been still alive, the Duc de Guermantes would not have had a moment's hesitation in recommending them for a post as gardeners. And this is how the Faubourg Saint-Germain speaks to any bourgeois of the other bourgeois, whether in order to flatter him with the exception made during the course of the conversation in favour of the listener, or rather, and at the same time, in order to humiliate him. Thus it is that an anti-Semite, in addressing a Jew, at the very moment when he is smothering him in affability, speaks evil of Jews, in a general fashion, which enables him to be wounding without being rude. But while she could shower compliments upon a person when she met him, and could then never bring herself to let him take his leave, Madame de Guermantes was also a slave to this need of personal contact. Swann might have managed now and then, in the excitement of conversation, to give the Duchess the illusion that she regarded him with a friendly feeling. He could do so no longer. "He was charming," said the Duchess, with a wistful smile, and fastening upon Gilberte a kindly gaze, which would at least, supposing the girl to have delicate feelings, show her that she was understood, and that Madame de Guermantes, had the two been alone together, and had circumstances allowed it, would have loved to reveal to her all the depth of her own feelings. But Monsieur de Guermantes, whether because he was indeed of the opinion that the circumstances forbade such effusions, or because he considered that any exaggeration of sentiment was a matter for women, and that men had no more part in it than in the other feminine departments, save the kitchen and the wine-cellar, which he had reserved to himself, knowing more about them than the Duchess, felt it incumbent upon him not to encourage, by taking part in it, this conversation to which he listened with a visible impatience. Moreover, Madame de Guermantes, when this outburst of sentiment had subsided, added with a worldly frivolity, addressing Gilberte, "Why, he was not only a great friend of my brother-in-law Charlus, he was also a great favourite at Voisenon," the country house of the Prince de Guermantes, as though Swann's acquaintance with Monsieur de Charlus and the Prince had been a mere accident, as though the Duchess's brother-in-law and cousin were two men with whom Swann had happened to be intimate for some special reason, whereas Swann had been intimate with all the people in that set, and as though Madame de Guermantes was seeking to make Gilberte understand who, more or less, her father had been, to place him, by one of those character sketches by which, when we seek to explain how it is that we happen to know somebody whom we would not naturally know, or to give an additional point to our story, we name the sponsors by whom a certain person was introduced. As for Gilberte, she was all the more glad to find that the subject was dropped, in that she herself was anxious only to change it, having inherited from Swann his exquisite tact, combined with an intellectual charm that was appreciated by the Duke and Duchess, who begged her to come again soon. Moreover, with the minute observation of people whose lives have no purpose, they would discern one after another in the people with whom they associated the most obvious merits, exclaiming their wonder at them with the artless astonishment of a townsman who, on going into the country, discovers a blade of grass, or, on the contrary, magnifying them as with a microscope, making endless comments, taking offence at the slightest faults, and often applying both processes alternately to the same person. In Gilberte's case, it was first of all upon these minor attractions that the idle perspicacity of Monsieur and Madame de Guermantes was brought to bear. "Did you notice the way in which she pronounced some of her words?" the Duchess said to her husband after the girl had left them. "It was just like Swann. I seemed to hear him speaking."
"I was just about to say the very same, Oriane."
"She is witty. She is just like her father."
"I consider that she is even far superior to him. Think how well she told that story about the sea bathing. She has a vivacity that Swann never had."
"Oh, but he was, after all, quite witty."
"I am not saying that he was not witty. I say that he lacked vivacity,"
said Monsieur de Guermantes in a complaining tone, for his gout made him irritable, and when he had no one else upon whom to vent his irritation, it was to the Duchess that he displayed it. But being incapable of any clear understanding of its causes, he preferred to adopt an air of being misunderstood. This friendly attitude on the part of the Duke and Duchess meant that, for the future, they might at the most let fall an occasional "your poor father" to Gilberte, which, for that matter, was quite unnecessary, since it was just about this time that Forcheville adopted the girl. She addressed him as father, charmed all the dowagers by her politeness and air of breeding, and it was admitted that if Forcheville had behaved with the utmost generosity towards her, the girl had a good heart and knew how to reward him for his pains. Doubtless because she was able now and then, and desired to show herself quite at her ease, she had reintroduced herself to me, and in conversation with me had spoken of her true father. But this was an exception, and no one now dared utter the name of Swann in her presence. I had just caught sight in the drawing-room of two sketches by Elstir, which formerly had been banished to a little room upstairs, in which it was only by chance that I had seen them. Elstir was now in fashion. Madame de Guermantes could not forgive herself for having given so many of his pictures to her cousin, not because they were in fashion, but because she now appreciated them. Fashion is, indeed, composed of the appreciations of a number of people of whom the Guermantes are typical, but she could not dream of buying others of his pictures, for they had long ago begun to fetch absurdly high prices. She was determined to have something at least by Elstier in her drawing-room, and had brought down these 2 drawings, which she declared she preferred to his paintings. Gilberte recognized the drawings. "One would say Elstier," she suggested. "Why, yes," replied the Duchess without thinking. "It was, as a matter of fact, some friends of ours who made us buy them. They are admirable. To my mind, they are superior to his paintings." I, who had not heard this conversation, went closer to the drawings to examine them. "Why, this is the Elstier that—" I saw Madame de Guermant's signals of despair. "Ah, yes, the Elstier that I admired upstairs. It shows far better here than in that passage. Talking of Elstier, I mentioned him yesterday in an article in the Figaro. Did you happen to read it?"
"You have written an article in the Figaro?" exclaimed Monsieur de Guermantes, with the same violence as if he had exclaimed, "Why, she is my cousin!"
"Yes, yesterday."
"In the Figaro, you are certain? That is a great surprise, for we each of us get our Figaro, and if one of us had missed it, the other would certainly have noticed it. That's so, ain't it, Oriane? There was nothing in the paper."
The Duke sent for the Figaro and accepted the facts, as though previously the probability had been that I had made a mistake as to the newspaper for which I had written. "What's that? I don't understand. Do you mean to say you have written an article in the Figaro?" said the Duchess, making an effort in order to speak of a matter which did not interest her. "Come, Bazin, you can read it afterwards." "No, the Duke looks so nice like that with his big beard sweeping over the paper," said Gilberte. "I shall read it as soon as I'm at home." "Yes, he wears a beard now that everybody is clean-shaven," said the Duchess. "He never does anything like other people. When we were first married, he shaved not only his beard, but his moustaches as well. The peasants who didn't know him by sight thought that he couldn't be French. He was called at that time the Prince des Laumes." "Is there still a Prince des Laumes?" asked Gilberte, who was interested in everything that concerned the people who had refused to bow to her during all those years. "Why, no," the Duchess replied with a melancholy, caressing gaze. "Such a charming title, one of the finest titles in France," said Gilberte, a sort of banality emerging inevitably as a clock strikes the hour from the lips of certain quite intelligent persons. "Yes, indeed, I regret it too. Bazin would have liked his sister's son to take it, but it is not the same thing. After all, it is possible, since it is not necessarily the eldest son, the title may pass to a younger brother. I was telling you that in those days Bazin was clean-shaven. One day, at a pilgrimage, you remember, my dear?" She turned to her husband. "That pilgrimage at Paray-le-Monial. My brother-in-law Charlus, who always enjoys talking to peasants, was saying to one after another, 'Where do you come from?' And as he is extremely generous, he would give them something, take them off to have a drink. For nobody was ever at the same time simpler and more haughty than Meme. You'll see him refuse to bow to a duchess whom he doesn't think duchessy enough, and shower compliments upon a kennel man. And so I said to Bazin, 'Come, Bazin, say something to them, too.' My husband, who is not always very inventive—"
"Thank you, Oriane,"
said the Duke, without interrupting his reading of my article, in which he was immersed, "approached one of the peasants and repeated his brother's question in so many words. 'Where do you come from?' 'I am from Les Laumes.' 'You are from Les Laumes? Why, I am your prince.' Then the peasant looked at Bazin's smooth face and replied, 'It's not true. You're an English.' One saw thus in these anecdotes told by the Duchess those great and eminent titles, such as that of the Prince des Laumes, rise to their true position in their original state and their local colour, as in certain books of ours one sees amid the mob of the period the soaring steeples of Bourges. Some cards were brought to her, which a footman had just left at the door. "I can't think what has come over her. I don't know her. It is to you that I am indebted for this, Bazin. Not that they have done you any good, all these people, my poor dear." And turning to Gilberte, "I really don't know how to explain to you who she is. You certainly have never heard of her. She calls herself Lady Rufus Israel." Gilberte flushed crimson. "I do not know her," she said, which was all the more untrue, in that Lady Israel and Swann had been reconciled 2 years before the latter's death, and she addressed Gilberte by her Christian name. "But I know quite well, from hearing about her, who it is that you mean." The truth is that Gilberte had become a great snob. For instance, another girl having one day, whether in malice or from a natural want of tact, asked her what was the name of her real, not her adoptive father, in her confusion, and as though to mitigate the crudity of what she had to say, instead of pronouncing the name as Swan, she said Svan, a change, as she soon realized, for the worse, since it made this name of English origin a Germanic patronymic. And she had even gone on to say, abasing herself so as to rise higher, "All sorts of stories have been told about my birth, but of course I know nothing about that." Ashamed as Gilberte must have felt at certain moments when she thought of her parents, for even Madame Swann represented to her, and was a good mother, of such an attitude towards life, we must alas bear in mind that its elements were borrowed doubtless from her parents, for we do not create the whole of our own personality. But with a certain quantity of egoism which exists in the mother, a different egoism inherent in the father's family is combined, which does not invariably mean that it is added, nor even precisely that it serves as a multiple, but rather that it creates a fresh egoism, infinitely stronger and more redoubtable. And in the period that has elapsed since the world began, during which families in which some defect exists in one form have been intermarrying with families in which the same defect exists in another, thereby creating a peculiarly complex and detestable variety of that defect in the offspring, the accumulated egoisms, to confine ourselves for the moment to this defect, would have acquired such force that the whole human race would have been destroyed, did not the malady itself bring forth, with the power to reduce to its true dimensions, natural restrictions, analogous to those which prevent the infinite proliferation of the infusoria from destroying our planet, the unisexual fertilization of plants from bringing about the extinction of the vegetable kingdom, and so forth. From time to time, a virtue combines with this egoism to produce a new and disinterested force. The combinations by which, in the course of generations, moral chemistry thus stabilizes and renders inoffensive the elements that were becoming too formidable, are infinite and would give an exciting variety to family history. Moreover, with these accumulated egoisms, such as must have been embodied in Gilberte, there coexists some charming virtue of the parents. It appears for a moment to perform an interlude by itself, to play its touching part with an entire sincerity. No doubt Gilberte did not always go so far as when she insinuated that she was perhaps the natural daughter of some great personage, but as a rule she concealed her origin. Perhaps it was simply too painful for her to confess it, and she preferred that people should learn of it from others. Perhaps she really believed that she was hiding it, with that uncertain belief which at the same time is not doubt, which reserves a possibility for what we would like to think true, of which Musset furnishes an example when he speaks of hope in God. "I do not know her personally," Gilberte went on. "Had she, after all, when she called herself Mademoiselle de Forcheville, a hope that people would not know that she was Swann's daughter? Some people, perhaps, who she hoped would in time become everybody. She could not be under any illusion as to their number at the moment, and knew doubtless that many people must be murmuring, 'Isn't that Swann's daughter?' But she knew it only with that information which tells us of people taking their lives in desperation while we are going to a ball. That is to say, a remote and vague information, for which we are at no pains to substitute a more precise knowledge, founded upon a direct impression. Gilberte belonged, during these years at least, to the most widespread variety of the human ostrich, the kind which buries its head in the hope not of not being seen, which it considers hardly probable, but of not seeing that other people see it, which seems to it something to the good, and enables it to leave the rest to chance. As distance makes things smaller, more uncertain, less dangerous, Gilberte preferred not to be near other people at the moment when they made the discovery that she was by birth a Swann. And as we are near the people whom we picture to ourselves, as we can picture people reading their newspaper, Gilberte preferred the papers to style her Mademoiselle de Forcheville. It is true that with the writings for which she herself was responsible, her letters, she prolonged the transition for some time by signing herself G.S. Forcheville. The real hypocrisy in this signature was made manifest by the suppression not so much of the other letters of the word Swann as of those of the word Gilberte. In fact, by reducing the innocent Christian name to a simple G, Mademoiselle de Forcheville seemed to insinuate to her friends that the similar amputation applied to the name Swann was due merely to the necessity of abbreviation. Indeed, she gave a special importance to the S, and gave it a sort of long tail which ran across the G, but which one felt to be transitory and destined to disappear, like the tail which, still long in the monkey, has ceased to exist in man. Notwithstanding this, in her snobbishness there remained the intelligent curiosity of Swann. I remember that during this same afternoon she asked Madame de Guermantes whether she could meet Monsieur Dulot, and that when the Duchess replied that he was an invalid and never went out, Gilberte asked what sort of man he was, for, she added with a faint blush, she had heard a great deal about him. The Marquis Dulot had indeed been one of Swann's most intimate friends before the latter's marriage, and Gilberte may perhaps herself have seen him, but at a time when she was not interested in such people. "Would Monsieur de Bréauté or the Prince d'Agrigent be at all like him?" she asked. "Oh, not in the least," exclaimed Madame de Guermantes, who had a keen sense of these provincial differences, and drew portraits that were sober, but coloured by her harsh golden voice, beneath the gentle blossoming of her violet eyes. "No, not in the least. Dulot was the gentleman from the Périgord, charming, with all the good manners and the absence of ceremony of his province. At Guermantes, when we had the King of England, with whom Dulot was on the friendliest terms, we used to have a little meal after the men came in from shooting. It was the hour when Dulot was in the habit of going to his room to take off his boots and put on big woolen slippers. Very well, the presence of King Edward and all the Grand Dukes did not disturb him in the least. He came down to the great hall at Guermantes in his woolen slippers. He felt that he was the Marquis du Lot d'Orléans, who had no reason to put himself out for the King of England. He and that charming Quasimodo de Breteuil, they were the two that I liked best. They were, for that matter, great friends of—" She was about to say "your father," and stopped short. "No, there is no resemblance at all, either to Gris-Gris or to Bréauté. He was the genuine nobleman from the Périgord. For that matter, Mémé quotes a page from Saint-Simon about a Marquis d'Orléans. It is just like him." I repeated the opening words of the portrait. Monsieur d'Orléans, who was a man of great distinction among the nobility of the Périgord, from his own birth and from his merit, and was regarded by every soul alive there as a general arbiter to whom each had recourse because of his probity, his capacity, and the suavity of his manners, as it were the cock of his province. "Yes, he's like that," said Madame de Guermantes. "All the more so, as Dulot was always as red as a cock." "Yes, I remember hearing that description quoted," said Gilberte, without adding that it had been quoted by her father, who was, as we know, a great admirer of Saint-Simon. She liked also to speak of the Prince d'Agrigente and of Monsieur de Bréauté for another reason. The Prince d'Agrigente was prince by inheritance from the house of Aragon, but his lordship was Poitevin. As for his country house, the house, that is to say, in which he lived, it was not the property of his own family, but had come to him from his mother's former husband, and was situated almost halfway between Martainville and Guermantes. And so Gilberte spoke of him and of Monsieur de Bréauté as of neighbours in the country who reminded her of her old home. Strictly speaking, there was an element of falsehood in this attitude, since it was only in Paris through the Comtesse Molé that she had come to know Monsieur de Bréauté, albeit he had been an old friend of her father. As for her pleasure in speaking of the country round Tansonville, it may have been sincere. Snobbishness is, with certain people, analogous to those pleasant beverages with which they mix nutritious substances. Gilberte took an interest in some lady of fashion because she possessed priceless books and portraits by Nattier, which my former friend would probably not have taken the trouble to inspect in the National Library or at the Louvre, and I imagine that notwithstanding the even greater proximity, the magnetic influence of Tansonville would have had less effect in drawing Gilberte towards Madame Sazerat or Madame Goupil than towards Monsieur d'Agrigente. "Oh, poor Babal, and poor Gris-Gris," said Madame de Guermantes. "They are in a far worse state than Dulot. I'm afraid they haven't long to live, either of them." When Monsieur de Guermantes had finished reading my article, he paid me the compliments which, however, he took care to qualify. He regretted the slightly hackneyed form of a style in which there were emphasis, metaphors, as in the antiquated prose of Chateaubriand. On the other hand, he congratulated me without reserve upon my occupying myself. "I like a man to do something with his 10 fingers. I do not like the useless creatures who are always self-important or agitators, a fatuous breed." Gilberte, who was acquiring with extreme rapidity the ways of the world of fashion, announced how proud she would be to say that she was the friend of an author. "You can imagine that I shall tell people that I have the pleasure, the honour, of your acquaintance." "You wouldn't care to come with us tomorrow to the Opéra Comique?" the Duchess asked me, and I thought that it would be doubtless in that same box in which I had first beheld her, and which had seemed to me then as inaccessible as the submarine realm of the Nereids. But I replied in a melancholy tone, "No, I am not going to the theatre just now. I have lost a friend to whom I was greatly attached." The tears almost came to my eyes as I said this, and yet for the first time I felt a sort of pleasure in speaking of my bereavement. It was from this moment that I began to write to all my friends that I had just experienced great sorrow, and to cease to feel it. When Gilberte had gone, Madame de Guermantes said to me, "You did not understand my signals. I was trying to hint to you not to mention Swann." And as I apologized, "But I quite understand. I was on the point of mentioning him myself. I stopped short just in time. It was terrible. Fortunately, I bridled my tongue." "You know, it is a great bore," she said to her husband, seeking to mitigate my own error by appearing to believe that I had yielded to a propensity common to everyone and difficult to resist.
"What do you expect me to do?" replied the Duke. "You have only to tell them to take those drawings upstairs again, since they make you think about Swann, and if you don't think about Swann, you won't speak about him."
On the following day I received 2 congratulatory letters which surprised me greatly. One from Madame Goupil, whom I had not seen for many years, and to whom even at Cambrai I had not spoken more than twice. A public library had given her the chance of seeing the Figaro. Thus, when anything occurs in our life which makes some stir, messages come to us from people situated so far outside the zone of our acquaintance, our memory of whom is already so remote, that these people seem to be placed at a great distance, especially in the dimension of depth. A forgotten friendship of our school days, which has had a score of opportunities of recalling itself to our mind, gives us a sign of life, not that there are not negative results also. For example, Bloch, from whom I would have been so glad to learn what he thought of my article, did not write to me. It is true that he had read the article and was to admit it later, but by a counterstroke. In fact, he himself contributed some years later an article to the Figaro, and was anxious to inform me immediately of the event. As he ceased to be jealous of what he regarded as a privilege, as soon as it had fallen to him as well, the envy that had made him pretend to ignore my article ceased, as though by the raising of a lever. He mentioned it to me, but not at all in the way in which he hoped to hear me mention his article. "I know that you, too," he told me, "have written an article, but I did not think that I ought to mention it to you, for fear of hurting your feelings, for we ought not to speak to our friends of the humiliations that occur to them. And it is obviously a humiliation to supply the organ of sabres and aspergills with 5 o'clocks, not forgetting the holy water stoup." His character remained unaltered, but his style had become less precious, as happens to certain people who shed their mannerisms when, ceasing to compose symbolist poetry, they take to writing newspaper serials. To console myself for his silence, I read Madame Goupil's letter again. But it was lacking in warmth, for if the aristocracy employs certain formulas which slip into watertight compartments between the initial Monsieur and the sentiment distingué of the close, cries of joy, of admiration may spring up like flowers, and their clusters waft over the barriers their entrancing fragrance. But middle-class conventionality enwraps even the content of letters in a net of your well-deserved success, at best your great success. Sisters-in-law, faithful to their upbringing and tight-laced in their respectable stays, think that they have overflowed into the most distressing enthusiasm if they have written, "My kindest regards." "Mother joins me" is a superlative of which they are seldom wearied. I received another letter as well as Madame Goupil's, but the name of the writer was unknown to me. It was an illiterate hand, a charming style. I was desolate at my inability to discover who had written to me. While I was asking myself whether Bergotte would have liked this article, Madame de Forcheville had replied that he would have admired it enormously, and could not have read it without envy. But she had told me this while I slept. It was a dream. Almost all our dreams respond thus to the questions which we put to ourselves with complicated statements, presentations of several characters on the stage, which, however, lead to nothing. As for Mademoiselle de Forcheville, I could not help feeling appalled when I thought of her. What? The daughter of Swann, who would so have loved to see her at the Guermantes, for whom they had refused their greatest friend the favour of an invitation, they had now sought out of their own accord, time having elapsed, which refashions everything for us, instills a fresh personality, based upon what we have been told about them, into people whom we have not seen during a long interval, in which we ourselves have grown a new skin and acquired fresh tastes. I recalled how, to this girl, Swann used to say at times as he hugged her and kissed her, "It is a comfort, my darling, to have a child like you. One day, when I am no longer here, if people still mention your poor papa, it will be only to you, and because of you." Swann, in anticipating thus after his own death a timorous and anxious hope of his survival in his daughter, was as greatly mistaken as the old banker who, having made a will in favour of a little dancer whom he is keeping, and who behaves admirably, tells himself that he is nothing more to her than a great friend, but that she will remain faithful to his memory. She did behave admirably, while her feet under the table sought the feet of those of the old banker's friends who appealed to her, but all this was concealed beneath an excellent exterior. She will wear mourning for the worthy man, will feel that she is well rid of him, will enjoy not only the ready money, but the real estate, the motor cars that he has bequeathed to her, taking care to remove the monogram of the former owner, which makes her feel slightly ashamed, and with her enjoyment of the gift will never associate any regret for the giver. The illusions of paternal affection are perhaps no less deceiving than those of the other kind. Many girls regard their fathers only as the old men who are going to leave them a fortune. Gilberte's presence in a drawing-room, instead of being an opportunity for speaking occasionally still of her father, was an obstacle in the way of people seizing those opportunities, increasingly more rare, that they might still have had of referring to him. Even in connection with the things that he had said, the presents that he had made, people acquired the habit of not mentioning him, and she who ought to have refreshed, not to say perpetuated, his memory, found herself hastening and completing the process of death and oblivion. And it was not merely with regard to Swann that Gilberte was gradually completing the process of oblivion. She had accelerated in me that process of oblivion with regard to Albertine. Under the action of desire, and consequently of the desire for happiness, which Gilberte had aroused in me during those hours in which I had supposed her to be someone else, a certain number of miseries, of painful preoccupations, which only a little while earlier had obsessed my mind, had been released, carrying with them a whole block of memories, probably long since crumbled and become precarious with regard to Albertine. For if many memories which were connected with her had at the outset helped to keep alive in me my regret for her death, in return that regret had itself fixed those memories, so that the modification of my sentimental state, prepared no doubt obscurely day by the constant disintegration of oblivion, but realized abruptly as a whole, gave me the impression which I remember that I felt that day for the first time, of a void, of the suppression in myself of a whole portion of my association of ideas, which a man feels in whose brain an artery long exhausted has burst, so that a whole section of his memory is abolished or paralyzed. The vanishing of my suffering, and of all that it carried away with it, left me diminished, as does often the healing of a malady which occupied a large place in our life. No doubt it is because memories are not always genuine that love is not eternal, and because life is made up of a perpetual renewal of ourselves. But this renewal in the case of memories is nevertheless retarded by the attention which arrests and fixes a moment that is bound to change. And since it is the case with grief, as with the desire for women, that we increase it by thinking about it, the fact of having plenty of other things to do should, like chastity, make oblivion easy. By another reaction, albeit it was the distraction, the desire for Mademoiselle de Forcheville, that had made my oblivion suddenly apparent and perceptible, if the fact remains that it is time that gradually brings oblivion, oblivion does not fail to alter profoundly our notion of time. There are optical errors in time as there are in space. The persistence in myself of an old tendency to work, to make up for lost time, to change my way of life, or rather to begin to live, gave me the illusion that I was still as young as in the past. And yet the memory of all the events that had followed one another in my life, and also of those that had followed one another in my heart, for when we have greatly changed we are led to suppose that our life has been longer, in the course of those last months of Albertine's existence, had made them seem to me much longer than a year. And now this oblivion of so many things, separating me by gulfs of empty space from quite recent events which they made me think remote, because I had had what is called the time to forget them, by its fragmentary, irregular interpolation in my memory, like a thick fog at sea which obliterates all the landmarks, confused, destroyed my sense of distances in time, contracted in one place, extended in another, and made me suppose myself now farther away from things, now closer to them than I really was. And, as in the fresh spaces as yet unexplored which extended before me, there would be no more trace of my love for Albertine than there had been in the time past which I had just traversed of my love for my grandmother. My life appeared to me offering a succession of periods in which, after a certain interval, nothing of what had sustained the previous period survived in that which followed, as something so devoid of the support of an individual, identical and permanent self, something so useless in the future and so protracted in the past, that death might just as well put an end to its course here or there, without in the least concluding it, as with those courses of French history which, in the rhetoric class, stop short indifferently, according to the whim of the curriculum or the professor, at the Revolution of 1830, or at that of 1848, or at the end of the Second Empire. Perhaps, then, the fatigue and distress which I was feeling were due not so much to my having loved in vain what I was already beginning to forget, as to my coming to take pleasure in the company of fresh living people, purely social figures, mere friends of the Guermantes, offering no interest in themselves. It was easier, perhaps, to reconcile myself to the discovery that she whom I had loved was nothing more after a certain interval of time than a pale memory, than to the rediscovery in myself of that futile activity which makes us waste time in decorating our life with a human vegetation that is alive but is parasitic, which likewise will become nothing when it is dead, which already is alien to all that we have ever known, which, nevertheless, our garrulous, melancholy, conceited senility seeks to attract. The newcomer who would find it easy to endure the prospect of life without Albertine had made his appearance in me, since I had been able to speak of her at Madame de Guermant's in the language of grief without any real suffering. These strange selves, which were to bear each a different name, the possibility of their coming had, by reason of their indifference to the object of my love, always alarmed me. Long ago, in connection with Gilberte, when her father told me that if I went to live in Oceania, I would never wish to return. Quite recently, when I had read with such a pang in my heart the passage in Bergotte's novel where he treats of a character who, separated by the events of life from a woman whom he had adored when he was young, as an old man meets her without pleasure, without any desire to see her again. Now, on the contrary, he was bringing me with oblivion an almost complete elimination of suffering, a possibility of comfort, this person so dreaded, so beneficent, who was none other than one of those spare selves whom destiny holds in reserve for us, and without paying any more heed to our entreaties than a clear-sighted and so all the more authoritative physician substitutes without our aid by an opportune intervention for the self that has been too seriously injured. This renewal, as it happens, nature performs from time to time, as by the decay and refashioning of our tissues. But we notice this only if the former self contained a great grief, a painful foreign body, which we are surprised to find no longer there, in our amazement at having become another self, to whom the sufferings of his precursor are nothing more than the sufferings of a stranger, of which we can speak with compassion because we do not feel them. Indeed, we are unaffected by our having undergone all those sufferings, since we have only a vague remembrance of having suffered them. It is possible that similarly our dreams during the night may be terrible, but when we awake we are another person, to whom it is of no importance that the person whose place he takes has had to fly during our sleep from a band of cutthroats. No doubt this self had maintained some contact with the old self, as a friend, unconcerned by a bereavement, speaks of it nevertheless to those who come to the house in a suitable tone of sorrow, and returns from time to time to the room in which the widower who has asked him to receive the company for him may still be heard weeping. I made this contact even closer when I became once again for a moment the former friend of Albertine. But it was into a new personality that I was tending to pass altogether. It is not because other people are dead that our affection for them grows faint. It is because we ourselves are dying. Albertine had no cause to rebuke her friend. The man who was usurping his name had merely inherited it. We may be faithful to what we remember. We remember only what we have known. My new self, while it grew up in the shadow of the old, had often heard the other speak of Albertine. Through that other self, through the information that it gathered from it, it thought that it knew her, it found her attractive, it was in love with her. But this was merely an affection at second hand. Another person in whom the process of oblivion, so far as concerned Albertine, was probably more rapid at this time, and enabled me in return to realize a little later a fresh advance which that process had made in myself, and this is my memory of a second stage before the final oblivion, was André. I can scarcely, indeed, refrain from citing this oblivion of Albertine as, if not the sole cause, if not even the principal cause, at any rate a conditioning and necessary cause of a conversation between André and myself, about 6 months after the conversation which I have already reported, when her words were so different from those that she had used on the former occasion. I remember that it was in my room, because at that moment I found a pleasure in having semi-carnal relations with her, because of the collective form originally assumed and now being resumed by my love for the girls of the little band, a love that had long been undivided among them, and for a while associated exclusively with Albertine's person during the months that had preceded and followed her death. We were in my room for another reason as well, which enables me to date this conversation quite accurately. This was that I had been banished from the rest of the apartment because it was Mamma's day. Notwithstanding its being her day, and after some hesitation, Mamma had gone to luncheon with Madame Sazarin, thinking that as Madame Sazarin always contrived to invite one to meet boring people, she would be able, without sacrificing any pleasure, to return home in good time. And she had indeed returned in time, and without regret, Madame Sazarin having had nobody but the most deadly people, who were frozen from the start by the special voice that she adopted when she had company, what Mamma called her Wednesday voice. My mother was nevertheless extremely fond of her, was sorry for her poverty, the result of the extravagance of her father, who had been ruined by the Duchesse de Aix, a poverty which compelled her to live all the year round at Cambrai, with a few weeks at her cousin's house in Paris, and a great pleasure trip every 10 years. I remember that the day before this, at my request repeated for months past, and because the princess was always begging her to come, Mamma had gone to call upon the Princesse de Parme, who herself paid no calls, and at whose house people as a rule contented themselves with writing their names, but who had insisted upon my mother's coming to see her, since the rules and regulations prevented her from coming to us. My mother had come home thoroughly cross. "You have sent me on a fool's errand," she told me. "The Princesse de Parme barely greeted me. She turned back to the ladies to whom she was talking without paying me any attention, and after 10 minutes, as she hadn't uttered a word to me, I came away without her even offering me her hand. I was extremely annoyed. However, on the doorstep, as I was leaving, I met the Duchesse de Guermantes, who was very kind and spoke to me a great deal about you. What a strange idea that was, to tell her about Albertine. She told me that you had said to her that her death had been such a grief to you. I shall never go near the Princesse de Parme again. You have made me make a fool of myself." Well, the next day, which was my mother's at-home day, as I have said, André came to see me. She had not much time, for she had to go and call for Giselle, with whom she was very anxious to dine. "I know her faults, but she is, after all, my best friend, and the person for whom I feel most affection," she told me, and she even appeared to feel some alarm at the thought that I might ask her to let me dine with them. She was hungry for people, and a third person who knew her too well, such as myself, would, by preventing her from letting herself go, at once prevent her from enjoying complete satisfaction in their company. The memory of Albertine had become so fragmentary in me that it no longer caused me any sorrow, and was no more now than a transition to fresh desires, like a chord which announces a change of key. And indeed, the idea of a momentary sensual caprice being ruled out, insofar as I was still faithful to Albertine's memory, I was happier at having André in my company than I would have been at having an Albertine miraculously restored to life. For André could tell me more things about Albertine than Albertine herself had ever told me. Now, the problems concerning Albertine still remained in my mind when my affection for her, both physical and moral, had already vanished, and my desire to know about her life, because it had diminished less, was now relatively greater than my need of her presence. On the other hand, The thought that a woman had perhaps had relations with Albertine no longer provoked in me anything save the desire to have relations myself also with that woman. I told André this, caressing her as I spoke. Then, without making the slightest effort to harmonize her speech with what she had said a few months earlier, André said to me with a lurking smile, "Ah, yes, but you're a man, and so we can't do quite the same things as I used to do with Albertine." And whether it was that she considered that this increased my desire, in the hope of extracting confidences, I had told her that I would like to have relations with a woman who had had them with Albertine, or my grief, or perhaps destroyed a sense of superiority to herself, which she might suppose me to feel at being the only person who had had relations with Albertine. Ah, we spent many happy hours together. She was so caressing, so passionate. Besides, it was not only with me that she liked to enjoy herself. She had met a nice boy at Madame Verdurin's, Morel. They understood each other at once. He undertook, with her permission to enjoy himself with them too, for he liked virgins, to procure little girls for her. As soon as he had set their feet on the path, he left them, and so he made himself responsible for attracting young fisher girls in some quiet watering place, young laundresses who would fall in love with a boy, but would not have listened to a girl's advances. As soon as the girl was well under his control, he would bring her to a safe place where he handed her over to Albertine. For fear of losing Morel, who took part in it all too, the girl always obeyed, and yet she lost him all the same, for as he was afraid of what might happen, and also as once or twice was enough for him, he would slip away leaving a false address. Once he had the nerve to bring one of these girls with Albertine to a brothel at Corliville, where 4 or 5 of the women had her at once or in turn. That was his passion, and Albertine's also. But Albertine suffered terrible remorse afterwards. I believe that when she was with you, she had conquered her passion and put off indulging it from day to day. Then her affection for yourself was so strong that she felt scruples. But it was quite certain that if she ever left you, she would begin again. She hoped that you would rescue her, that you would marry her. She felt in her heart that it was a sort of criminal lunacy, and I have often asked myself whether it was not after an incident of that sort, which had led to a suicide in a family, that she killed herself on purpose. I must confess that in the early days of her life with you, she had not entirely given up her games with me. There were days when she seemed to need it, so much so that once, when it would have been so easy elsewhere, she could not say goodbye without taking me to bed with her in your house. We had no luck, we were very nearly caught. She had taken her opportunity when Françoise had gone out on some errand and you had not come home. Then she had turned out all the lights, so that when you let yourself in with your key, it would take you some time to find the switch, and she had not shut the door of her room. We heard you come upstairs. I had just time to make myself tidy and begin to come down, which was quite unnecessary, for by an incredible accident you had left your key at home and had to ring the bell. But we lost our heads all the same, so that to conceal our awkwardness, we both of us, without any opportunity of discussing it, had the same idea, to pretend to be afraid of the scent of syringa, which, as a matter of fact, we adored. You were bringing a long branch of it home with you, which enabled me to turn my head away and hide my confusion. This did not prevent me from telling you in the most idiotic way that perhaps Françoise had come back and would let you in, when a moment earlier I had told you the lie that we had only just come in from our drive, and that when we arrived Françoise had not left the house and was just going on an errand. But our mistake was, supposing you to have your key, turning out the light, for we were afraid that as you came upstairs you would see it turned on again, or at least we hesitated too long. And for 3 nights on end, Albertine could not close an eye, for she was always afraid that you might be suspicious and ask Françoise why she had not turned on the light before leaving the house. For Albertine was terribly afraid of you, and at times she would assure me that you were wicked, mean, that you hated her, really. After 3 days, she gathered from your calm that you had said nothing to Françoise, and she was able to sleep again. But she never did anything with me after that, perhaps from fear, perhaps from remorse, for she made out that she did really love you, or perhaps she was in love with some other man. In any case, nobody could ever mention Syringa again in her hearing without her turning crimson and putting her hand over her face in the hope of hiding her blushes. As there are strokes of good fortune, so there are misfortunes that come too late. They do not assume all the importance that they would have had in our eyes a little earlier. Among these was the calamity that André's terrible revelation was to me. No doubt, even when bad tidings ought to make us unhappy, it so happens that in the diversion, the balanced give and take of conversation, they pass by us without stopping, and that we ourselves, preoccupied with 1,000 things which we have to say in response, transformed by the desire to please our present company into someone else, protected for a few moments in this new environment against the affections, the sufferings that he has discarded upon entering it, and will find again when the brief spell is broken, have not the time to take them in. And yet, if those affections, those sufferings are too predominant, we enter only distractedly into the zone of a new and momentary world, in which, too faithful to our sufferings, we are incapable of becoming another person. And then the words that we hear said enter at once into relation with our heart, which has not remained out of action. But for some time past, words that concerned Albertine had, like a poison that has evaporated, lost their toxic power. She was already too remote from me. As a wayfarer seeing in the afternoon a misty crescent in the sky says to himself, "That is it, the vast moon," so I said to myself, "What, so that truth which I have sought so earnestly, which I have so dreaded, is nothing more than these few words uttered in the course of conversation, words to which we cannot even give our whole attention, since we are not alone. Besides, it took me at a serious disadvantage. I had exhausted myself with André. With a truth of such magnitude, I would have liked to have more strength to devote to it. It remained outside me, but this was because I had not yet found a place for it in my heart. We would like the truth to be revealed to us by novel signs, not by a phrase similar to those which we have constantly repeated to ourselves. The habit of thinking prevents us at times from feeling reality, makes us immune to it, makes it seem no more than another thought. There is no idea that does not carry in itself a possible refutation, no word that does not imply its opposite. In any case, if all this was true, how futile a verification of the life of a mistress who exists no longer, rising up from the depths and coming to the surface just when we are no longer able to make any use of it. Then, thinking doubtless of some other woman whom we now love, and with regard to whom the same change may occur, for to her whom we have forgotten we no longer give a thought, we lose heart. We say to ourselves, if she were alive. We say to ourselves, if she who is alive could understand all this, and that when she is dead I shall know everything that she is hiding from me. But this is a vicious circle. If I could have brought Albertine back to life, the immediate consequence would have been that André would have revealed nothing. It is the same thing as the everlasting, "You'll see what it's like when I no longer love you." which is so true and so absurd, since, as a matter of fact, we should elicit much if we were no longer in love, but when we should no longer think of inquiring. It is precisely the same. For the woman whom we see again when we are no longer in love with her, if she tells us everything, the fact is that she is no longer herself, or that we are no longer ourselves. The person who was in love has ceased to exist. There also death has passed by, and has made everything easy and unnecessary. I pursued these reflections, adopting the hypothesis that André had been telling the truth, which was possible, and had been prompted to sincerity with me, precisely because she now had relations with me, by that Saint-André-des-Champs side of her nature, which Albertine too had shown me at the start. She was encouraged in this case by the fact that she was no longer afraid of Albertine, for other people's reality survives their death for only a short time in our mind, and after a few years they are like those gods of obsolete religions whom we insult without fear, because people have ceased to believe in their existence. But the fact that André no longer believed in the reality of Albertine might mean that she no longer feared, any more than to betray a secret which she had promised not to reveal, to invent a falsehood which slandered retrospectively her alleged accomplice. Had this absence of fear permitted her to reveal at length, in speaking as she did, the truth, or rather to invent a falsehood, if for some reason she supposed me to be full of happiness and pride, and wished to pain me? Perhaps the sight of me caused her a certain irritation, held in suspense so long as she saw that I was miserable, unconsoled, because I had had relations with Albertine, and she envied me, perhaps, supposing that I considered myself on that account more highly favoured than her, an advantage which she herself had never perhaps obtained, nor even sought. Thus it was that I had often heard her say how ill they were looking to people whose air of radiant health, and what was more, their consciousness of their own air of radiant health, exasperated her, and say, in the hope of annoying them, that she herself was very well, a fact that she did not cease to proclaim when she was seriously ill, until the day when, in the detachment of death, it no longer mattered to her that other fortunate people should be well, and should know that she was dying. But this day was still remote. Perhaps she had turned against me. For what reason I knew not, in one of those rages in which she used long ago to turn against the young man so learned in sporting matters, so ignorant of everything else, whom we had met at Baalbec, who since then had been living with Rachel, and at the mention of whom André overflowed in defamatory speeches, hoping to be sued for libel in order to be able to launch against his father disgraceful accusations, the falsehood of which he would not be able to prove. Quite possibly this rage against myself had simply revived, having doubtless ceased when she saw how miserable I was. Indeed, the very same people whom she, her eyes flashing with rage, had longed to disgrace, to kill, to send to prison, by false testimony if need be, she had only to know that they were unhappy, crushed, to cease to wish them any harm, and to be ready to overwhelm them with kindnesses. For she was not fundamentally wicked, and if her non-apparent, somewhat buried nature was not the kindness which one divined at first from her delicate attentions, but rather envy and pride, her third nature, buried more deeply still, the true but not entirely realized nature, tended towards goodness and the love of her neighbour. Only, like all those people who, being in a certain state of life, desire a better state, but knowing it only by desire, do not realize that the first condition is to break away from the former state. Like the neurasthenics or morphinomaniacs, who are anxious to be cured, but at the same time do not wish to be deprived of their manias or their morphine. like the religious hearts or artistic spirits attached to the world, who long for solitude, but seek nevertheless to imagine it as not implying an absolute renunciation of their former existence. Andrée was prepared to love all her fellow creatures, but on the condition that she should first of all have succeeded in not imagining them as triumphant, and to that end should have humiliated them in advance. She did not understand that we ought to love even the proud, and to conquer their pride by love, and not by a more overweening pride. But the fact is that she was like those invalids who wish to be cured by the very means that prolong their malady, which they like and would cease at once to like if they renounced them. But people wish to learn to swim, and at the same time to keep one foot on the ground. As for the young sportsman, the Verdurins' nephew, whom I had met during my 2 visits to Baalbek, I am bound to add, as an accessory statement and in anticipation, that some time after Andrée's visit, a visit my account of which will be resumed in a moment, certain events occurred which caused a great sensation. First of all, this young man, perhaps remembering Albertine, with whom I did not then know that he had been in love, became engaged to Andrée, and married her, notwithstanding the despair of Rachel, to whom he paid not the slightest attention. Andrée no longer said then, that is to say some months after the visit of which I have been speaking, that he was a wretch, and I realized later on that she had said so only because she was madly in love with him, and thought that he did not want to have anything to do with her. But another fact impressed me even more. This young man produced certain sketches for the theatre, with settings and costumes designed by himself, which have effected in the art of today a revolution at least equal to that brought about by the Russian ballet. In fact, the best qualified critics regarded his work as something of capital importance, almost as works of genius, and for that matter I agree with them, confirming thus to my own astonishment the opinion long held by Rachel. The people who had known him at Baalbek, anxious only to be certain whether the cut of the clothes of the men with whom he associated was or was not smart, who had seen him spend all his time at baccarat, at the races, on the golf course, or on the polo ground, who knew that at school he had always been a dunce, had even been expelled from the lycée. To annoy his parents, he had spent 2 months in the smart brothel in which Monsieur de Charlus had hoped to surprise Morel, thought that perhaps his work was done by Andrée, who, in her love for him, chose to leave him the renown, or that more probably he was paying, out of his huge private fortune, at which his excesses had barely nibbled, some inspired but needy professional to create it. People in this kind of wealthy society, not purified by mingling with the aristocracy, and having no idea of what constitutes an artist, a word which to them is represented only by an actor whom they engage to recite monologues at the party given for their daughter's betrothal, at once handing him his fee discreetly in another room, or by a painter to whom they make her sit after she is married, before the children come, and when she is still at her best, are apt to believe that all the people in society who write, compose, or paint have their work done for them, and pay to obtain a reputation as an author, as other men pay to make sure of a seat in Parliament. But all this was false, and the young man was indeed the author of those admirable works. When I learnt this, I was obliged to hesitate between contrary suppositions. Either he had indeed been for years on end the coarse brute that he appeared to be, and some physiological cataclysm had awakened in him the dormant genius like a sleeping beauty, Or else, at the period of his tempestuous school days, of his failures to matriculate in the final examination, of his heavy gambling losses at Baalbec, of his reluctance to show himself in the tram with his Aunt Verdurin's faithful because of their unconventional attire, he was already a man of genius, distracted perhaps from his genius, having left its key beneath the doormat in the effervescence of juvenile passions. Or again, already a conscious man of genius, and at the bottom of his classes, because while the master was uttering platitudes about Cicero, he himself was reading Rimbaud or Goethe. Certainly there was no ground for any such hypothesis when I met him at Baalbec, where his interests seemed to me to be centred solely in turning out a smart carriage and pair, and in mixing cocktails. But even this is not an insuperable objection. He might be extremely vain, and this may be allied to genius, and might seek to shine in the manner which he knew to be dazzling in the world in which he lived, which did not mean furnishing a profound knowledge of elective affinities, but far rather a knowledge of how to drive four in hand. Moreover, I am not at all sure that later on, when he had become the author of those fine and so original works, he would have cared greatly, outside the theatres in which he was known, to greet anyone who was not in evening dress, like the faithful in their earlier manner, which would be a proof in him not of stupidity, but of vanity, and indeed of a certain practical sense, a certain clairvoyance in adapting his vanity to the mentality of the imbeciles upon whose esteem he depended, and in whose eyes a dinner jacket might perhaps shine with more brilliant radiance than the eyes of a thinker. Who can say whether, seen from without, some man of talent, or even a man devoid of talent, but a lover of the things of the mind, myself, for instance, would not have appeared to anyone who met him at Rivebelle, at the hotel at Baalbec, or on the beach there, the most perfect and pretentious imbecile? Not to mention that for Octave matters of art must have been a thing so intimate, a thing that lived so in the most secret places of his heart, that doubtless it would never have occurred to him to speak of them, as Saint-Loup, for instance, would have spoken, for whom the fine arts had the importance that horses and carriages had for Octave. Besides, he may have had a passion for gambling, and it is said that he has retained it. All the same, even if the piety which brought to light the unknown work of Vinteuil arose from amid the troubled life of Montjouvin, I was no less impressed by the thought that the masterpieces, which are perhaps the most extraordinary of our day, have emerged not from the university certificate, from a model academic education upon Broglie lines, but from the frequentation of paddocks and fashionable bars. In any case, in those days at Baalbec, the reasons which made me anxious to know him, which made Albertine and her friends anxious that I should not know him, were equally detached from his merit, and could only have brought into prominence the eternal misunderstanding between an intellectual, represented in this instance by myself, and people in society, represented by the little band, with regard to a person in society, the young golfer. I had no inkling of his talent, and his prestige in my eyes, like that in the past of Madame Blatin, had been that of his being, whatever they might say, the friend of my girl-friends, and more one of their band than myself. On the other hand, Albertine and André, symbolizing in this respect the incapacity of people in society to bring a sound judgment to bear upon the things of the mind, and their propensity to attach themselves in that connection to false appearances, not only thought me almost idiotic, because I took an interest in such an imbecile, but were astonished beyond measure that, taking one golfer with another, my choice should have fallen upon the poorest player of them all. If, for instance, I had chosen to associate with young Gilbert de Belœuvre, apart from golf, he was a boy who had the gift of conversation, who had secured a proxime in the examinations and wrote quite good poetry. As a matter of fact, he was the stupidest of them all. Or again, if my object had been to make a study for a book, Guy Samois, who was completely insane, who had abducted 2 girls, was at least a singular type who might interest me. These 2 might have been allowed me, but the other, what attraction could I find in him? He was the type of the great brute, of the coarse brute. To return to André's visit. After the disclosure that she had just made to me of her relations with Albertine, she added that the chief reason for which Albertine had left me was the thought of what her friends of the little band might think, and other people as well, when they saw her living like that with a young man to whom she was not married. "Of course I know it was in your mother's house, but that makes no difference. You can't imagine what all those girls are like, what they conceal from one another, how they dread one another's opinion. I have seen them being terribly severe with young men, simply because the men knew their friends, and they were afraid that certain things might be repeated. And those very girls, I have happened to see them in a totally different light, much to their disgust." A few months earlier, this knowledge which André appeared to possess of the motives that swayed the girls of the little band would have seemed to me the most priceless thing in the world. What she said was perhaps sufficient to explain why Albertine, who had given herself to me afterwards in Paris, had refused to yield to me at Baalbec, where I was constantly meeting her friends, which I had absurdly supposed to be so great an advantage in winning her affection. Perhaps, indeed, it was because she had seen me display some sign of intimacy with André, or because I had rashly told the latter that Albertine was coming to spend the night at the Grand Hotel, that Albertine, who perhaps an hour earlier was ready to let me take certain favours, as though that were the simplest thing in the world, had abruptly changed her mind and threatened to ring the bell. But then she must have been accommodating to lots of others. This thought rekindled my jealousy, and I told André that there was something that I wished to ask her. "You did those things in your grandmother's empty apartment?" "Oh, no, never. We should have been disturbed." "Why, I thought, it seemed to me—" "Besides, Albertine loved doing it in the country." "And where, pray?" "Originally, when she hadn't time to go very far, we used to go to the Butte Chaumont. She knew a house there. Or else we would lie under the trees. There is never anyone about. In the grotto of the Petit Trianon, too." "There. You see, how am I to believe you? You swore to me not a year ago that you had never done anything at the Butte Chaumont." "I was afraid of distressing you." As I have said, I thought, although not until much later, that on the contrary, it was on this second occasion, the day of her confessions, that André had sought to distress me. And this thought would have occurred to me at once, because I should have felt the need of it if I had still been as much in love with Albertine. But André's words did not hurt me sufficiently to make it indispensable to me to dismiss them immediately as untrue. In short, if what André said was true, and I did not doubt it at the time, the real Albertine whom I discovered after having known so many diverse forms of Albertine differed very little from the young bacchanal who had risen up, and whom I had detected on the first day on the front at Baalbec, and who had offered me so many different aspects in succession, as a town gradually alters the position of its buildings so as to overtop, to obliterate the principal monument which alone we beheld from a distance as we approach it, whereas when we know it well and can judge it exactly, its true proportions prove to be those which the perspective of the first glance had indicated. the rest through which we passed being no more than that continuous series of lines of defence which everything in creation raises against our vision, and which we must cross one after another at the cost of how much suffering before we arrive at the heart. If, however, I had no need to believe absolutely in Albertine's innocence because my suffering had diminished, I can say that reciprocally, if I did not suffer unduly at this revelation, it was because some time since, for the belief that I feigned in Albertine's innocence, there had been substituted gradually and without my taking it into account the belief ever present in my mind in her guilt. Now, if I no longer believed in Albertine's innocence, it was because I had already ceased to feel the need, the passionate desire to believe in it. It is desire that engenders belief, and if we fail as a rule to take this into account, it is because most of the desires that create beliefs end, unlike the desire which had persuaded me that Albertine was innocent, only with our own life. To all the evidence that corroborated my original version, I had stupidly preferred simple statements by Albertine. Why had I believed them? Falsehood is essential to humanity. It plays as large a part, perhaps, as the quest of pleasure, and is moreover commanded by that quest. We lie in order to protect our pleasure or our honour, if the disclosure of our pleasure runs counter to our honour. We lie all our life long, especially, indeed perhaps only, to those people who love us. Such people, in fact, alone make us fear for our pleasure and desire their esteem. I had at first thought Albertine guilty, and it was only my desire devoting to a process of doubt the strength of my intelligence that had set me upon the wrong track. Perhaps we live surrounded by electric, seismic signs, which we must interpret in good faith in order to know the truth about the characters of other people. If the truth must be told, saddened as I was in spite of everything by André's words, I felt it to be better that the truth should at last agree with what my instinct had originally foreboded, rather than with the miserable optimism to which I had since made a cowardly surrender. I would have preferred that life should remain at the high level of my intuitions, those, moreover, which I had felt that first day upon the beach, when I had supposed that those girls embodied the frenzy of pleasure, were vice incarnate, and again on the evening when I had seen Albertine's governess leading that passionate girl home to the little villa, as one thrust into its cage a wild animal which nothing in the future, despite appearances, will ever succeed in taming. Did they not agree with what Bloch had told me, when he had made the world seem so fair to me, by showing me, making me palpitate on all my walks at every encounter, the universality of desire? Perhaps when all was said, it was better that I should not have found those first intuitions verified afresh until now. While the whole of my love for Albertine endured, they would have made me suffer too keenly, and it was better that there should have subsisted of them only a trace, my perpetual suspicion of things which I did not see, and which nevertheless happened continually so close to me, and perhaps another trace as well, earlier, more vast, which was my love itself. Was it not, indeed, despite all the denials of my reason, tantamount to knowing Albertine in all her hideousness, merely to choose her, to love her? And even in the moments when suspicion is lulled, is not love the persistence and a transformation of that suspicion? Is it not a proof of clairvoyance, a proof unintelligible to the lover himself, since desire going always in the direction of what is most opposite to ourselves forces us to love what will make us suffer? Certainly there enter into a person's charm, into the attraction of her eyes, her lips, her figure, the elements unknown to us which are capable of making us suffer most intensely, so much so that to feel ourselves attracted by the person, to begin to love her, is, however innocent we may pretend it to be, to read already in a different version all her betrayals and her faults. And those charms which, to attract me, materialized thus the noxious, dangerous, fatal parts of a person, did they perhaps stand in a more direct relation of cause to effect to those secret poisons than do the seductive luxuriance and the toxic juice of certain venomous flowers? It was, perhaps, I told myself, Albertine's vice itself, the cause of my future sufferings, that had produced in her that honest, frank manner, creating the illusion that one could enjoy with her the same loyal and unrestricted comradeship as with a man, just as a parallel vice had produced in Monsieur de Charlus a feminine refinement of sensibility and mind. Through a period of the most utter blindness, perspicacity persists beneath the very form of predilection and affection, which means that we are wrong in speaking of a bad choice in love, since whenever there is a choice, it can only be bad. Did those excursions to the Butte Chaumont take place when you used to call for her here? I asked André. Oh, no. From the day when Albertine came back from Balbec with you, except the time I told you about, she never did anything again with me. She would not even allow me to mention such things to her. But, my dear André, why go on lying to me? By the merest chance, for I never try to find out anything, I have learned in the minutest details things of that sort which Albertine did. I can tell you exactly, on the bank of the river with a laundress only a few days before her death. Ah, perhaps after she had left you, that I can't say. She felt that she had failed, that she would never again be able to regain your confidence. These last words appalled me. Then I thought again of the evening of the branch of Syringa. I remembered that about a fortnight later, as my jealousy kept seeking a fresh object, I had asked Albertine whether she had ever had relations with André, and she had replied, "Oh, never. Of course I adore André. I have a profound affection for her, but as though we were sisters. And even if I had the tastes which you seem to suppose, she is the last person that would have entered my head. I can swear to you by anything you like, by my aunt, by my poor mother's grave." I had believed her. And yet, even if I had not been made suspicious by the contradiction between her former partial admissions with regard to certain matters, and the firmness with which she had afterwards denied them as soon as she saw that I was not unaffected, I ought to have remembered Swann, convinced of the platonic nature of Monsieur de Charlus's friendships, and assuring me of it on the evening of the very day on which I had seen the tailor and the Baron in the courtyard. I ought to have reflected that if there are, one covering the other, two worlds, one consisting of the things that the best, the sincerest people say, and behind it the world composed of those same people's successive actions, so that when a married woman says to you of a young man, "Oh, it is perfectly true that I have an immense affection for him, but it is something quite innocent, quite pure. I could swear it upon the memory of my parents," we ought ourselves, instead of feeling any hesitation, to swear that she has probably just come from her bathroom, to which, after every assignation that she has with the young man in question, she dashes to prevent any risk of his giving her a child. The spray of Syringa made me profoundly sad, as did also the discovery that Albertine could have thought or called me cruel and hostile. Most of all, perhaps, certain lies so unexpected that I had difficulty in grasping them. One day Albertine had told me that she had been to an aerodrome, that the airman was in love with her. This doubtless in order to divert my suspicion from women, thinking that I was less jealous of other men, that it had been amusing to watch André's raptures at the said airman, at all the compliments that he paid Albertine, until finally André had longed to go in the air with him. Now this was an entire fabrication. André had never visited the aerodrome in question. When André left me, it was dinner time. "You will never guess who has been to see me, and stayed at least 3 hours," said my mother. "I call it 3 hours. It was perhaps longer. She arrived almost on the heels of my first visitor, who was Madame Cottard, sat still and watched everybody come and go, and I had more than 30 callers, and left me only a quarter of an hour ago. If you hadn't had your friend André with you, I should have sent for you." "Why? Who was it?" "A person who never pays calls." "The Princess de Parme? Why, I have a cleverer son than I thought I had. There is no fun in making you guess a name, for you hit on it at once." "Did she come to apologize for her rudeness yesterday?" "No, that would have been stupid. The fact of her calling was an apology. Your poor grandmother would have thought it admirable. It seems that about 2 o'clock she had sent a footman to ask whether I had an at-home day. She was told that this was the day, and so up she came." My first thought, which I did not dare mention to Mamma, was that the Princess de Parme, surrounded the day before by people of rank and fashion with whom she was on intimate terms and enjoyed conversing, had, when she saw my mother come into the room, felt an annoyance which she had made no attempt to conceal. And it was quite in the style of the great ladies of Germany, which, for that matter, the Guermantes had largely adopted, this stiffness for which they thought to atone by a scrupulous affability. But my mother believed, and I came in time to share her opinion, that all that had happened was that the Princess de Parme, having failed to recognize her, had not felt herself bound to pay her any attention, that she had learned after my mother's departure who she was, either from the Duchesse de Guermantes, whom my mother had met as she was leaving the house, or from the list of her visitors, whose names before they entered her presence the servants recorded in a book. She had thought it impolite to send word or to say to my mother, "I did not recognize you," but, and this was no less in harmony with the good manners of the German courts and with the Guermantes code of behavior than my original theory, had thought that a call, an exceptional action on the part of a royal personage, and what was more, a call of several hours' duration, would convey the explanation to my mother in an indirect but no less convincing form, which is just what did happen. But I did not waste any time in asking my mother to tell me about the princess's call, for I had just recalled a number of incidents with regard to Albertine, as to which I had meant but had forgotten to question André. How little, for that matter, did I know, should I ever know, of this story of Albertine, the only story that could be of particular interest to me, or did at least begin to interest me afresh at certain moments. For man is that creature without any fixed age, who has the faculty of becoming in a few seconds many years younger, and who, surrounded by the walls of the time through which he has lived, floats within them, but as though in a basin, the surface level of which is constantly changing, so as to bring him into the range now of one epoch, now of another. I wrote to André asking her to come again. She was unable to do so until a week had passed. Almost as soon as she entered the room, I said to her, "Very well, then. Since you maintain that Albertine never did that sort of thing while she was staying here, according to you, it was to be able to do it more freely that she left me. But for which of her friends?" "Certainly not. It was not that at all." "Then because I was too unkind to her?" "No, I don't think so. I believe that she was forced to leave you by her aunt, who had designs for her future upon that gutter-snipe. You know, the young man whom you used to call, I am in the soup, the young man who was in love with Albertine and had proposed for her. Seeing that you did not marry her, they were afraid that the shocking length of her stay in your house might prevent the young man from proposing. Madame Bontemps, after the young man had brought continual pressure to bear upon her, summoned Albertine home. Albertine, after all, needed her uncle and aunt, and when she found that they expected her to make up her mind, she left you. I had never, in my jealousy, thought of this explanation, but only of Albertine's desire for other women and of my own vigilance. I had forgotten that there was also Madame Bontemps, who might presently regard as strange what had shocked my mother from the first. At least Madame Bontemps was afraid that it might shock this possible husband, whom she was keeping in reserve for Albertine in case I failed to marry her. Was this marriage really the cause of Albertine's departure? And out of self-respect, so as not to appear to be dependent on her aunt, or to force me to marry her, had she preferred not to mention it? I was beginning to realize that the system of multiple causes for a single action, of which Albertine showed her mastery in her relations with her girlfriends, when she allowed each of them to suppose that it was for her sake that she had come, was only a sort of artificial, deliberate symbol of the different aspects that an action assumes according to the point of view that we adopt. The astonishment, I might almost say the shame that I felt at never having even once told myself that Albertine, in my house, was in a false position, which might give offence to her aunt. It was not the first, nor was it the last time that I felt it. How often has it been my lot, after I have sought to understand the relations between two people and the crises that they bring about, to hear, all of a sudden, a third person speak to me of them from his own point of view, for he has even closer relations with one of the two, a point of view which has perhaps been the cause of the crisis. And if people's actions remain so indefinite, how should not the people themselves be equally indefinite? If I listened to the people who maintained that Albertine was a schemer who had tried to get one man after another to marry her, it was not difficult to imagine how they would have defined her life with me. And yet, to my mind, she had been a victim who perhaps was not altogether pure, but in that case guilty for other reasons, on account of vices to which people did not refer. But we must above all say to ourselves this. On the one hand, lying is often a trait of character. On the other hand, in women who would not otherwise be liars, it is a natural defence, improvised at first, then more and more organized against that sudden danger which would be capable of destroying all life, love. On the other hand, again, it is not the effect of chance if men who are intelligent and sensitive invariably give themselves to insensitive and inferior women, and are at the same time so attached to them that the proof that they are not loved does not in the least cure them of the instinct to sacrifice everything else in the attempt to keep such a woman with them. If I say that such men need to suffer, I am saying something that is accurate while suppressing the preliminary truths which make that need, involuntary in a sense, to suffer, a perfectly comprehensible consequence of those truths. Without taking into account that, complete natures being rare, a man who is highly sensitive and highly intelligent will generally have little willpower, will be the plaything of habit and of that fear of suffering in the immediate present which condemns us to perpetual suffering, and that in those conditions he will never be prepared to repudiate the woman who does not love him. We may be surprised that he should be content with so little love, but we ought rather to picture to ourselves the grief that may be caused him by the love which he himself feels. a grief which we ought not to pity unduly, for those terrible commotions which are caused by an unrequited love, by the departure, the death of a mistress, are like those attacks of paralysis which at first leave us helpless, but after which our muscles begin by degrees to recover their vital elasticity and energy. What is more, this grief does not lack compensation. These sensitive and intelligent men are as a rule little inclined to falsehood. This takes them all the more by surprise, inasmuch as, intelligent as they may be, they live in the world of possibilities, react little, live in the grief which a woman has just inflicted on them, rather than in the clear perception of what she had in mind, what she was doing, of the man with whom she was in love, a perception granted chiefly to deliberate natures, which require it in order to prepare against the future, instead of lamenting the past. And so these men feel that they are betrayed, without quite knowing how. Wherefore the mediocre woman, with whom we were surprised to see them fall in love, enriches the universe for them far more than an intelligent woman would have done. Behind each of her words they feel that a lie is lurking. Behind each house to which she says that she has gone, another house. Behind each action, each person, another action, another person. Doubtless they do not know what or whom, have not the energy, would not perhaps find it possible to discover. A lying woman, by an extremely simple trick, can beguile, without taking the trouble to change her method, any number of people, and what is more, the very person who ought to have discovered the trick. All this creates, in front of the sensitive and intelligent man, a universe, all depth which his jealousy would fain plumb, and which is not without interest to his intelligence. Albeit I was not exactly a man of that category, I was going, perhaps, now that Albertine was dead, to learn the secret of her life. Here again, do not these indiscretions, which occur only after a person's life on earth is ended, prove that nobody believes really in a future state? If these indiscretions are true, we ought to fear the resentment of her whose actions we are revealing, fully as much on the day when we shall meet her in heaven, as we feared it so long as she was alive, when we found ourselves bound to keep her secret. And if these indiscretions are false, invented because she is no longer present to contradict them, we ought to be even more afraid of the dead woman's wrath if we believed in heaven. But no one does believe in it. So that it was possible that a long debate had gone on in Albertine's heart between staying with me and leaving me, but that her decision to leave me had been made on account of her aunt or of that young man, and not on account of women to whom perhaps she had never given a thought. The most serious thing to my mind was that André, albeit she had nothing now to conceal from me as to Albertine's morals, swore to me that nothing of the sort had ever occurred between Albertine on the one hand and Mademoiselle Vinteuil or her friend on the other. Albertine herself was unconscious of her own instincts when she first met the girls, and they, from that fear of making a mistake in the object of our desire, which breeds as many errors as desire itself, regarded her as extremely hostile to that sort of thing. Perhaps later on they had learned that her tastes were similar to their own, but by that time they knew Albertine too well, and Albertine knew them too well for there to be any thought of their doing things together. In short, I did not understand any better than before why Albertine had left me. If the face of a woman is perceived with difficulty by our eyes, which cannot take in the whole of its moving surface, by our lips, still more by our memory, if it is shrouded in obscurity according to her social position, according to the level at which we are situated, how much thicker is the veil drawn between the actions of her whom we see and her motives? Her motives are situated in a more distant plane which we do not perceive, and engender, moreover, actions other than those which we know, and often in absolute contradiction to them. When has there not been some man in public life, regarded as a saint by his friends, who is discovered to have forged documents, robbed the state, betrayed his country? How often is a great nobleman robbed by a steward whom he has brought up from childhood, ready to swear that he was an honest man, as possibly he was. Now, this curtain that screens another person's motives, how much more impenetrable does it become if we are in love with that person? For it clouds our judgment, and also obscures the actions of her who, feeling that she is loved, ceases at once to attach any value to what otherwise would doubtless have seemed to her important, such as wealth, for example. Perhaps, moreover, she is impelled to pretend to a certain extent this scorn of wealth, in the hope of obtaining more money by making us suffer. The bargaining instinct also may be involved. And so with the actual incidents in her life, an intrigue which she has confided to no one for fear of its being revealed to us, which many people might for all that have discovered had they felt the same passionate desire to know it as ourselves, while preserving freer minds, arousing fewer suspicions in the guilty party, an intrigue of which certain people have not been unaware, but people whom we do not know and should not know how to find. And among all these reasons for her adopting an inexplicable attitude towards us, we must include those idiosyncrasies of character which impel a person, whether from indifference to his own interests, or from hatred, or from love of freedom, or from sudden bursts of anger, or from fear of what certain people will think, to do the opposite of what we expected. And then there are the differences of environment, of upbringing, in which we refuse to believe because, when we are talking together, they are effaced by our speech, but which return when we are apart to direct the actions of each of us from so opposite a point of view that there is no possibility of their meeting. But, my dear André, you are lying again. Remember, you admitted it to me yourself. I telephoned to you the evening before. You remember Albertine had been so anxious, and kept it from me as though it had been something that I must not know about, to go to the afternoon party at the Verdurins, at which Mademoiselle Vinteuil was expected. Yes, but Albertine had not the slightest idea that Mademoiselle Vinteuil was to be there. What? You yourself told me that she had met Madame Verdurin a few days earlier. Besides, André, there is no point in our trying to deceive one another. I found a letter one morning in Albertine's room, a note from Madame Verdurin begging her to come that afternoon. And I showed her the note, which, as a matter of fact, Françoise had taken care to bring to my notice, by placing it on the surface of Albertine's possessions a few days before her departure, and, I am afraid, leaving it there to make Albertine suppose that I had been rummaging among her things, to let her know in any case that I had seen it. And I had often asked myself whether Françoise's ruse had not been largely responsible for the departure of Albertine, who saw that she could no longer conceal anything from me, and felt disheartened, vanquished. I showed André the letter. I feel no compunction. Everything is excused by this strong family feeling. You know very well, André, that Albertine used always to say that Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend was indeed a mother, an elder sister to her. But you have misinterpreted this note. The person that Madame Verdurin wished Albertine to meet that afternoon was not at all Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend. It was the young man you call I am in the soup. And the strong family feeling is what Madame Verdurin felt for the brute who is, after all, her nephew. At the same time, I think that Albertine did hear afterwards that Mademoiselle Vinteuil was to be there. Madame Verdurin may have let her know separately. Of course the thought of seeing her friend again gave her pleasure, reminded her of happier times in the past, but just as you would be glad if you were going to some place to know that Elstir would be there, but no more than that, not even as much. No, if Albertine was unwilling to say why she wanted to go to Madame Verdurin's, it is because it was a rehearsal to which Madame Verdurin had invited a very small party, including that nephew of hers whom you had met at Balbec, to whom Madame Bontemps was hoping to marry Albertine, and to whom Albertine wanted to talk. A fine lot of people. And so Albertine, in spite of what André's mother used to think, had after all the prospect of a wealthy marriage. And when she had wanted to visit Madame Verdurin, when she spoke to her in secret, when she had been so annoyed that I should have gone there that evening without warning her, the plot that had been woven by her and Madame Verdurin had as its object her meeting not Mademoiselle Vinteuil, but the nephew, with whom Albertine was in love, and for whom Madame Verdurin was acting as go-between, with the satisfaction in working for the achievement of one of those marriages which surprise us in certain families, into whose state of mind we do not enter completely, supposing them to be intent upon a rich bride. Now I had never given another thought to this nephew, who had perhaps been the initiator, thanks to whom I had received her first kiss. And for the whole plane of Albertine's motives, which I had constructed, I must now substitute another, or rather superimpose it, for perhaps it did not exclude the other. A preference for women did not prevent her from marrying. And anyhow, there is no need to seek out all these explanations, André went on. Heaven only knows how I loved Albertine, and what a good creature she was. But really, after she had typhoid, a year before you first met us all, she was an absolute madcap. All of a sudden, she would be disgusted with what she was doing. All her plans would have to be changed at once, and she herself probably could not tell you why. You remember the year when you first came to Balbec, the year when you met us all? One fine day she made someone send her a telegram, calling her back to Paris. She had barely time to pack her trunks. But there was absolutely no reason for her to go. All the excuses that she made were false. Paris was impossible for her at the moment. We were all of us still at Balbec. The golf club wasn't closed. Indeed, the heats for the cup, which she was so keen on winning, weren't finished. She was certain to win it. It only meant staying on for another week. Well, off she went. I've often spoken to her about it since. She said herself that she didn't know why she had left, that she felt homesick, the home being Paris. You can imagine how likely that was. That she didn't feel happy at Balbec, that she thought that there were people there who were laughing at her. And I told myself that there was this amount of truth in what André said, that if differences between minds account for the different impressions produced upon one person and another by the same work, for differences of feeling, for the impossibility of captivating a person to whom we do not appeal, there are also the differences between characters, the peculiarities of a single character, which are also motives for action. Then I ceased to think about this explanation, and said to myself how difficult it is to know the truth in this world. I had indeed observed Albertine's anxiety to go to Madame Verdurin's, and her concealment of it, and I had not been mistaken. But even then, if we do manage to grasp one fact like this, there are others which we perceive only in their outward appearance, for the reverse of the tapestry, the real side of the action, of the intrigue, as well as that of the intellect, of the heart, is hidden from us, and we see pass before us only flat silhouettes, of which we say to ourselves, it is this, it is that, it is on her account or on someone else's. The revelation of the fact that Mademoiselle Vinteuil was expected had seemed to me an explanation all the more logical, seeing that Albertine had anticipated it by mentioning her to me, and subsequently Had she not refused to swear to me that Mademoiselle Vinteuil's presence gave her no pleasure? And here, with regard to this young man, I remembered a point which I had forgotten. A little time earlier, while Albertine was staying with me, I had met him, and he had been, in contradiction of his attitude at Baalbec, extremely friendly, even affectionate with me, had begged me to allow him to call upon me, which I had declined to do for a number of reasons. And now I realized that it was simply because, knowing that Albertine was staying in the house, he had wished to be on good terms with me, so as to have every facility for seeing her and for carrying her off from me, and I concluded that he was a scoundrel. Some time later, when I attended the first performances of this young man's works, no doubt I continued to think that if he had been so anxious to call upon me, it was for Albertine's sake. But while I felt this to be reprehensible, I remembered that in the past, if I had gone down to Doncières to see Saint-Loup, it was really because I was in love with Madame de Guermantes. It is true that the situation was not identical, since Saint-Loup had not been in love with Madame de Guermantes, with the result that there was in my affection for him a trace of duplicity, perhaps, but no treason. But I reflected afterwards that this affection which we feel for the person who controls the object of our desire, we feel equally if the person controls that object while loving it himself. No doubt we have then to struggle against a friendship which will lead us straight to treason. And I think that this is what I have always done. But in the case of those who have not the strength to struggle, we cannot say that in them the friendship that they affect for the controller is a mere ruse. They feel it sincerely, and for that reason display it with an ardor which, once the betrayal is complete, means that the betrayed husband or lover is able to say with a stupefied indignation, "If you had heard the protestations of affection that the wretch showered on me, that a person should come to rob a man of his treasure, that I can understand. But that he should feel the diabolical need to assure him first of all of his friendship is a degree of ignominy and perversity which it is impossible to imagine." Now, there is no such perversity in the action, nor even an absolutely clear falsehood. The affection of this sort which Albertine's pseudo-fiancé had manifested for me that day had yet another excuse, being more complex than a simple consequence of his love for Albertine. It had been for a short time only that he had known himself, confessed himself, been anxious to be proclaimed an intellectual. For the first time, values other than sporting or amatory existed for him. The fact that I had been regarded with esteem by Elstir, by Bergotte, that Albertine had perhaps told him of the way in which I criticized writers, which led her to imagine that I might myself be able to write, had the result that all of a sudden I had become to him, to the new man who he at last realized himself to be, an interesting person with whom he would like to be associated, to whom he would like to confide his plans, whom he would ask, perhaps, for an introduction to Elstir, with the result that he was sincere when he asked if he might call upon me, expressing a regard for me to which intellectual reasons as well as the thought of Albertine imparted sincerity. No doubt it was not for that he was so anxious to come and see me, and would have sacrificed everything else with that object. But of this last reason, which did little more than raise to a sort of impassioned paroxysm the two other reasons, he was perhaps unaware himself, and the other two existed really, as might have existed really in Albertine when she had been anxious to go, on the afternoon of the rehearsal, to Madame Verdurin's, the perfectly respectable pleasure that she would feel in meeting again friends of her childhood, who, in her eyes, were no more vicious than she was in theirs, in talking to them, in showing them by the mere fact of her presence at the Verdurins that the poor little girl whom they had known was now invited to a distinguished house, the pleasure also that she might perhaps have felt in listening to Vinteuil's music. If all this was true, the blush that had risen to Albertine's cheeks when I mentioned Mademoiselle Vinteuil was due to what I had done with regard to that afternoon party which she had tried to keep secret from me, because of that proposal of marriage of which I was not to know. Albertine's refusal to swear to me that she would not have felt any pleasure in meeting Mademoiselle Vinteuil again at that party had at the moment intensified my torment, strengthened my suspicions, but proved to me in retrospect that she had been determined to be sincere, and even over an innocent matter, perhaps simply because it was an innocent matter. There remained what André had told me about her relations with Albertine. Perhaps, however, even without going so far as to believe that André had invented the story solely in order that I might not feel happy and might not feel myself superior to her, I might still suppose that she had slightly exaggerated her account of what she used to do with Albertine, and that Albertine, by a mental restriction, diminished slightly also what she had done with André, making use systematically of certain definitions which I had stupidly formulated upon the subject, finding that her relations with André did not enter into the field of what she was obliged to confess to me, and that she could deny them without lying. But why should I believe that it was she rather than André who was lying? Truth and life are very arduous, and there remained to me from them, without my really knowing them, an impression in which sorrow was perhaps actually dominated by exhaustion. As for the third occasion, on which I remember that I was conscious of approaching an absolute indifference with regard to Albertine, and on this third occasion I felt that I had entirely arrived at it, it was one day at Venice, a long time after André's last visit. Chapter 3. Venice. My mother had brought me for a few weeks to Venice, and, as there may be beauty in the most precious as well as in the humblest things, I was receiving there impressions analogous to those which I had felt so often in the past at Cambrai, but transposed into a wholly different and far richer key. When, at 10 o'clock in the morning, my shutters were thrown open, I saw a blaze in the sunlight, instead of the black marble into which the slates of Saint-Hilaire used to turn, the golden angel on the campanile of San Marco. In its dazzling glitter, which made it almost impossible to fix it in space, it promised me with its outstretched arms, for the moment half an hour later when I was to appear on the Piazzetta, a joy more certain than any that it could ever in the past have been bidden to announce to men of good will. I could see nothing but itself so long as I remained in bed, but as the whole world is merely a vast sundial, a single lighted segment of which enables us to tell what o'clock it is, on the very first morning I was reminded of the shops in the Place de l'Église at Cambrai, which on Sunday mornings were always on the point of shutting when I arrived for Mass, while the straw in the market-place smelt strongly in the already hot sunlight. But on the second morning, what I saw when I awoke, what made me get out of bed, because they had taken the place in my consciousness and in my desire of my memories of Cambrai, were the impressions of my first morning stroll in Venice. Venice, whose daily life was no less real than that of Cambrai, whereas at Cambrai on Sunday mornings one had the delight of emerging upon a festive street, but where that street was paved with water of a sapphire blue, refreshed by little ripples of cooler air, and of so solid a colour that my tired eyes might, in quest of relaxation, and without fear of its giving way, rest their gaze upon it. Like at Cambrai, the worthy folk of the Rue de l'Oiseau, so in this strange town also the inhabitants did indeed emerge from houses drawn up in line side by side along the principal street. But the part played there by houses that cast a patch of shade before them was in Venice entrusted to palaces of porphyry and jasper, over the arched door of which the head of a bearded god, projecting from its alignment like the knocker on a door at Cambrai, had the effect of darkening with its shadow not the brownness of the soil, but the splendid blue of the water. On the piazza, the shadow that would have been cast at Cambrai by the linen-draper's awning and the barber's pole turned into the tiny blue flowers, scattered at its feet upon the desert of sun-scorched tiles by the silhouette of a Renaissance façade, which is not to say that when the sun was hot we were not obliged in Venice, as at Cambrai, to pull down the blinds between ourselves and the canal, but they hung behind the quatrefoils and foliage of Gothic windows. Of this sort was the window in our hotel, behind the pillars of which my mother sat waiting for me, gazing at the canal with a patience which she would not have displayed in the old days at Cambrai, at that time when, reposing in myself hopes which had never been realized, she was unwilling to let me see how much she loved me. Nowadays she was well aware that an apparent coldness on her part would alter nothing, and the affection that she lavished upon me was like those forbidden foods which are no longer withheld from invalids when it is certain that they are past recovery. To be sure, the humble details which gave an individuality to the window of my Aunt Leonie's bedroom, seen from the Rue de l'Oiseau, the asymmetry of its position not midway between the windows on either side of it, the exceptional height of its wooden ledge, the slanting bar which kept the shutters closed, the two curtains of glossy blue satin divided and kept apart by their rod, the equivalent of all these things existed in this hotel in Venice, where I could hear also those words, so distinctive, so eloquent, which enable us to recognize at a distance the house to which we are going home to luncheon, and afterwards remain in our memory as testimony that during a certain period of time that house was ours. But the task of uttering them had in Venice devolved not, as at Cambrai, and indeed to a certain extent everywhere, upon the simplest, that is to say, the least beautiful things, but upon the almost oriental arch of a façade which is reproduced among the casts in every museum as one of the supreme achievements of the domestic architecture of the Middle Ages. From a long way away, and when I had barely passed San Giorgio Maggiore, I caught sight of this arched window, which had already seen me, and the spring of its broken curves added to its smile of welcome the distinction of a loftier, scarcely comprehensible gaze. And since, behind those pillars of differently coloured marble, Mamma was sitting reading, while she waited for me to return, her face shrouded in a tulle veil, as agonizing in its whiteness as her hair, to myself, who felt that my mother, wiping away her tears, had pinned it to her straw hat, partly with the idea of appearing dressed in the eyes of the hotel staff, but principally so as to appear to me less in mourning, less sad, almost consoled for the death of my grandmother, since, not having recognized me at first as soon as I called to her from the gondola, she sent out to me, from the bottom of her heart, a love which stopped only where there was no longer any material substance to support it. On the surface of her impassioned gaze, which she brought as close to me as possible, which she tried to thrust forward to the advanced post of her lips, in a smile which seemed to be kissing me in the framework and beneath the canopy of the more discreet smile of the arched window, illuminated by the midday sun. For these reasons, that window has assumed in my memory the precious quality of things that have had, simultaneously, side by side with ourselves, their part in a certain hour that struck, the same for us and for them, and however full the admirable tracery its mullions may be, that illustrious window retains in my sight the intimate aspect of a man of genius with whom we have spent a month in some holiday resort, where he has acquired a friendly regard for us. And if, ever since then, whenever I see a cast of that window in a museum, I feel the tears starting to my eyes, it is simply because the window says to me the thing that touches me more than anything else in the world. I remember your mother so well. And as I went indoors to join my mother, who had left the window, I did indeed recapture, coming from the warm air outside, that feeling of coolness that I had known long ago at Cambrai when I went upstairs to my room. But at Venice it was a breeze from the sea that kept the air cool, and no longer upon the little wooden staircase with narrow steps, but upon the noble surfaces of blocks of marble, splashed at every moment by a shaft of greenish sunlight, which, to the valuable instruction in the art of Chardin, acquired long ago, added a lesson in that of Veronese. And since, at Venice, it is to works of art, to things of priceless beauty, that the task is entrusted of giving us our impressions of everyday life, we may sketch the character of this city, using the pretext that the Venice of certain painters is coldly aesthetic in its most celebrated parts, by representing only— let us make an exception of the superb studies of Maxime de Thomas, its poverty-stricken aspects, in the quarters where everything that creates its splendor is concealed, and to make Venice more intimate and more genuine, give it a resemblance to Aubervilliers. It has been the mistake of some very great artists that, by a quite natural reaction from the artificial Venice of bad painters, they have attached themselves exclusively to the Venice which they have found more realistic, to some humble Campo, some deserted Rio. It was this Venice that I used often to explore in the afternoon when I did not go out with my mother. The fact was that it was easier to find there women of the industrial class, matchmakers, pearl-stringers, workers in glass or lace, working women in black shawls with long fringes. My gondola followed the course of the small canals, like the mysterious hand of a genie leading me through the maze of this oriental city. They seemed, as I advanced, to be carving a road for me through the heart of a crowded quarter which they clove asunder, barely dividing with a slender fissure, arbitrarily carved, the tall houses with their tiny Moorish windows. And as though the magic guide had been holding a candle in his hand, and were lighting the way for me, they kept casting ahead of them a ray of sunlight, for which they cleared a path. One felt that between the mean dwellings which the canal had just parted, and which otherwise would have formed a compact whole, no open space had been reserved, with the result that the belfry of the church or the garden trellis rose sheer above the Rio as in a flooded city. But with churches, as with gardens, thanks to the same transposition as in the Grand Canal, the sea formed so effective a way of communication, a substitute for street or alley, that on either side of the Canaletto the churches rose from the water in this ancient plebeian quarter, degraded into humble, much-frequented mission chapels, bearing upon their surface the stamp of their necessity, of their use by crowds of simple folk, that the gardens crossed by the line of the canal allowed their astonished leaves or fruit to trail in the water, and that on the doorstep of the house, whose roughly hewn stone was still wrinkled as though it had only just been sawn, little boys, surprised by the gondola and keeping their balance, allowed their legs to dangle vertically, like sailors seated upon a swing bridge, the two halves of which have been swung apart, allowing the sea to pass between them. Now and again there appeared a handsomer building that happened to be there, like a surprise in a box which we have just opened. A little ivory temple with its Corinthian columns and its allegorical statue on the pediment, somewhat out of place among the ordinary buildings in the midst of which it had survived, and the peristyle with which the canal provided it resembled a landing stage for market gardeners. The sun had barely begun to set when I went to fetch my mother from the Piazzetta. We returned up the Grand Canal in our gondola. We watched the double line of palaces between which we passed reflect the light and angle of the sun upon their rosy surfaces, and alter with them, seeming not so much private habitations and historic buildings as a chain of marble cliffs, at the foot of which people go out in the evening in a boat to watch the sunset. In this way, the mansions arranged along either bank of the canal made one think of objects of nature, but of a nature which seemed to have created its works with a human imagination. But at the same time, because of the character of the impressions, always urban, which Venice gives us almost in the open sea, upon those waves whose flow and ebb make themselves felt twice daily, and which alternately cover at high tide and uncover at low tide the splendid outside stairs of the palaces, as we should have done in Paris upon the boulevards, in the Champs-Élysées, in the Bois, in any wide thoroughfare that was a fashionable resort. In the powdery evening light we passed the most beautifully dressed women, almost all foreigners, who, propped luxuriously upon the cushions of their floating vehicle, took their place in the procession, stopped before a palace in which there was a friend whom they wished to see, sent to inquire whether she was at home, and while, as they waited for the answer, they prepared to leave a card, as they would have done at the door of the Hôtel de Guermantes, they turned to their guide-book to find out the period, the style of the palace, not without being shaken as though upon the crest of a blue wave by the thrust of the flashing, prancing water, which took alarm on finding itself pent between the dancing gondola and the slapping marble. And thus any excursion, even when it was only to pay calls or to go shopping, was threefold and unique in this Venice, where the simplest social coming and going assumed at the same time the form and the charm of a visit to a museum and a trip on the sea. Several of the palaces on the Grand Canal had been converted into hotels, and feeling the need of a change, or wishing to be hospitable to Madame Sazerat, whom we had encountered, the unexpected and inopportune acquaintance whom we invariably meet when we travel abroad, and whom Mamma had invited to dine with us, we decided one evening to try an hotel which was not our own, and in which we had been told that the food was better. While my mother was paying the gondolier and taking Madame Sazerat to the room which she had engaged, I slipped away to inspect the great hall of the restaurant, with its fine marble pillars, and walls and ceiling that were once entirely covered with frescoes, recently and badly restored. Two waiters were conversing in an Italian which I translate.
"Are the old people going to dine in their room? They never let us know. It's the devil. I never know whether I am to reserve their table. Non so se bisogna conservargli la loro tavola."
And then suppose they come down and find their table taken. I don't understand how they can take in forestieri like that in such a smart hotel. They are not our style. Notwithstanding his contempt, the waiter was anxious to know what action he was to take with regard to the table, and was going to get the lift-boy sent upstairs to inquire, when, before he had had time to do so, he received his answer. He had just caught sight of the old lady who was entering the room. I had no difficulty, despite the air of melancholy and weariness that comes with the burden of years, and despite a sort of eczema, a red leprosy that covered her face, in recognizing beneath her bonnet, in her black jacket, made by W., but to the untutored eye exactly like that of an old charwoman, the Marquise de Villeparisis. As luck would have it, the spot upon which I was standing, engaged in studying the remains of a fresco between two of the beautiful marble panels, was directly behind the table at which Madame de Villeparisis had just sat down. "Then Monsieur de Villeparisis won't be long. They've been here a month now, and it's only once that they didn't have a meal together," said the waiter. I was asking myself who the relative could be with whom she was travelling, and who was named Monsieur de Villeparisis, when I saw a few moments later advance towards the table and sit down by her side her old lover, Monsieur de Norpois. His great age had weakened the resonance of his voice, but had, in compensation, given to his language, formerly so reserved, a positive intemperance. The cause of this was to be sought, perhaps, in certain ambitions for the realization of which little time, he felt, remained to him, and which filled him all the more with vehemence and ardour. Perhaps in the fact that, having been discarded from a world of politics to which he longed to return, he imagined in the simplicity of his desire that he could turn out of office, by the pungent criticisms which he launched at them, the men whose places he was anxious to fill. Thus we see politicians convinced that the cabinet of which they are not members cannot hold out for 3 days. It would, however, be an exaggeration to suppose that Monsieur de Norpois had entirely lost the traditions of diplomatic speech. Whenever important matters were involved, he at once became, as we shall see, the man whom we remember in the past. But at all other times he would inveigh against this man and that with the senile violence of certain octogenarians, which hurls them into the arms of women to whom they are no longer capable of doing any serious damage. Madame de Villeparisis preserved for some minutes the silence of an old woman who, in the exhaustion of age, finds it difficult to rise from memories of the past to consideration of the present. Then, turning to one of those eminently practical questions that indicate the survival of a mutual affection, "Did you call at Salviati's?" "Yes." "Will they send it tomorrow?" "I brought the bowl back myself. You shall see it after dinner. Let us decide what there is to eat." "Did you send instructions about my Suez shares?" "No. At the present moment the market is entirely taken up with oil shares. But there's no hurry. They are still fetching an excellent price. Here is the bill of fare. First of all, there are red mullets. Shall we try them?" "For me, yes, but you are not allowed them. Ask for a risotto instead, but they don't know how to cook it." "That doesn't matter. Waiter, some mullets for madame and a risotto for me." A fresh and prolonged silence. "Why, I brought you the papers. The Corriere della Sera, the Gazzetta del Popolo, and all the rest of them. Do you know, there is a great deal of talk about a diplomatic change, the first scapegoat in which is to be Paleologue, who is notoriously inadequate in Serbia. He will perhaps be succeeded by Lozé, and there will be a vacancy at Constantinople." "But," Monsieur de Norpois hastened to add in a bitter tone, "for an embassy of such scope in a capital where it is obvious that Great Britain must always, whatever may happen, occupy the chief place at the council table, it would be prudent to turn to men of experience, better armed to resist the ambushes of the enemies of our British ally than our diplomats of the modern school, who would walk blindfold into the trap." The angry volubility with which Monsieur de Norpois uttered the last words was due principally to the fact that the newspapers, instead of suggesting his name, as he had requested them to do, named as a hot favourite a young official of the Foreign Ministry. Heaven knows that the men of years and experience may well hesitate, as a result of all manner of tortuous manoeuvres, to put themselves forward in the place of more or less incapable recruits. I have known many of these self-styled diplomats of the empirical method, who centred all their hopes in a soap bubble which it did not take me long to burst. There can be no question about it. If the government is so lacking in wisdom as to entrust the reins of state to turbulent hands, at the call of duty an old conscript will always answer present. But who knows? And here Monsieur de Norpois appeared to know perfectly well to whom he was referring, whether it would not be the same on the day when they came in search of some veteran full of wisdom and skill. To my mind, for everyone has a right to his own opinion, the post at Constantinople should not be accepted until we have settled our existing difficulties with Germany. We owe no man anything, and it is intolerable that every 6 months they should come and demand from us by fraudulent machinations and extort by force and fear the payment of some debt or other always hastily offered by a venal press. This must cease, and naturally a man of high distinction who has proved his merit, a man who would have, if I may say so, the Emperor's ear, would wield greater authority than any ordinary person in bringing the conflict to an end. A gentleman who was finishing his dinner bowed to Monsieur de Norpois. "Why, there is Prince Foggy," said the Marquis. "Ah, I'm not sure that I know whom you mean," muttered Madame de Villeparisis. "Why, of course you do. It is Prince Odone, the brother-in-law of your cousin Doudoville. You cannot have forgotten that I went shooting with him at Bonnetable." "Ah, Odone, is that the one who went in for painting?" "Not at all. He's the one who married the Grand Duke N's sister." Monsieur de Norpois uttered these remarks in the cross tone of a schoolmaster who is dissatisfied with his pupil, and stared fixedly at Madame de Villeparisis out of his blue eyes. When the prince had drunk his coffee and was leaving his table, Monsieur de Norpois rose, hastened towards him, and with a majestic wave of his arm, himself retiring into the background, presented him to Madame de Villeparisis. And during the next few minutes, while the prince was standing beside their table, Monsieur de Norpois never ceased for an instant to keep his azure pupils trained on Madame de Villeparisis, from the weakness or severity of an old lover, principally from fear of her making one of those mistakes in Italian which he had relished but which he dreaded. Whenever she said anything to the prince that was not quite accurate, he corrected her mistake, and stared into the eyes of the abashed and docile marquise with the steady intensity of a hypnotist. A waiter came to tell me that my mother was waiting for me. I went to her and made my apologies to Madame Sazarin, saying that I had been interested to see Madame de Villeparisis. At the sound of this name, Madame Sazarin turned pale and seemed about to faint. Controlling herself with an effort, "Madame de Villeparisis, who was Mademoiselle de Bouillon?" she inquired. "Yes." "Couldn't I just get a glimpse of her for a moment? It has been the desire of my life." "Then there is no time to lose, madame, for she will soon have finished her dinner. But how do you come to take such an interest in her?" "Because Madame de Villeparisis was, before her second marriage, the Duchesse de Havre, beautiful as an angel,
wicked as a demon, who drove my father out of his senses, ruined him, and then forsook him immediately. Well, she may have behaved to him like any girl out of the gutter. She may have been the cause of our having to live, my family and myself, in a humble position at Cambrai. Now that my father is dead, my consolation is to think that he was in love with the most beautiful woman of his generation, and as I have never set eyes on her, it will, after all, be a pleasure. I escorted Madame Sazerat, trembling with emotion, to the restaurant, and pointed out Madame de Villeparisis. But like a blind person who turns his face in the wrong direction, so Madame Sazerat did not bring her gaze to rest upon the table at which Madame de Villeparisis was dining, but looking towards another part of the room said, "But she must have gone. I don't see her in the place you're pointing to." And she continued to gaze round the room in quest of the loathed, adored vision that had haunted her imagination for so long. "Yes, there she is, at the second table." "Then we can't be counting from the same point. At what I call the second table, there are only two people, an old gentleman and a little hunchbacked, red-faced woman, quite hideous." "That is she." In the meantime, Madame de Villeparisis having asked Monsieur de Norpois to make Prince Foggi sit down, a friendly conversation followed among the three of them. They discussed politics. The prince declared that he was not interested in the fate of the cabinet, and would spend another week at least in Venice. He hoped that in the interval all risk of a ministerial crisis would have been obviated. Prince Foggi supposed for a moment that these political topics did not interest Monsieur de Norpois, for the latter, who until then had been expressing himself with such vehemence, had become suddenly absorbed in an almost angelic silence, which he seemed capable of breaking, should his voice return, only by singing some innocent melody by Mendelssohn or César Franck. The prince supposed also that this silence was due to the reserve of a Frenchman, who naturally would not wish to discuss Italian affairs in the presence of an Italian. Now, in this the prince was completely mistaken. Silence, an air of indifference, were, in Monsieur de Norpois, not a sign of reserve, but the regular prelude to an intervention in important affairs. The Marquis had his eye upon nothing less, as we have seen, than Constantinople, with a preliminary settlement of the German question, with a view to which he hoped to force the hand of the Rome cabinet. He considered, in fact, that an action on his part of international range might be the worthy crown of his career, perhaps even an avenue to fresh honours, to difficult tasks to which he had not relinquished his pretensions. For old age makes us incapable of performing our duties, but not, at first, of desiring them. It is only in a third period that those who live to a very great age have relinquished desire, as they have had already to forego action. They no longer present themselves as candidates at futile elections which they tried so often to win, the presidential election, for instance. They content themselves with taking the air, eating, reading the newspapers. They have outlived themselves. The prince, to put the Marquis at his ease, and to show him that he regarded him as a compatriot, began to speak of the possible successors to the Prime Minister then in office, a successor who would have a difficult task before him. When Prince Foggi had mentioned more than 20 names of politicians who seemed to him suitable for office, names to which the ex-ambassador listened with his eyelids drooping over his blue eyes and without moving a muscle, Monsieur de Norpois broke his silence at length to utter those words which were for a score of years
to supply the chanceries with food for conversation, and afterwards, when they had been forgotten, would be exhumed by some personage signing himself One Who Knows, or Testis, or Machiavelli, in a newspaper in which the very oblivion into which they had fallen entitled them to create a fresh sensation. As I say, Prince Foggi had mentioned more than 20 names to the diplomat, who remained as motionless and mute as though he were stone deaf, when Monsieur de Norpois raised his head slightly, and, in the form that had been assumed by those of his diplomatic interventions, which had had the most far-reaching consequences, albeit this time with greater audacity and less brevity, asked shrewdly, "And has no one mentioned the name of Signor Giolitti?" At these words, the scales fell from Prince Foggi's eyes. He could hear a celestial murmur. Then at once Monsieur de Norpois began to speak about one thing and another, no longer afraid to make a sound, as, when the last note of a sublime aria by Bach has been played, the audience are no longer afraid to talk aloud, to call for their hats and coats in the cloakroom. He made the difference even more marked by begging the prince to pay his most humble respects to their Majesties the King and Queen when next he should see them. A phrase of dismissal, which corresponds to the shout for a coachman at the end of a concert. "Auguste, from the Rue de Bellois!" We cannot say what exactly were Prince Foggi's impressions. He must certainly have been delighted to have heard the gem. "And Signor Giolitti, has no one mentioned his name?" For Monsieur de Norpois, in whom age had destroyed or deranged his most outstanding qualities, had, on the other hand, as he grew older, perfected his bravura, as certain aged musicians who in all other respects have declined, acquire and retain until the end, in the matter of chamber music, a perfect virtuosity which they did not formerly possess. However that may be, Prince Foggi, who had intended to spend a fortnight in Venice, returned to Rome that very night, and was received a few days later in audience by the king, in connection with the property which, as we may perhaps have mentioned already, the prince owned in Sicily. The cabinet hung on for longer than could have been expected. When it fell, the king consulted various statesmen as to the most suitable head of the new cabinet. Then he sent for Signor Giolitti, who accepted. 3 months later, a newspaper reported Prince Foggi's meeting with Monsieur de Norpois. The conversation was reported as we have given it here, with the difference that instead of Monsieur de Norpois asked shrewdly, one read, Monsieur de Norpois said with that shrewd and charming smile which is so characteristic of him. Monsieur de Norpois considered that shrewdly had in itself sufficient explosive force for a diplomat, and that this addition was, to say the least, untimely. He had even asked the Quai d'Orsay to issue an official contradiction, but the Quai d'Orsay did not know which way to turn. As a matter of fact, ever since the conversation had been made public, Monsieur Barrère had been telegraphing several times hourly to Paris, pointing out that there was already an accredited ambassador at the Quirinal, and describing the indignation with which the incident had been received throughout the whole of Europe. This indignation was non-existent, but the other ambassadors were too polite to contradict Monsieur Barrère when he assured them that there could be no question about everybody's being furious. Monsieur Barrère, listening only to his own thoughts, mistook this courteous silence for assent. Immediately he telegraphed to Paris, "I have just had an hour's conversation with the Marchese Visconti Venosta," and so forth. His secretaries were worn to skin and bone. Monsieur de Norpois, however, could count upon the devotion of a French newspaper of very long standing, which, indeed, in 1870, when he was French minister in a German capital, had rendered him an important service. This paper, especially its leading article, which was unsigned, was admirably written. But the paper became 1,000 times more interesting when this leading article, styled Premier Paris in those far-off days, and now no one knows why, editorial, was on the contrary badly expressed, with endless repetitions of words. Everyone felt then, with emotion, that the article had been inspired, perhaps by Monsieur de Norpois, perhaps by some other leading man of the hour. To give an anticipatory idea of the Italian incident, let us show how Monsieur de Norpois made use of this paper in 1870, to no purpose, it may be thought, since war broke out nevertheless, most efficaciously according to Monsieur de Norpois, whose axiom was that we ought first and foremost to prepare public opinion. His articles, every word in which was weighed, resembled those optimistic bulletins which are at once followed by the death of the patient. For instance, on the eve of the declaration of war in 1870, when mobilization was almost complete, Monsieur de Norpois, remaining of course in the background, had felt it to be his duty to send to this famous newspaper the following editorial. The opinion seems to prevail in authoritative circles that since the afternoon hours of yesterday, the situation, without of course being of an alarming nature, might well be envisaged as serious, and even from certain angles as susceptible of being regarded as critical. Monsieur le Marquis de Norpois would appear to have held several conversations with the Prussian minister, in order to examine in a firm and conciliatory spirit, and in a wholly concrete fashion, the different causes of friction that, if we may say so, exist. Unfortunately, we have not yet heard, at the hour of going to press, that their excellencies have been able to agree upon a formula that may serve as a base for a diplomatic instrument. Latest intelligence. We have learned with satisfaction in well-formed circles that a slight slackening of tension appears to have occurred in Franco-Prussian relations. We may attach a specially distinct importance to the fact that Monsieur de Norpois is reported to have met the British minister Unter den Linden, and to have conversed with him for fully 20 minutes. This report is regarded as highly satisfactory. There was added in brackets after the word satisfactory its German equivalent, befriedigend, and on the following day one read in the editorial, "It would appear that, notwithstanding all the dexterity of Monsieur de Norpois, to whom everyone must hasten to render homage for the skill and energy with which he has managed to defend the inalienable rights of France, a rupture is now, so to speak, virtually inevitable." The newspaper could not refrain from following an editorial couched in this vein, with a selection of comments, furnished, of course, by Monsieur de Norpois. The reader may perhaps have observed in these last pages that the conditional mood was one of the ambassador's favourite grammatical forms in the literature of diplomacy. One would attach a special importance, for it appears that people attach a special importance, but the present indicative, employed not in its regular sense, but in that of the old optative, was no less dear to Monsieur de Norpois. The comments that followed the editorial were as follows. "Never have the public shown themselves so admirably calm." Monsieur de Norpois would have liked to believe that this was true, but feared that it was precisely the opposite of the truth. "They are weary of fruitless agitation, and have learnt with satisfaction that His Majesty's government would assume their responsibilities according to the eventualities that might occur. The public ask, optative, nothing more." To their splendid coolness, which is in itself a token of victory, we shall add a piece of intelligence amply qualified to reassure public opinion, were there any need of that. We are indeed assured that Monsieur de Norpois, who, for reasons of health, was ordered long ago to return to Paris for medical treatment, would appear to have left Berlin, where he considered that his presence no longer served any purpose. Latest intelligence. His Majesty the Emperor left Compiègne this morning for Paris, in order to confer with the Marquis de Norpois, the Minister for War, and Marshal Bazaine, upon whom public opinion relies with absolute confidence. His Majesty the Emperor has cancelled the banquet which he was about to give for his sister-in-law, the Duchess of Alba. This action created everywhere, as soon as it became known, a particularly favourable impression. The Emperor has held a review of his troops, whose enthusiasm is indescribable. Several corps, by virtue of a mobilization order issued immediately upon the sovereign's arrival in Paris, are, in any contingency, ready to move in the direction of the Rhine. Sometimes at dusk, as I returned to the hotel, I felt that the Albertine of long ago, invisible to my eyes, was nevertheless enclosed within me, as in the dungeons of an internal Venice, the solid walls of which some incident occasionally slid apart so as to give me a glimpse of that past. Thus, for instance, one evening a letter from my stockbroker reopened for me for an instant the gates of the prison in which Albertine abode within me alive, but so remote, so profoundly buried that she remained inaccessible to me. Since her death I had ceased to take any interest in the speculations that I had made in order to have more money for her. But time had passed. The wisest judgments of the previous generation had been proved unwise by this generation, as had occurred in the past to Monsieur Thiers, who had said that railways could never prove successful. The stocks of which Monsieur de Norpois had said to us, "Even if your income from them is nothing very great, you may be certain of never losing any of your capital," were, more often than not, those which had declined most in value. Calls had been made upon me for considerable sums, and in a rash moment I decided to sell out everything, and found that I now possessed barely a fifth of the fortune that I had had when Albertine was alive. This became known at Cambrai among the survivors of our family circle and their friends, and as they knew that I went about with the Marquis de Saint-Loup and the Guermantes family, they said to themselves, "Pride goes before a fall." They would have been greatly astonished to learn that it was for a girl of Albertine's humble position that I had made these speculations. Besides, in that Cambrai world in which everyone is classified forever according to the income that he is known to enjoy, as in an Indian caste, it would have been impossible for anyone to form any idea of the great freedom that prevailed in the world of the Guermantes, where people attached no importance to wealth, and where poverty was regarded as being as disagreeable, but no more degrading, as having no more effect on a person's social position than would a stomach-ache. Doubtless they imagined, on the contrary, at Cambrai, that Saint-Loup and Monsieur de Guermantes must be ruined aristocrats, whose estates were mortgaged, to whom I had been lending money, whereas, if I had been ruined, they would have been the first to offer in all sincerity to come to my assistance. As for my comparative penury, it was all the more awkward at the moment, inasmuch as my Venetian interests had been concentrated for some little time past on a rosy-cheeked young glass-vendor, who offered to the delighted eye a whole range of orange tones, and filled me with such a longing to see her again daily that, feeling that my mother and I would soon be leaving Venice, I had made up my mind that I would try to create some sort of position for her in Paris, which would save me the distress of parting from her. The beauty of her 17 summers was so noble, so radiant, that it was like acquiring a genuine Titian before leaving the place. And would the scant remains of my fortune be sufficient temptation to her to make her leave her native land and come to live in Paris for my sole convenience? But as I came to the end of the stockbroker's letter, a passage in which he said, "I shall look after your credits," reminded me of a scarcely less hypocritically professional expression which the bath attendant at Balbec had used in speaking to Aimée of Albertine. "It was I that looked after her," she had said, and these words, which had never again entered my mind, acted like an open sesame upon the hinges of the prison door. But a moment later the door closed once more upon the immured victim, whom I was not to blame for not wishing to join, since I was no longer able to see her, to call her to mind. And since other people exist for us only to the extent of the idea that we retain of them, who had for an instant seemed to me so touching because of my desertion of her, albeit she was unaware of it, that I had, for the duration of a lightning flash, thought with longing of the time, already remote, when I used to suffer night and day from the companionship of her memory. Another time, at San Giorgio degli Schiavoni, an eagle accompanying one of the apostles and conventionalized in the same manner, revived the memory and almost the suffering caused by the 2 rings, the similarity of which Françoise had revealed to me, and as to which I had never learned who had given them to Albertine. Finally, one evening, an incident occurred of such a nature that it seemed as though my love must revive. No sooner had our gondola stopped at the hotel steps than the porter handed me a telegram, which the messenger had already brought 3 times to the hotel, for owing to the inaccurate rendering of the recipient's name, which I recognized nevertheless, through the corruptions introduced by Italian clerks, as my own, the post office required a signed receipt certifying that the telegram was addressed to myself. I opened it as soon as I was in my own room, and as I cast my eye over the sheet covered with inaccurately transmitted words, managed nevertheless to make out, "My dear, you think me dead. Forgive me. I am quite alive. Should like to see you. Talk about marriage. When do you return? Love, Albertine." Then there occurred in me, in inverse order, a process parallel to that which had occurred in the case of my grandmother. When I had learned the fact of my grandmother's death, I had not at first felt any grief, and I had been really grieved by her death only when spontaneous memories had made her seem to me to be once again alive. Now that Albertine was no longer alive for me in my mind, the news that she was alive did not cause me the joy that I might have expected. Albertine had been nothing more to me than a bundle of thoughts. She had survived her bodily death so long as those thoughts were alive in me. On the other hand, now that those thoughts were dead, Albertine did not in any way revive for me in her bodily form. And when I realized that I felt no joy at the thought of her being alive, that I no longer loved her, I ought to have been more astounded than a person who, looking at his reflection in the glass after months of travel or of sickness, discovers that he has white hair and a different face, that of a middle-aged or an old man. This appalls us because its message is, "The man that I was, the fair young man, no longer exists. I am another person." And yet, was not the impression that I now felt the proof of as profound a change, as total a death of my former self, and of the no less complete substitution of a new self for that former self, as is proved by the sight of a wrinkled face capped with a snowy poll instead of the face of long ago? But we are no more disturbed by the fact of our having become another person after a lapse of years and in the natural order of events than we are disturbed at any given moment by the fact of our being one after another the incompatible persons, crafty, sensitive, refined, coarse, disinterested, ambitious, which we are in turn every day of our life. And the reason why this does not disturb us is the same, namely that the self which has been eclipsed, momentarily in this latter case, and when it is a question of character, permanently in the former case, and when it is a matter of passions, is not present to deplore the other which is for the moment or for all time our whole self. The coarse self laughs at his own coarseness, for he is a coarse person, and the forgetful man does not worry about his loss of memory, simply because he has forgotten. I should have been incapable of resuscitating Albertine, because I was incapable of resuscitating myself, of resuscitating the self of those days. Life, according to its habit, which is, by incessant, infinitesimal labours, to change the face of the world, had not said to me on the morrow of Albertine's death, "Become another person," but by changes too imperceptible for me to be conscious even that I was changing, had altered almost every element in me, with the result that my mind was already accustomed to its new master, my new self, when it became aware that it had changed. It was upon this new master that it depended. My affection for Albertine, my jealousy, depended, as we have seen, upon the irradiation by the association of ideas of certain pleasant or painful impressions, upon the memory of Mademoiselle Vinteuil at Montjouvin, upon the precious good-night kisses that Albertine used to bestow on my throat. But in proportion as these impressions had grown fainter, the vast field of impressions which they coloured with a hue that was agonizing or soothing began to resume its neutral tint. As soon as oblivion had taken hold of certain dominant points of suffering and pleasure, the resistance offered by my love was overcome. I was no longer in love with Albertine. I tried to recall her image to my mind. I had been right in my presentiment when, a couple of days after Albertine's flight, I was appalled by the discovery that I had been able to live for 48 hours without her. It had been the same thing when I wrote to Gilberte long ago, saying to myself, "If this goes on for a year or two, I shall no longer be in love with her." And if, when Swann asked me to come and see Gilberte again, this had seemed to me as embarrassing as greeting a dead woman, in Albertine's case death, or what I had supposed to be death, had achieved the same result as a prolonged rupture in Gilberte's. Death acts only in the same way as absence. The monster at whose apparition my love had trembled, oblivion, had indeed, as I had feared, ended by devouring that love. Not only did the news that she was alive fail to revive my love, not only did it allow me to realize how far I had already proceeded on the way towards indifference, it at once, and so abruptly, accelerated that process that I asked myself whether in the past the converse report, that of Albertine's death, had not in like manner, by completing the effect of her departure, exalted my love and delayed its decline. And now that the knowledge that she was alive and the possibility of our reunion made her all of a sudden so worthless in my sight, I asked myself whether Françoise's insinuations, our rupture itself, and even her death, imaginary but supposed to be true, had not prolonged my love. So true is it that the efforts of third persons, and even those of fate, in separating us from a woman, succeed only in attaching us to her. Now it was the contrary process that had occurred. Anyhow, I tried to recall her image, and perhaps because I had only to raise my finger to have her once more to myself, The memory that came to me was that of a very stout, masculine girl, from whose colourless face protruded already like a sprouting seed the profile of Madame Bontemps. What she might or might not have done with André or with other girls no longer interested me. I no longer suffered from the malady which I had so long thought to be incurable, and really I might have foreseen this. Certainly regret for a lost mistress, jealousy that survives her death, are physical maladies fully as much as tuberculosis or leukemia. And yet, among physical maladies, it is possible to distinguish those that are caused by a purely physical agency, and those which act upon the body only through the channel of the mind. If the part of the mind which serves as carrier is the memory, that is to say, if the cause is obliterated or remote, however agonizing the pain, however profound the disturbance to the organism may appear to be, it is very seldom, the mind having a capacity for renewal, or rather an incapacity for conservation which the tissues lack, that the prognosis is not favorable. At the end of a given period after which a man who has been attacked by cancer will be dead, it is very seldom that the grief of an inconsolable widower or father is not healed. Mine was healed. Was it for this girl whom I saw in my mind's eye, so fleshy, and who had certainly grown older as the girls whom she had loved had grown older? Was it for her that I must renounce the dazzling girl who was my memory of yesterday, my hope for tomorrow, to whom I could give nothing any more than to any other if I married Albertine? Renounce that new Albertine, not such as hell had beheld her, but faithful and, indeed, a trifle shy. It was she who was now what Albertine had been in the past. My love for Albertine had been but a transitory form of my devotion to girlhood. We think that we are in love with a girl, whereas we love in her, alas, only that dawn, the glow of which is momentarily reflected on her face. The night passed. In the morning I gave the telegram back to the hotel porter, explaining that it had been brought to me by mistake, and that it was not addressed to me. He told me that now that it had been opened he might get into trouble, that it would be better if I kept it. I put it back in my pocket, but determined that I would act as though I had never received it. I had definitely ceased to love Albertine, so that this love, after departing so widely from the course that I had anticipated when I remembered my love for Gilberte, after obliging me to make so long and painful a detour, itself too ended, after furnishing an exception, by merging itself, just like my love for Gilberte, in the general rule of oblivion. But then I reflected. I used to value Albertine more than myself. I no longer value her now because for a certain time past I have ceased to see her. But my desire not to be parted from myself by death, to rise again after my death, this desire was not like the desire never to be parted from Albertine. It still persisted. Was this due to the fact that I valued myself more highly than her, that when I was in love with her I loved myself even more? No, it was because, having ceased to see her, I had ceased to love her, whereas I had not ceased to love myself, because my everyday attachments to myself had not been severed like my attachments to Albertine. But if the attachments to my body, to myself, were severed also, obviously it would be the same. Our love of life is only an old connection of which we do not know how to rid ourselves. Its strength lies in its permanence. But death which severs it will cure us of the desire for immortality. After luncheon, when I was not going to roam about Venice by myself, I went up to my room to get ready to go out with my mother. In the abrupt angles of the walls I could read the restrictions imposed by the sea, the parsimony of the soil. And when I went downstairs to join Mamma, who was waiting for me, at that hour when at Cambrai it was so pleasant to feel the sun quite close at hand, in the darkness guarded by closed shutters, here, from top to bottom of the marble staircase, as to which one knew no better than a Renaissance picture whether it was built in a palace or upon a galley, the same coolness and the same feeling of the splendor of the scene outside were imparted, thanks to the awning which stirred outside the ever-open windows, through which, upon an incessant stream of air, the cool shade and the greenish sunlight moved as though over a liquid surface, and suggested the weltering proximity, the glitter, the mirroring instability of the sea. After dinner I went out by myself into the heart of the enchanted city, where I found myself wandering in strange regions like a character in the Arabian Nights. It was very seldom that I did not, in the course of my wanderings, hit upon some strange and spacious piazza of which no guidebook, no tourist had ever told me. I had plunged into a network of little alleys, calli, dissecting in all directions by their ramifications the quarter of Venice isolated between a canal and the lagoon, as if it had crystallized along these innumerable, slender, capillary lines. All of a sudden, at the end of one of these little streets, it seemed as though a bubble had occurred in the crystallized matter, a vast and splendid campo, of which I could certainly never, in this network of little streets, have guessed the importance, or even found room for it, spread out before me, flanked with charming palaces, silvery in the moonlight. It was one of those architectural wholes towards which in any other town the streets converge, lead you and point the way. Here it seemed to be deliberately concealed in a labyrinth of alleys, like those palaces in Oriental tales to which mysterious agents convey by night a person who, taken home again before daybreak, can never again find his way back to the magic dwelling, which he ends by supposing that he visited only in a dream. On the following day I set out in quest of my beautiful nocturnal piazza. I followed calli which were exactly alike one another, and refused to give me any information except such as would lead me farther astray. Sometimes a vague landmark which I seemed to recognize led me to suppose that I was about to see appear in its seclusion, solitude, and silence the beautiful exiled piazza. At that moment some evil genie, which had assumed the form of a fresh Calais, made me turn unconsciously from my course, and I found myself suddenly brought back to the Grand Canal. And as there is no great difference between the memory of a dream and the memory of a reality, I ended by asking myself whether it was not during my sleep that there had occurred in a dark patch of Venetian crystallization that strange interruption which offered a vast piazza flanked by romantic palaces to the meditative eye of the moon. On the day before our departure, we decided to go as far afield as Padua, where there were to be found those vices and virtues of which Swann had given me reproductions. After walking in the glare of the sun across the garden of the arena, I entered the Giotto chapel, the entire ceiling of which and the background of the frescoes are so blue that it seems as though the radiant day has crossed the threshold with the human visitor, and has come in for a moment to stow away in the shade and coolness its pure sky, of a slightly deeper blue now that it is rid of the sun's gilding, as in those brief spells of respite that interrupt the finest days, when, without our having noticed any cloud, the sun, having turned his gaze elsewhere for a moment, the azure, more exquisite still, grows deeper. In this sky, upon the blue-washed stone, angels were flying with so intense a celestial, or at least an infantile, ardour, that they seemed to be birds of a peculiar species that had really existed, that must have figured in the natural history of biblical and apostolic times, birds that never fail to fly before the saints when they walk abroad. There are always some to be seen fluttering above them, and as they are real creatures with a genuine power of flight, we see them soar upwards, describe curves, loop the loop, without the slightest difficulty, plunge towards the earth head downwards with the aid of wings, which enable them to support themselves in positions that defy the law of gravitation. And they remind us more of a variety of bird, or of young pupils of Garros practicing gliding, than of the angels of the art of the Renaissance and later periods, whose wings have become nothing more than emblems, and whose attitude is generally the same as that of heavenly beings who are not winged. When I heard, on the very day which we were due to start for Paris, that Madame Picpus, and consequently her maid, had just arrived in Venice, I asked my mother to put off our departure for a few days. Her air of not taking my request into consideration, of not even listening to it seriously, reawakened in my nerves, excited by the Venetian springtime, that old desire to rebel against an imaginary plot woven against me by my parents, who imagined that I would be forced to obey them. That fighting spirit, that desire which drove me in the past to enforce my wishes upon the people whom I loved best in the world, prepared to conform to their wishes after I had succeeded in making them yield. I told my mother that I would not leave Venice. But she, thinking it more to her purpose not to appear to believe that I was saying this seriously, did not even answer. I went on to say that she would soon see whether I was serious or not. And when the hour came at which, accompanied by all my luggage, she set off for the station, I ordered a cool drink to be brought out to me on the terrace overlooking the canal, and installed myself there, watching the sunset, while from a boat that had stopped in front of the hotel a musician sang Sole Mio. The sun continued to sink. My mother must be nearing the station. Presently she would be gone. I should be left alone in Venice, alone with the misery of knowing that I had distressed her, and without her presence to comfort me. The hour of the train approached. My irrevocable solitude was so near at hand that it seemed to me to have begun already and to be complete, for I felt myself to be alone. Things had become alien to me. I was no longer calm enough to draw from my throbbing heart and introduce into them a measure of stability. The town that I saw before me had ceased to be Venice. Its personality, its name, seemed to me to be lying fictions which I no longer had the courage to impress upon its stones. I saw the palaces reduced to their constituent parts, lifeless heaps of marble, with nothing to choose between them, and the water as a combination of hydrogen and oxygen, eternal, blind, anterior and exterior to Venice, unconscious of Doges or of Turner. And yet this unremarkable place was as strange as a place at which we have just arrived, which does not yet know us, as a place which we have left and which has forgotten us already. I could not tell it anything more about myself. I could leave nothing of myself imprinted upon it. It left me diminished. I was nothing more than a heart that throbbed, and an attention strained to follow the development of Sole Mio. In vain might I fix my mind despairingly upon the beautiful and characteristic arch of the Rialto, It seemed to me, with the mediocrity of the obvious, a bridge not merely inferior to, but as different from the idea that I possessed of it as an actor with regard to whom, notwithstanding his fair wig and black garments, we know quite well that in his essential quality he is not Hamlet. So the palaces, the canal, the Rialto became divested of the idea that created their individuality and disintegrated into their common material elements. But at the same time, this mediocre place seemed to me remote. In the basin of the Arsenal, because of an element which itself also was scientific, namely latitude, there was that singularity in things which, even when similar in appearance to those of our own land, reveal that they are aliens, in exile beneath a foreign sky. I felt that that horizon so close at hand, which I could have reached in an hour, was a curve of the earth quite different from those made by the seas of France, a remote curve, which, by the accident of travel, happened to be moored close to where I was, so that this Arsenal basin, at once insignificant and remote, filled me with that blend of disgust and alarm which I had felt as a child when I first accompanied my mother to the de Ligny baths. Indeed, in that fantastic place consisting of a dark water reflecting neither sky nor sun, which nevertheless amid its fringe of cabins one felt to be in communication with invisible depths, crowded with human bodies in bathing dresses, I had asked myself whether those depths, concealed from mortal eyes by a row of cabins which prevented anyone in the street from suspecting that they existed, were not the entry to Arctic seas which began at that point, whether the poles were not comprised in them, and whether that narrow space was not indeed the open water that surrounds the pole. This Venice without attraction for myself, in which I was going to be left alone, seemed to me no less isolated, no less unreal, and it was my distress which the sound of Sole Mio, rising like a dirge for the Venice that I had known, seemed to be calling to witness. No doubt I ought to have ceased to listen to it if I wished to be able to overtake my mother and to join her on the train. I ought to have made up my mind without wasting another instant that I was going. But this is just what I was powerless to do. I remained motionless, incapable not merely of rising, but even of deciding that I would rise from my chair. My mind, doubtless in order not to have to consider the question of making a resolution, was entirely occupied in following the course of the successive lines of Sole Mio, singing them mentally with the singer, in anticipating for each of them the burst of melody that would carry it aloft, in letting myself soar with it and fall to earth again with it afterwards. No doubt this trivial song, which I had heard 100 times, did not interest me in the least degree. I could afford no pleasure to anyone else or to myself by listening to it religiously like this to the end. In fact, none of the elements familiar beforehand of this popular ditty was capable of furnishing me with the resolution of which I stood in need. What was more, each of these phrases, when it came and passed in its turn, became an obstacle in the way of my making that resolution effective, or rather it forced me to adopt the contrary resolution, not to leave Venice, for it made me too late for the train. Wherefore this occupation, devoid of any pleasure in itself of listening to Sole Mio, was charged with a profound, almost despairing melancholy. I knew very well that in reality it was the resolution not to go that I had adopted by the mere act of remaining where I was, but to say to myself, "I am not going," a speech which in that direct form was impossible, became possible in this indirect form. I am going to listen to one more line of Sole Mio. But the practical significance of this figurative language did not escape me, and while I said to myself, "After all, I am only listening to another line," I knew that the words meant, "I shall remain by myself at Venice." and it was perhaps this melancholy, like a sort of numbing cold, that constituted the desperate but fascinating charm of the song. Each note that the singer's voice uttered with a force and ostentation that were almost muscular came and pierced my heart. When he had uttered his last flourish, and the song seemed to be at an end, the singer had not had enough, and repeated it in an octave higher, as though he needed to proclaim once again my solitude and despair. My mother must by now have reached the station. In a little while she would be gone. My heart was wrung by the anguish that was caused me by the sight of the canal that had become quite tiny now that the soul of Venice had escaped from it, of that commonplace Rialto, which was no longer the Rialto, the wail of despair that Sole Mio had become, which, declaimed thus before the unsubstantial palaces, reduced them to dust and ashes, and completed the ruin of Venice. I looked on at the slow realization of my misery, built up artistically, without haste, note by note, by the singer as he stood beneath the astonished gaze of the sun, arrested in its course beyond San Giorgio Maggiore, with the result that the fading light was to combine forever in my memory with the throb of my emotion and the bronze voice of the singer in a dubious, unalterable, and poignant alloy. Thus I remained motionless, with a disintegrated willpower, with no apparent decision. Doubtless at such moments our decision has already been made. Our friends can often predict it themselves, but we are unable to do so. Otherwise, how much suffering would we be spared? But at length, from caverns darker than that from which flashes the comet which we can predict, thanks to the unimaginable defensive force of inveterate habit, thanks to the hidden reserves which, by a sudden impulse, habit hurls at the last moment into the fray, my activity was roused at length. I set out in hot haste, and arrived when the carriage doors were already shut, but in time to find my mother flushed with emotion, overcome by the effort to restrain her tears, for she thought that I was not coming. Then the train started, and we saw Padua and Verona come to meet us, to speed us on our way, almost onto the platforms of their stations, and when we had drawn away from them, return, they who were not travelling and were about to resume their normal life, one to its plain, the other to its hill. The hours went by. My mother was in no hurry to read 2 letters which she had in her hand and had merely opened, and tried to prevent me from pulling out my pocket-book at once, so as to take from it the letter which the hotel porter had given me. My mother was always afraid of my finding journeys too long, too tiring, and put off as long as possible, so as to keep me occupied during the final hours, the moment at which she would seek fresh distractions for me, bring out the hard-boiled eggs, hand me newspapers, untie the parcel of books which she had brought without telling me. We had long passed Milan when she decided to read the first of her 2 letters. I began by watching my mother, who sat reading it with an air of astonishment, then raised her head, and her eyes seemed to come to rest upon a succession of distinct, incompatible memories, which she could not succeed in bringing together. Meanwhile, I had recognized Gilberte's hand on the envelope which I had just taken from my pocket-book. I opened it. Gilberte wrote to inform me that she was marrying Robert de Saint-Loup. She told me that she had sent me a telegram about it to Venice, but had had no reply. I remembered that I had been told that the telegraphic service there was inefficient. I had never received her telegram. Perhaps she would refuse to believe this. All of a sudden, I felt in my brain a fact which had installed itself there in the guise of a memory leave its place, which it surrendered to another fact. the telegram that I had received a few days earlier, and had supposed to be from Albertine, was from Gilberte. As the somewhat laboured originality of Gilberte's handwriting consisted chiefly when she wrote one line in introducing into the line above the strokes of her T's, which appeared to be underlining the words, or the dots over her I's, which appeared to be punctuating the sentence above them, and on the other hand in interspersing the line below with the tails and flourishes of the words immediately above it, it was quite natural that the clerk who dispatched the telegram should have read the tail of an S or Z in the line above as an ME attached to the word Gilberte. The dot over the I of Gilberte had risen above the word to mark the end of the message. As for her capital G, it resembled a Gothic A. Add that apart from this, 2 or 3 words had been misread, dovetailed into one another. Some of them, as it happened, had seemed to me incomprehensible, and this was quite enough to explain the details of my error, and was not even necessary. How many letters are actually read into a word by a careless person who knows what to expect, who sets out with the idea that the message is from a certain person? How many words into the sentence? We guess as we read. We create. Everything starts from an initial mistake. The mistakes that follow are not only in the reading of letters and telegrams, not only in reading as a whole. Extraordinary as they may appear to a person who has not begun at the same starting point, are all quite natural. A large part of what we believe to be true, and this applies even to our final conclusions, with a persistence equalled only by our sincerity, springs from an original misconception of our premises. Chapter 4. A fresh light upon Robert de Saint-Loup. "Oh, it is unheard of," said my mother. "Listen, at my age one has ceased to be astonished at anything, but I assure you that there could be nothing more unexpected than what I find in this letter." "Listen first to me," I replied. "I don't know what it is, but however astonishing it may be, it cannot be quite so astonishing as what I have found in my letter. It is a marriage. It is Robert de Saint-Loup who is marrying Gilberte Swann." "Ah," said my mother, "then that is no doubt what is in the other letter, which I have not yet opened, for I recognized your friend's hand." And my mother smiled at me with that faint trace of emotion which, ever since she had lost her own mother, she felt at every event, however insignificant, that concerned human creatures who were capable of grief, of memory, and who themselves also mourned their dead. And so my mother smiled at me and spoke to me in a gentle voice, as though she had been afraid, were she to treat this marriage lightly, of belittling the melancholy feelings that it might arouse in Swann's widow and daughter, in Robert's mother, who had resigned herself to parting from her son, all of whom my mother, in her kindness of heart, in her gratitude for their kindness to me, endowed with her own faculty of filial, conjugal, and maternal emotion. "Was I right in telling you that you would find nothing more astonishing?" I asked her. "On the contrary," she replied in a gentle tone, "it is I who can impart the most extraordinary news. I shall not say the greatest, the smallest, for that quotation from Sévigné, which everyone makes who knows nothing else that she ever wrote, used to distress your grandmother as much as what a charming thing it is to smoke. We scorn to pick up such stereotyped Sévigné. This letter is to announce the marriage of the Compremer boy." "Oh," I remarked with indifference. "To whom?" But in any case, the personality of the bridegroom robs this marriage of any sensational element. "Unless the bride's personality supplies it." "And who is the bride in question?" "Ah, If I tell you straight away, that will spoil everything. See if you can guess, said my mother, who, seeing that we had not yet reached Turin, wished to keep something in reserve for me as meat and drink for the rest of the journey. But how do you expect me to know? Is it anyone brilliant? If Le Grandin and his sister are satisfied, we may be sure that it is a brilliant marriage. As for Le Grandin, I cannot say, but the person who informs me of the marriage says that Madame de Cambremer is delighted. I don't know whether you will call it a brilliant marriage. To my mind, it suggests the days when kings used to marry shepherdesses, though in this case the shepherdess is even humbler than a shepherdess, charming as she is. It would have stupefied your grandmother, but would not have shocked her. But who in the world is this bride? It is Mademoiselle d'Oloron. That sounds to me tremendous, and not in the least shepherdessy, but I don't quite gather who she can be. It is a title that used to be in the Guermantes family. Precisely, and Monsieur de Charlus conferred it when he adopted her upon Joupien's niece. Joupien's niece? It isn't possible. It is the reward of virtue. It is a marriage from the last chapter of one of Madame Sand's novels, said my mother. It is the reward of vice. It is a marriage from the end of a Balzac novel, thought I. After all, I said to my mother, when you come to think of it, it is quite natural. Here are the Cambremers established in that Guermantes clan among which they never hoped to pitch their tent. What is more, the girl, adopted by Monsieur de Charlus, will have plenty of money, which was indispensable now that the Cambremers have lost theirs, and after all she is the adopted daughter, and, in the Cambremers' eyes, probably the real daughter, the natural daughter, of a person whom they regard as a prince of the blood royal. A bastard of a semi-royal house has always been regarded as a flattering alliance by the nobility of France and other countries. Indeed, without going so far back, only the other day, not more than 6 months ago, don't you remember the marriage of Robert's friend and that girl, the only possible justification of which was that she was supposed, rightly or wrongly, to be the natural daughter of a sovereign prince? My mother, without abandoning the caste system of Cambrai, which meant that my grandmother would have been scandalized by such a marriage, being principally anxious to echo her mother's judgment, added, "Anyhow, the girl is worth her weight in gold, and your dear grandmother would not have had to draw upon her immense goodness, her unbounded indulgence, to keep her from condemning young Cambremer's choice. Do you remember how distinguished she thought the girl years ago, one day when she went into the shop to have a stitch put in her skirt? She was only a child then, and now, even if she has rather run to seed and become an old maid, she is a different woman, 1,000 times more perfect. But your grandmother saw all that at a glance. She found the little niece of a jobbing tailor more noble than the Duc de Guermantes. But even more necessary than to extol my grandmother was it for my mother to decide that it was better for her that she had not lived to see the day. This was the supreme triumph of her filial devotion, as though she were sparing my grandmother a final grief. "And yet, can you imagine for a moment," my mother said to me, "what old Father Swann, not that you ever knew him, of course, would have felt if he could have known that he would one day have a great-grandchild, in whose veins the blood of Mother Moser, who used to say, 'Bonjour, messieurs,' would mingle with the blood of the Duc de Guise?" But listen, Mamma, it is a great deal more surprising than that, for the Swanns were very respectable people, and given the position that their son occupied, his daughter, if he himself had made a decent marriage, might have married very well indeed. But all her chances were ruined by his marrying a courtesan. "Oh, a courtesan, you know. People were perhaps rather hard on her. I never quite believed." "Yes, a courtesan. Indeed, I can let you have some startling revelations one of these days." Lost in meditation, my mother said, "The daughter of a woman to whom your father would never allow me to bow, marrying the nephew of Madame de Villeparisis, upon whom your father wouldn't allow me to call at first, because he thought her too grand for me. Then, the son of Madame de Cambremer, to whom Le Grandin was so afraid of having to give us a letter of introduction because he didn't think us smart enough, marrying the niece of a man who would never dare to come to our flat except by the service stairs. All the same, your poor grandmother was right, you remember, when she said that the great nobility could do things that would shock the middle classes, and that Queen Marie-Amélie was spoilt for her by the overtures that she made to the Prince de Condé's mistress to persuade him to leave his fortune to the Duc d'Aumale. You remember, too, it shocked her that for centuries past daughters of the house of Gramont, who have been perfect saints, have borne the name Corisande in memory of Henri IV's connection with one of their ancestresses. These are things that may happen also perhaps among the middle classes, but we conceal them better. Can't you imagine how it would have amused her, your poor grandmother?" said Mamma sadly, for the joys of which it grieved us to think that my grandmother was deprived were the simplest joys of life. A tale, a play, something more trifling still, a piece of mimicry which would have amused her. Can't you imagine her astonishment? I am sure, however, that your grandmother would have been shocked by these marriages, that they would have grieved her. I feel that it is better that she never knew about them," my mother went on, for when confronted with any event, she liked to think that my grandmother would have received a unique impression of it, which would have been caused by the marvellous singularity of her nature, and had an extraordinary importance. Did anything painful occur, which could not have been foreseen in the past, the disgrace or ruin of one of our old friends, some public calamity, an epidemic, a war, a revolution, my mother would say to herself that perhaps it was better that Grandmamma had known nothing about it, that it would have distressed her too keenly, that perhaps she would not have been able to endure it. And when it was a question of something startling like this, my mother, by an impulse directly opposite to that of the malicious people who like to imagine that others whom they do not like have suffered more than is generally supposed, would not, in her affection for my grandmother, allow that anything sad or depressing could ever have happened to her. She always imagined my grandmother as raised above the assaults even of any malady which ought not to have developed, and told herself that my grandmother's death had perhaps been a good thing on the whole, inasmuch as it had shut off the too ugly spectacle of the present day from that noble character which could never have become resigned to it. For optimism is the philosophy of the past, the events that have occurred being, among all those that were possible, the only ones which we have known. The harm that they have caused seems to us inevitable, and for the slight amount of good that they could not help bringing with them, it is to them that we give the credit, imagining that without them it would not have occurred. But she sought at the same time to form a more accurate idea of what my grandmother would have felt when she learned these tidings, and to believe that it was impossible for our minds, less exalted than hers, to form any such idea. "Can't you imagine," my mother said to me first of all, "how astonished your poor grandmother would have been?" And I felt that my mother was pained by her inability to tell her the news, regretted that my grandmother could not learn it, and felt it to be somehow unjust that the course of life should bring to light facts which my grandmother would never have believed, rendering thus retrospectively the knowledge which my grandmother had taken with her of people and society false and incomplete, the marriage of the Jupien girl and Le Grandin's nephew being calculated to modify my grandmother's general ideas of life. No less than the news, had my mother been able to convey it to her, that people had succeeded in solving the problems which my grandmother had regarded as insoluble, of aerial navigation and wireless telegraphy. The train reached Paris before my mother and I had finished discussing these two pieces of news, which, so that the journey might not seem to me too long, she had deliberately reserved for the latter part of it, not mentioning them until we had passed Milan. And my mother continued the discussion after we had reached home. "Just imagine that poor Swann, who was so anxious that his Gilberte should be received by the Guermantes, how happy he would be if he could see his daughter become a Guermantes." Under another name, led to the altar as Mademoiselle de Forcheville. Do you think he would be so happy after all? "Ah, that is true. I had not thought of it. That is what makes it impossible for me to congratulate the little chit, the thought that she has had the heart to give up her father's name when he was so good to her." "Yes, you are right. When all is said and done, it is perhaps just as well that he knows nothing about it." With the dead as with the living, we cannot tell whether a thing would cause them joy or sorrow. "It appears that the Saint-Loups are going to live at Tansonville. Old Father Swann, who was so anxious to show your poor grandfather his pond, could he ever have dreamt that the Duc de Guermantes would see it constantly, especially if he had known of his son's marriage? And you yourself, who have talked so often to Saint-Loup about the pink hawthorns and lilacs and irises at Tansonville, he will understand you better. They will be his property." Thus there developed in our dining-room, in the lamplight that is so congenial to them, one of those talks in which the wisdom, not of nations, but of families, taking hold of some event, a death, a betrothal, an inheritance, a bankruptcy, and slipping it under the magnifying glass of memory, brings it into high relief, detaches, thrusts back one surface of it, and places in perspective at different points in space and time what to those who have not lived through the period in question seems to be amalgamated upon a single surface: the names of dead people, successive addresses, the origins and changes of fortunes, transmissions of property. Is not this wisdom inspired by the Muse, whom it is best to ignore for as long as possible if we wish to retain any freshness of impressions, any creative power, but whom even those people who have ignored her meet in the evening of their life in the nave of the old country church, at the hour when all of a sudden they feel that they are less moved by eternal beauty, as expressed in the carvings of the altar, than by the thought of the vicissitudes of fortune which those carvings have undergone, passing into a famous private collection, to a chapel, from there to a museum, then returning at length to the church, or by the feeling as they tread upon a marble slab that is almost endowed with thought, that it covers the last remains of Arnaud or Pascal, or simply by deciphering, forming perhaps a mental picture of a fair young worshipper on the brass plate of the wooden prayer desk, the names of the daughters of a country squire or leading citizen. The muse who has gathered up everything that the more exalted muses of philosophy and art have rejected, everything that is not founded upon truth, everything that is merely contingent, but that reveals other laws as well, is history. What I was to learn later on, for I had been unable to keep in touch with all this affair from Venice, was that Mademoiselle de Forcheville's hand had been sought first of all by the Prince de Silistri, while Saint-Loup was seeking to marry Mademoiselle d'Entragues, the Duc de Luxembourg's daughter. This is what had occurred. Mademoiselle de Forcheville possessing 100 million francs, Madame de Marzante had decided that she would be an excellent match for her son. She made the mistake of saying that the girl was charming, that she herself had not the slightest idea whether she was rich or poor, that she did not wish to know, but that even without a penny it would be a piece of good luck for the most exacting of young men to find such a wife. This was going rather too far for a woman who was tempted only by the 100 millions, which blinded her eyes to everything else. At once it was understood that she was thinking of the girl for her own son. The Princesse de Silistrie went about uttering loud cries, expatiated upon the social importance of Saint-Loup, and proclaimed that if he should marry Odette's daughter by a Jew, then there was no longer a Faubourg Saint-Germain. Madame de Marzante, sure of herself as she was, dared not advance farther, and retreated before the cries of the Princesse de Silistrie, who immediately made a proposal in the name of her own son. She had protested only in order to keep Gilberte for herself. Meanwhile, Madame de Marzante, refusing to own herself defeated, had turned at once to Mademoiselle d'Entragues, the Duc de Luxembourg's daughter. Having no more than 20 millions, she suited her purpose less, but Madame de Marzante told everyone that a Saint-Loup could not marry a Mademoiselle Swann. There was no longer any mention of Forcheville. Some time later, somebody having carelessly observed that the Duc de Châtellerault was thinking of marrying Mademoiselle d'Entragues, Madame de Marzante, who was the most captious woman in the world, mounted her high horse, changed her tactics, returned to Gilberte, made a formal offer of marriage on Saint-Loup's behalf, and the engagement was immediately announced. This engagement provoked keen comment in the most different spheres. Some old friends of my mother, who belonged more or less to Cambrai, came to see her to discuss Gilberte's marriage, which did not dazzle them in the least. "You know who Mademoiselle Forcheville is. She is simply Mademoiselle Swann. And her witness at the marriage, the Baron de Charlus, as he calls himself, is the old man who used to keep her mother at one time, under Swann's very nose, and no doubt to his advantage." "But what do you mean?" my mother protested. "In the first place, Swann was extremely rich." "We must assume that he was not as rich as all that, if he needed other people's money. But what is there in the woman that she keeps her old lovers like that? She has managed to persuade the third to marry her, and she drags out the second when she has one foot in the grave to make him act at the marriage of the daughter she's had by the first, or by someone else, for how is one to tell who the father was? She can't be certain herself. I said the third. It is the 300th, I should have said. But then, don't you know, if she's no more a Forcheville than you or I, that puts her on the same level as the bridegroom, who of course isn't noble at all. Only an adventurer would marry a girl like that. It appears he's just a plain Monsieur Dupont or Durand or something. If it weren't that we have a radical mayor now at Cambrai, who doesn't even lift his hat to the priest, I should know all about it. Because, you understand, when they published the bans, they were obliged to give the real name. It is all very nice for the newspapers or for the stationer who sends out the invitations to describe yourself as the Marquis de Saint-Loup. That does no harm to anyone, and if it can give any pleasure to those worthy people, I should be the last person in the world to object. What harm can it do me? As I shall never dream of going to call upon the daughter of a woman who has let herself be talked about, she can have a string of titles as long as my arm before her servants. But in an official document it's not the same thing. Ah, if my cousin Sazarin were still deputy mayor, I should have written to him, and he would certainly have let me know what name the man was registered under. Other friends of my mother who had met Saint-Loup in our house came to her day and inquired whether the bridegroom was indeed the same person as my friend. Certain people went so far as to maintain, with regard to the other marriage, that it had nothing to do with the Le Grandin Cambremeres. They had this on good authority, for the Marquise, née Le Grandin, had contradicted the rumour on the very eve of the day on which the engagement was announced. I, for my part, asked myself why Monsieur de Charlus on the one hand, Saint-Loup on the other, each of whom had had occasion to write to me quite recently, had made various friendly plans and proposed expeditions which must inevitably have clashed with the wedding ceremonies, and had said nothing whatever to me about these. I came to the conclusion, forgetting the secrecy which people always preserve until the last moment in affairs of this sort, that I was less their friend than I had supposed, a conclusion which, so far as Saint-Loup was concerned, distressed me. Though why, when I had already remarked that the affability, the one-man-to-another attitude of the aristocracy was all a sham, should I be surprised to find myself its victim? In the establishment for women, where men were now to be procured in increasing numbers, in which Monsieur de Charlus had surprised Morel, and in which the assistant matron, a great reader of the Gaulois, used to discuss the social gossip with her clients, this lady, while conversing with a stout gentleman who used to come to her incessantly to drink champagne with young men, because, being already very stout, he wished to become obese enough to be certain of not being called up, should there ever be a war, declared, "It seems young Saint-Loup is one of those, and young Cambremer, too, poor wives. In any case, if you know the bridegrooms, you must send them to us. They will find everything they want here, and there's plenty of money to be made out of them." Whereupon the stout gentleman, albeit he was himself one of those, protested, replied, being something of a snob, that he often met Cambremer and Saint-Loup at his cousin's the Ardouvilliers, and that they were great womanizers, and quite the opposite of all that. "Ah," the assistant matron concluded in a sceptical tone, but without any proof of the assertion, and convinced that in our generation the perversity of morals was rivalled only by the absurd exaggeration of slanderous rumours. Certain people whom I no longer saw wrote to me and asked me what I thought of these two marriages, precisely as though they had been inviting a public discussion of the height of women's hats in the theatre, or the psychological novel. I had not the heart to answer these letters. Of these two marriages I thought nothing at all, but I did feel an immense melancholy, as when two parts of our past existence, which have been anchored near to us, and upon which we have perhaps been basing idly from day to day an unacknowledged hope, remove themselves finally with a joyous crackling of flames for unknown destinations, like two vessels on the high seas. As for the prospective bridegrooms themselves, they regarded their own marriages from a point of view that was quite natural, since it was a question not of other people, but of themselves. They had never tired of mocking at such grand marriages founded upon some secret shame, and indeed the Cambremer family, so ancient in its lineage and so modest in its pretensions, would have been the first to forget Jupien and to remember only the unimaginable grandeur of the house of Oloron, had not an exception occurred in the person who ought to have been most gratified by this marriage, the Marquise de Cambremer le Grandin. For, being of a malicious nature, she reckoned the pleasure of humiliating her family above that of glorifying herself. And so, as she had no affection for her son, and was not long in taking a dislike to her daughter-in-law, she declared that it was a calamity for a Cambremer to marry a person who had sprung from heaven knew where and had such bad teeth. As for young Cambremer, who had already shown a certain tendency to frequent the society of literary people, We may well imagine that so brilliant an alliance had not the effect of making him more of a snob than before, but that feeling himself to have become the successor of the Dukes d'Oloron, sovereign princes, as the newspapers said, he was sufficiently persuaded of his own importance to be able to mix with the very humblest people. And he deserted the minor nobility for the intelligent bourgeoisie on the days when he did not confine himself to royalty. The notices in the papers, especially when they referred to Saint-Loup, invested my friend, whose royal ancestors were enumerated in a fresh importance, which, however, could only depress me, as though he had become someone else, the descendant of Robert the Strong, rather than the friend who, only a little while since, had taken the back seat in the carriage in order that I might be more comfortable in the other. The fact that I had had no previous suspicion of his marriage with Gilberte, the prospect of which had been revealed to me suddenly in a letter, so different from anything that I could have expected of either him or her the day before, and the fact that he had not let me know, pained me, whereas I ought to have reflected that he had had a great many other things to do, and that, moreover, in the fashionable world, marriages are often arranged like this all of a sudden, generally as a substitute for a different combination which has come to grief, unexpectedly, like a chemical precipitation. And the feeling of sadness, as depressing as a household removal, as bitter as jealousy, that these marriages caused me by the accident of their sudden impact, was so profound that later on people used to remind me of it, paying absurd compliments to my perspicacity as having been just the opposite of what it was at the time, a twofold, nay, a threefold, and fourfold presentiment. The people in society who had taken no notice of Gilberte said to me with an air of serious interest, "Ah, it is she who is marrying the Marquis de Saint-Loup," and studied her with the attentive gaze of people who not merely relish all the social gossip of Paris, but are anxious to learn and believe in the profundity of their own introspection. Those who, on the other hand, had known Gilberte alone, gazed at Saint-Loup with the closest attention, asked me, these were often people who barely knew me, to introduce them, and returned from their presentation to the bridegroom, radiant with the bliss of fatuity, saying to me, "He is very nice-looking." Gilberte was convinced that the name Marquis de Saint-Loup was 1,000 times more important than Duc d'Orléans. "It appears that it is the Princess de Parme who arranged young Cambremer's marriage," Mamma told me. And this was true. The princess had known for a long time, on the one hand by his works, Le Grandin, whom she regarded as a distinguished man, on the other hand, Madame de Cambremer, who changed the conversation whenever the princess asked her whether she was not Le Grandin's sister. The princess knew how keenly Madame de Cambremer felt her position on the doorstep of the great aristocratic world in which she was invited nowhere. When the Princesse de Parme, who had undertaken to find a husband for Mademoiselle d'Oléron, asked Monsieur de Charlus whether he had ever heard of a pleasant, educated man who called himself Le Grandin de Méséglise, thus it was that Monsieur Le Grandin now styled himself, the Baron first of all replied in the negative. Then, suddenly, a memory occurred to him of a man whose acquaintance he had made in the train one night, and who had given him his card. He smiled a vague smile. "It is perhaps the same person," he said to himself. When he discovered that the prospective bridegroom was the son of Le Grandin's sister, he said, "Why, that would be really extraordinary. If he takes after his uncle, after all, that would not alarm me. I have always said that they make the best husbands." "Who are they?" inquired the princess.
"Oh, ma'am, I could explain it all to you if we met more often. With you one can talk freely. Your Highness is so intelligent," said Charlus, seized by a desire to confide in someone, which, however, went no farther. The name Cambremer appealed to him, although he did not like the boy's parents, but he knew that it was one of the 4 baronies of Brittany, and the best that he could possibly hope for his adopted daughter. It was an old and respected name, with solid connections in its native province. A prince would have been out of the question, and moreover not altogether desirable. This was the very thing. The princess then invited Le Grandin to call. In appearance he had considerably altered, and of late distinctly to his advantage. Like those women who deliberately sacrifice their faces to the slimness of their figures and never stir from Marienbad, Le Grandin had acquired the free and easy air of a cavalry officer. In proportion as Monsieur de Charlus had grown coarse and slow, Le Grandin had become slimmer and moved more rapidly, the contrary effect of an identical cause. This velocity of movement had its psychological reasons as well. He was in the habit of frequenting certain low haunts, where he did not wish to be seen going in or coming out. He would hurl himself into them. Le Grandin had taken up tennis at the age of 55. When the Princesse de Parme spoke to him of the Guermantes of Saint-Loup, he declared that he had known them all his life, making a sort of composition of the fact of his having always known by name the proprietors of Guermantes, and that of his having met at my aunt's house Swann, the father of the future Madame de Saint-Loup, Swann upon whose wife and daughter Le Grandin at Cambrai had always refused to call. "Indeed, I travelled quite recently with the brother of the Duc de Guermantes, Monsieur de Charlus. He began the conversation spontaneously, which is always a good sign, for it proves that a man is neither a tongue-tied lout nor stuck-up. Oh, I know all the things that people say about him, but I never pay any attention to gossip of that sort. Besides, the private life of other people does not concern me. He gave me the impression of a sensitive nature and a cultivated mind." Then the Princesse de Parme spoke of Mademoiselle d'Oléron. In the Guermantes circle, people were moved by the nobility of heart of Monsieur de Charlus, who, generous as he had always been, was securing the future happiness of a penniless but charming girl. And the Duc de Guermantes, who suffered from his brother's reputation, let it be understood that, fine as this conduct was, it was wholly natural. "I don't know if I make myself clear. Everything in the affair is natural," he said, speaking ineptly by force of habit. But his object was to indicate that the girl was a daughter of his brother, whom the latter was acknowledging. This accounted at the same time for Jupien. The Princesse de Parme hinted at this version of the story to show Le Grandin that after all young Cambremer would be marrying something in the nature of Mademoiselle de Nantes, one of those bastards of Louis XIV who were not scorned either by the Duc d'Orléans or by the Prince de Conti. These 2 marriages, which I had already begun to discuss with my mother in the train that brought us back to Paris, had quite remarkable effects upon several of the characters who have figured in the course of this narrative. First of all, upon Le Grandin. Needless to say that he swept like a hurricane into Monsieur de Charlus's town house, for all the world as though he were entering a house of ill fame, where he must on no account be seen, and also at the same time to display his activity and to conceal his age. For our habits accompany us even into the places where they are no longer of any use to us. And scarcely anybody observed that when Monsieur de Charlus greeted him, he did so with a smile which it was hard to intercept, harder still to interpret.
This smile was similar in appearance, and in its essentials was diametrically opposed to the smile which two men who are in the habit of meeting in good society exchange if they happen to meet in what they regard as disreputable surroundings, such as the Élysée, where General de Froberville, whenever in days past he met Swann there, would assume on catching sight of him an expression of ironical and mysterious complicity appropriate between two frequenters of the drawing-room of the Princesse des Laumes who were compromising themselves by visiting Monsieur Grévy. Le Grandin had been cultivating obscurely for a long time past, ever since the days when I used to go as a child to spend my holidays at Cambrai, relations with the aristocracy, productive at the most of an isolated invitation to a sterile house party. All of a sudden, his nephew's marriage having intervened to join up these scattered fragments, Le Grandin stepped into a social position which, retroactively, derived a sort of solidity from his former relations with people who had known him only as a private person, but had known him well. Ladies to whom people offered to introduce him informed them that for the last 20 years he had stayed with them in the country for a fortnight annually, and that it was he who had given them the beautiful old barometer in the small drawing-room. It so happened that he had been photographed in groups which included dukes who were related to them. But as soon as he had acquired this social position, he ceased to make any use of it. This was not merely because, now that people knew him to be received everywhere, he no longer derived any pleasure from being invited. It was because, of the two vices that had long struggled for the mastery of him, the less natural, snobbishness, yielded its place to another that was less artificial, since it did at least show a sort of return, albeit circuitous, towards nature. No doubt the two are not incompatible, and a nocturnal tour of exploration of a slum may be made immediately upon leaving a duchess's party. But the chilling effect of age made Le Grandin reluctant to accumulate such an abundance of pleasures, to stir out of doors except with a definite purpose, and had also the effect that the pleasures of nature became more or less platonic, consisting chiefly in friendships, in conversations which took up time and made him spend almost all his own among the lower orders, so that he had little left for a social existence. Madame de Cambremer herself became almost indifferent to the friendly overtures of the Duchesse de Guermantes. The latter, obliged to call upon the Marquise, had noticed, as happens whenever we come to see more of our fellow creatures, that is to say, combinations of good qualities, which we end by discovering with defects to which we end by growing accustomed, that Madame de Cambremer was a woman endowed with an innate intelligence and an acquired culture, of which for my part I thought but little, but which appeared remarkable to the Duchess. And so she often came, late in the afternoon, to see Madame de Cambremer, and paid her long visits. But the marvellous charm which her hostess imagined as existing in the Duchesse de Guermantes vanished as soon as she saw that the other sought her company, and she received her rather out of politeness than for her own pleasure. A more striking change was manifest in Gilberte, a change at once symmetrical with and different from that which had occurred in Swann after his marriage. It is true that during the first few months Gilberte had been glad to open her doors to the most select company. It was doubtless only with a view to an eventual inheritance that she invited the intimate friends to whom her mother was attached, but on certain days only, when there was no one but themselves, secluded apart from the fashionable people, as though the contact of Madame Bontemps or Madame Cottard with the Princesse de Guermantes or the Princesse de Parme might, like that of two unstable powders, have produced irreparable catastrophes. Nevertheless, the Bontemps, the Cottard, and such, although disappointed by the smallness of the party, were proud of being able to say, We were dining with the Marquise de Saint-Loup, all the more so as she ventured at times so far as to invite with them Madame de Marzante, who was emphatically the great lady with a fan of tortoiseshell and ostrich feathers, this again being a piece of legacy hunting. She only took care to pay from time to time a tribute to the discreet people whom one never sees except when they are invited, a warning with which she bestowed upon her audience of the Cotard bon ton class her most gracious and distant greeting. Perhaps I should have preferred to be included in these parties. But Gilberte, in whose eyes I was now principally a friend of her husband and of the Guermantes, and who, perhaps even in the Cambrai days, when my parents did not call upon her mother, had, at the age when we do not merely add this or that to the value of things, but classify them according to their species, endowed me with that prestige which we never afterwards lose, regarded those evenings as unworthy of me, and when I took my leave of her would say, "It has been delightful to see you, but come again the day after tomorrow. You will find my Aunt Guermantes and Madame de Poix. Today I just had a few of Mamma's friends to please Mamma." But this state of things lasted for a few months only, and very soon everything was altered. Was this because Gilberte's social life was fated to exhibit the same contrasts as Swan's? However that may be, Gilberte had been only for a short time the Marquise de Saint-Loup, when, having attained to the most brilliant and most difficult position, she decided that the name Saint-Loup was now embodied in herself like a glowing enamel, and that whoever her associates might be from now onwards, she would remain for all the world Marquise de Saint-Loup. Wherein she was mistaken, for the value of a title of nobility, like that of shares in a company, rises with the demand and falls when it is offered in the market. Everything that seems to us imperishable tends to destruction. A position in society, like anything else, is not created once and for all time, but just as much as the power of an empire reconstructs itself at every moment by a sort of perpetual process of creation, which explains the apparent anomalies in social or political history in the course of half a century. The creation of the world did not occur at the beginning of time. It occurs every day. The Marquise de Saint-Loup said to herself, "I am the Marquise de Saint-Loup." She knew that the day before she had refused 3 invitations to dine with duchesses. But if, to a certain extent, her name exalted the class of people, as little aristocratic as possible, whom she entertained, by an inverse process the class of people whom the Marquise entertained depreciated the name that she bore. Nothing can hold out against such processes. The greatest names succumb to them in the end. Had not Swann known a Duchess of the House of France, whose drawing-room, because any Tom, Dick, or Harry was welcomed there, had fallen to the lowest rank? One day, when the Princesse des Laumes had gone from a sense of duty to call for a moment upon this highness, in whose drawing-room she had found only the most ordinary people, arriving immediately afterwards at Madame Leroy's, she had said to Swann and the Marquis de Modène, "At last I find myself upon friendly soil. I have just come from Madame la Duchesse de Aix. There weren't 3 faces I knew in the room." Sharing, in short, the opinion of the character in the operetta who declares, "My name, I think, dispenses me from saying more," Gilberte set to work to flaunt her contempt for what she had so ardently desired, to proclaim that all the people in the Faubourg Saint-Germain were idiots, people to whose houses one could not go, and, suiting the action to the word, ceased to go to them. People who did not make her acquaintance until after this epoch, and who in the first stages of that acquaintance heard her, by that time Duchesse de Guermantes, make the most absurd fun of the world in which she could so easily have moved, seeing that she never invited a single person out of that world, and that if any of them, even the most brilliant, ventured into her drawing-room, she would yawn openly in their faces, blush now in retrospect at the thought that they themselves could ever have seen any claim to distinction in the fashionable world, and would never dare to confess this humiliating secret of their past weakness to a woman whom they supposed to have been, owing to an essential loftiness of her nature, incapable from her earliest moments of understanding such things. They hear her poke such delicious fun at dukes, and see her, which is more significant, make her behaviour accord so entirely with her mockery. No doubt they do not think of inquiring into the causes of the accident which turned Mademoiselle Swann into Mademoiselle de Forcheville, Mademoiselle de Forcheville into the Marquise de Saint-Loup, and finally into the Duchesse de Guermantes. Possibly it does not occur to them either that the effects of this accident would serve no less than its causes to explain Gilberte's subsequent attitude, the habit of mixing with upstarts not being regarded quite in the same light in which Mademoiselle Swann would have regarded it by a lady whom everybody addresses as Madame la Duchesse, and the other duchesses who bore her as cousin. We are always ready to despise a goal which we have not succeeded in reaching or have permanently reached, and this contempt seems to us to form part of the character of people whom we do not yet know. Perhaps, if we were able to retrace the course of past years, we should find them devoured more savagely than anyone by those same weaknesses which they have succeeded so completely in concealing or conquering that we reckon them incapable not only of having ever been attacked by them themselves, but even of ever excusing them in other people, let alone being capable of imagining them. Anyhow, very soon the drawing-room of the new Marquise de Saint-Loup assumed its permanent aspect, from the social point of view at least, for we shall see what troubles were brewing in it in another connection. Well, this aspect was surprising for the following reason. People still remembered that the most formal, the most exclusive parties in Paris, as brilliant as those given by the Duchesse de Guermantes, were those of Madame de Marzante, Saint-Loup's mother. On the other hand, in recent years, Odette's drawing-room, infinitely lower in the social scale, had been no less dazzling in its elegance and splendour. Saint-Loup, however, delighted to have, thanks to his wife's vast fortune, everything that he could desire in the way of comfort, wished only to rest quietly in his armchair after a good dinner, with a musical entertainment by good performers. And this young man, who had seemed at one time so proud, so ambitious, invited to share his luxury old friends whom his mother would not have admitted to her house. Gilberte, on her side, put into effect Swann's saying, "Quality doesn't matter. What I dread is quantity." And Saint-Loup, always on his knees before his wife, and because he loved her, and because it was to her that he owed these extremes of comfort, took care not to interfere with tastes that were so similar to his own, with the result that the great receptions given by Madame de Marzante and Madame de Forcheville, given year after year with an eye chiefly to the establishment, upon a brilliant footing, of their children, gave rise to no reception by Monsieur and Madame de Saint-Loup. They had the best of saddle horses on which to go out riding together, the finest of yachts in which to cruise, but they never took more than a couple of guests with them. In Paris, every evening they would invite 3 or 4 friends to dine, never more, with the result that, by an unforeseen but at the same time quite natural retrogression, the 2 vast maternal aviaries had been replaced by a silent nest. The person who profited least by these 2 marriages was the young Mademoiselle d'Oléron, who, already suffering from typhoid fever on the day of the religious ceremony, was barely able to crawl to the church, and died a few weeks later. The letter of intimation that was sent out some time after her death, blended with names such as Joupien's, those of almost all the greatest families in Europe, such as the Vicomte and Vicomtesse de Montmorency, H.R.H. the Comtesse de Bourbon-Soissons, the Prince of Modena Este, the Vicomtesse d'Edumea, Lady Essex, and so forth. No doubt, even to a person who knew that the deceased was Joupien's niece, this plethora of grand connections would not cause any surprise. The great thing, after all, is to have grand connections. Then the casus foederis coming into play, the death of a simple little shop girl, plunges all the princely families of Europe in mourning. But many young men of a later generation who were not familiar with the facts might, apart from the possibility of their mistaking Marie-Antoinette d'Oléron, Marquise de Cambremer, for a lady of the noblest birth, have been guilty of many other errors when they read this communication. Thus, supposing their excursions through France to have given them some slight familiarity with the country round Cambrai, when they saw that the Comte de Méséglise figured among the first of the signatories, close to the Duc de Guermantes, they might not have felt any surprise. The Méséglise way, they might have said, converges with the Guermantes way. Old and noble families of the same region may have been allied for generations. Who knows? It is perhaps a branch of the Guermantes family which bears the title of Comte de Méséglise. As it happened, the Comte de Méséglise had no connection with the Guermantes, and was not even enrolled on the Guermantes side, but on the Cambremer side, since the Comte de Méséglise, who by a rapid advancement had been for 2 years only Le Grandin de Méséglise, was our old friend Le Grandin. No doubt, taking one false title with another, there were few that could have been so disagreeable to the Guermantes as this. They had been connected in the past with the authentic Comtes de Méséglise, of whom there survived only one female descendant, the daughter of obscure and unassuming parents, married herself to one of my aunt's tenant farmers, named Ménager, who had become rich and bought Mirougrin from her, and now styled himself Ménager de Mirougrin, with the result that when you said that his wife was born de Méséglise, people thought that she must simply have been born at Méséglise, and that she was of Méséglise, as her husband was of Mirougrin. Any other sham title would have caused less annoyance to the Guermantes family. But the aristocracy knows how to tolerate these irritations, and many others as well, the moment that a marriage which is deemed advantageous from whatever point of view is in question. Shielded by the Duc de Guermantes, Le Grandin was, to part of that generation, and will be to the whole of the generation that follows it, the true Comte de Méséglise. Yet another mistake, which any young reader not acquainted with the facts might have been led to make, was that of supposing that the Baron and the Baronne de Forcheville figured on the list in their capacity as parents-in-law of the Marquis de Saint-Loup, that is to say, on the Guermantes side. But on this side they had no right to appear, since it was Robert who was related to the Guermantes, and not Gilberte. No, the Baron and Baronne de Forcheville, despite this misleading suggestion, did figure on the wife's side, it is true, and not on the Cambremer side, because not of the Guermantes, but of Joupien, who the reader must now be told was a cousin of Odette. All Monsieur de Charlus's favour had been lavished since the marriage of his adopted niece upon the young Marquis de Cambremer. The young man's tastes, which were similar to those of the Baron, since they had not prevented the Baron from selecting him as a husband for Mademoiselle d'Oléron, made him, as was only natural, appreciate him all the more when he was left a widower. This is not to say that the Marquis had not other qualities which made him a charming companion for Monsieur de Charlus, but even in the case of a man of real merit, it is an advantage that is not disdained by the person who admits him into his private life, and one that makes him particularly useful, that he can also play whist. The intelligence of the young Marquis was remarkable. and as they had already begun to say at Féterne when he was barely out of his cradle, he took entirely after his grandmother, had the same enthusiasms, the same love of music. He reproduced also some of her peculiarities, but these more by imitation, like all the rest of the family, than from atavism. Thus it was that some time after the death of his wife, having received a letter signed Leonore, a name which I did not remember as being his, I realized who it was that had written to me only when I had read the closing formula, Croyez à ma sympathie vraie, the word vrai, coming in that order, added to the Christian name Leonore, the surname Cambremer. About this time I used to see a good deal of Gilberte, with whom I had renewed my old intimacy. For our life in the long run is not calculated according to the duration of our friendships. Let a certain period of time elapse, and you will see reappear, just as former ministers reappear in politics, as old plays are revived on the stage, friendly relations that have been revived between the same persons as before, after long years of interruption, and revived with pleasure. After 10 years, the reasons which made one party love too passionately, the other unable to endure a too exacting despotism, no longer exist. Convention alone survives, and everything that Gilberte would have refused me in the past, that had seemed to her intolerable, impossible, she granted me quite readily, doubtless because I no longer desired it. Although neither of us avowed to himself the reason for this change, if she was always ready to come to me, never in a hurry to leave me, it was because the obstacle had vanished. My love. I went, moreover, a little later to spend a few days at Tansonville. The move I found rather a nuisance, for I was keeping a girl in Paris who slept in the bachelor flat which I had rented. As other people need the aroma of forests or the ripple of a lake, so I needed her to sleep near at hand during the night, and by day to have her always by my side in the carriage. For even if one love passes into oblivion, it may determine the form of the love that is to follow it. Already in the heart even of the previous love, daily habits existed, the origin of which we did not ourselves recall. It was an anguish of a former day that had made us think with longing, then adopt in a permanent fashion, like customs the meaning of which has been forgotten, those homeward drives to the beloved's door, or her residence in our home, our presence or the presence of someone in whom we have confidence upon all her outings, all these habits, like great uniform high roads along which our love passes daily, and which were forged long ago in the volcanic fire of an ardent emotion. But these habits survive the woman, survive even the memory of the woman. They become the pattern, if not of all our loves, at least of certain of our loves which alternate with the others. And thus my home had demanded, in memory of a forgotten Albertine, the presence of my mistress of the moment, whom I concealed from visitors, and who filled my life as Albertine had filled it in the past. And before I could go to Tansonville, I had to make her promise that she would place herself in the hands of one of my friends, who did not care for women, for a few days. I had heard that Gilberte was unhappy, betrayed by Robert, but not in the fashion which everyone supposed, which perhaps she herself still supposed, which in any case she alleged. An opinion that was justified by self-esteem, the desire to hoodwink other people, to hoodwink herself, not to mention the imperfect knowledge of his infidelities, which is all that betrayed spouses ever acquire. All the more so, as Robert, a true nephew of Monsieur de Charlus, went about openly with women whom he compromised, whom the world believed, and whom Gilberte supposed more or less to be his mistresses. It was even thought in society that he was too barefaced, never stirring at a party from the side of some woman whom he afterwards accompanied home, leaving Madame de Saint-Loup to return as best she might. Anyone who had said that the other woman whom he compromised thus was not really his mistress would have been regarded as a fool, incapable of seeing what was staring him in the face. But I had been pointed, alas, in the direction of the truth, a truth which caused me infinite distress, by a few words let fall by Jupien. What had been my amazement when, having gone a few months before my visit to Tansonville to inquire for Monsieur de Charlus, in whom certain cardiac symptoms had been causing his friends great anxiety, and having mentioned to Jupien, whom I found by himself, some love letters addressed to Robert and signed Bobette, which Madame de Saint-Loup had discovered, I learnt from the Baron's former factotum that the person who used the signature Bobette was none other than the violinist who had played so important a part in the life of Monsieur de Charlus. Jupien could not speak of him without indignation. The boy was free to do what he chose, but if there was one direction in which he ought never to have looked, that was the Baron's nephew. All the more so as the Baron loved his nephew like his own son. He has tried to separate the young couple. It is scandalous, and he must have gone about it with the most devilish cunning, for no one was ever more opposed to that sort of thing than the Marquis de Saint-Loup. To think of all the mad things he's done for his mistresses. No, that wretched musician may have deserted the Baron as he did by a mean trick, I don't mind saying. Still, that was his business. But to take up with the nephew, there are certain things that are not done. Jupien was sincere in his indignation. Among people who are styled immoral, moral indignation is quite as violent as among other people, only its object is slightly different. What is more, people whose own hearts are not directly engaged always regard unfortunate entanglements, disastrous marriages, as though we were free to choose the inspiration of our love, and do not take into account the exquisite mirage which love projects, and which envelops so entirely and so uniquely the person with whom we are in love, that the folly with which a man is charged who marries his cook or the mistress of his best friend is, as a rule, the only poetical action that he performs in the course of his existence. I gathered that Robert and his wife had been on the brink of a separation, albeit Gilberte had not yet discovered the precise nature of the trouble, and that it was Madame de Marzante, a loving, ambitious, and philosophical mother, who had arranged and enforced their reconciliation. She moved in those circles in which the inbreeding of incessantly crossed strains and a gradual impoverishment bring to the surface at every moment in the realm of the passions, as in that of pecuniary interest, inherited vices and compromises. With the same energy with which she had in the past protected Madame Swann, she had assisted the marriage of Jupien's niece and brought about that of her own son to Gilberte, employing thus on her own account, with a pained resignation, the same primeval wisdom which she dispensed throughout the faubourg. And perhaps what had made her at a certain moment expedite Robert's marriage to Gilberte, which had certainly caused her less trouble and cost fewer tears than making him break with Rachel, had been the fear of his forming with another courtesan, or perhaps with the same one, for Robert took a long time to forget Rachel, a fresh attachment which might have been his salvation. Now I understood what Robert had meant when he said to me at the Princesse de Guermantes, "It is a pity that your young friend at Balbec has not the fortune that my mother insists upon. I believe she and I would have got on very well together." He had meant that she belonged to Gomorrah as he belonged to Sodom, or perhaps, if he was not yet enrolled there, that he had ceased to enjoy women whom he could not love in a certain fashion and in the company of other women. Gilberte, too, might be able to enlighten me as to Albertine. If, then, apart from rare moments of retrospect, I had not lost all my curiosity as to the life of my dead mistress, I should have been able to question not merely Gilberte, but her husband, and it was, after all, the same thing that had made both Robert and myself anxious to marry Albertine, to wit, the knowledge that she was a lover of women. But the causes of our desire, like its objects for that matter, were opposite. In my case, it was the desperation in which I had been plunged by the discovery. In Robert's, the satisfaction. In my case, to prevent her by perpetual vigilance from indulging her predilection. In Robert's, to cultivate it, and by granting her her freedom, to make her bring her girlfriends to him. If Jupien traced back to a quite recent origin the fresh orientation, so divergent from their original course that Robert's carnal desires had assumed, a conversation which I had had with Aimée, and which made me very miserable, showed me that the head waiter at Balbec traced this divergence, this inversion, to a far earlier date. The occasion of this conversation had been my going for a few days to Balbec, where Saint-Loup himself had also come with his wife, whom during this first phase he never allowed out of his sight. I had marvelled to see how Rachel's influence over Robert still made itself felt. Only a young husband who has long been keeping a mistress knows how to take off his wife's cloak as they enter a restaurant, how to treat her with befitting courtesy. He has, during his illicit relations, learned all that a good husband should know. Not far from him, at a table adjoining my own, Bloch, among a party of pretentious young university men, was assuming a false air of being at his ease, and shouted at the top of his voice to one of his friends as he ostentatiously passed him the bill of fare, with a gesture which upset 2 water bottles. "No, no, my dear man, order! Never in my life have I been able to make head or tail of these documents. I have never known how to order dinner," he repeated with a pride which was hardly sincere, and blending literature with gluttony, decided at once upon a bottle of champagne which he liked to see, in a purely symbolic fashion, adorning a conversation. Saint-Loup, on the other hand, did know how to order dinner. He was seated by the side of Gilberte, already pregnant. He was, in the years that followed, to keep her continually supplied with offspring, dis aliter visum, as he would presently lie down by her side in their double bed in the hotel. He spoke to no one but his wife. The rest of the hotel appeared not to exist for him, but at the moment when a waiter came to take his order and stood close beside him, he swiftly raised his blue eyes and darted a glance at him, which did not last for more than 2 seconds, but in its limpid penetration seemed to indicate a kind of curiosity and investigation entirely different from that which might have animated any ordinary diner studying, even at greater length, a page or messenger, with a view to making humorous or other observations which he would communicate to his friends. This little quick glance, apparently quite disinterested, revealed to those who had intercepted it that this excellent husband, this once so passionate lover of Rachel, possessed another plane in his life, and one that seemed to him infinitely more interesting than that upon which he moved from a sense of duty. But it was to be discerned only in that glance. Already his eyes had returned to Gilberte, who had seen nothing. He introduced a passing friend, and left the room to stroll with her outside. Now, Aimée was speaking to me at that moment of a far earlier time, the time when I had made Saint-Loup's acquaintance through Madame de Villeparisis at this same Balbec. "Why, surely, sir," he said to me, "it is common knowledge. I have known it for ever so long. The year when Monsieur first came to Balbec, Monsieur le Marquis shut himself up with my lift boy on the excuse of developing some photographs of Monsieur's grandmother. The boy made a complaint. We had the greatest difficulty in hushing the matter up. And besides, Monsieur remembers the day, no doubt, when he came to luncheon at the restaurant with Monsieur le Marquis de Saint-Loup and his mistress, whom Monsieur le Marquis was using as a screen. Monsieur doubtless remembers that Monsieur le Marquis left the room, pretending that he had lost his temper. Of course, I don't suggest for a moment that Madame was in the right. She was leading him a regular dance. But as to that day, no one will ever make me believe that Monsieur le Marquis's anger wasn't put on, and that he hadn't a good reason to get away from Monsieur and Madame. So far as this day was concerned, I am convinced that if Aimé was not lying consciously, he was entirely mistaken. I remembered quite well the state Robert was in, the blow he struck the journalist. And for that matter, it was the same with the Balbec incident. Either the lift boy had lied, or it was Aimé who was lying. At least, I supposed so. Certainty I could not feel, for we never see more than one aspect of things. Had it not been that the thought distressed me, I should have found a refreshing irony in the fact that, whereas to me sending the lift boy to Saint-Lô had been the most convenient way of conveying a letter to him and receiving his answer, to him it had meant making the acquaintance of a person who had taken his fancy. Everything, indeed, is at least twofold. Upon the most insignificant action that we perform, another man will graft a series of entirely different actions. It is certain that Saint-Lou's adventure with the lift boy, if it occurred, no more seemed to me to be involved in the commonplace dispatch of my letter than a man who knew nothing of Wagner save the duet in Lohengrin would be able to foresee the prelude to Tristan. Certainly, to men, things offer only a limited number of their innumerable attributes, because of the paucity of our senses. They are coloured because we have eyes. How many other epithets would they not merit if we had hundreds of senses? But this different aspect which they might present is made more comprehensible to us by the occurrence in life of even the most trivial event of which we know a part, which we suppose to be the whole, and at which another person looks as though through a window opening upon another side of the house and offering a different view. Supposing that Aimé had not been mistaken, Saint-Lou's blush when Bloch spoke to him of the lift boy had not perhaps been due after all to my friend's pronouncing the word as lifed. But I was convinced that Saint-Lou's physiological evolution had not begun at that period, and that he then had been still exclusively a lover of women. More than by any other sign, I could tell this retrospectively by the friendship that Saint-Lô had shown for myself at Balbec. It was only while he was in love with women that he was really capable of friendship. Afterwards, for some time at least, to the men who did not attract him physically, he displayed an indifference which was to some extent, I believe, sincere, for he had become very curt, and which he exaggerated as well in order to make people think that he was interested only in women. But I remember all the same that one day at Doncières, as I was on my way to dine with the Verdurins, and after he had been gazing rather markedly at Morel, he had said to me, "Curious, that fellow. He reminds me in some ways of Rachel. Don't you notice the likeness? To my mind, they are identical in certain respects. Not that it can make any difference to me." And nevertheless, his eyes remained for a long time gazing abstractedly at the horizon, as when we think, before returning to the card-table or going out to dinner, of one of those long voyages which we shall never make, but for which we feel a momentary longing. But if Robert found certain traces of Rachel in Charlie, Gilberte, for her part, sought to present some similarity to Rachel so as to attract her husband, wore, like her, bows of scarlet or pink or yellow ribbon in her hair, which she dressed in a similar style, for she believed that her husband was still in love with Rachel, and so was jealous of her. That Robert's love may have hovered at times over the boundary which divides the love of a man for a woman from the love of a man for a man was quite possible. In any case, the part played by his memory of Rachel was now purely aesthetic. It is indeed improbable that it could have played any other part. One day Robert had gone to her to ask her to dress up as a man, to leave a long tress of hair hanging down, and nevertheless had contented himself with gazing at her without satisfying his desire. He remained no less attached to her than before, and paid her scrupulously, but without any pleasure, the enormous allowance that he had promised her. Not that this prevented her from treating him in the most abominable fashion later on. This generosity towards Rachel would not have distressed Gilberte if she had known that it was merely the resigned fulfillment of a promise which no longer bore any trace of love. But love was, on the contrary, precisely what he pretended to feel for Rachel. Homosexuals would be the best husbands in the world if they did not make a show of being in love with other women. Not that Gilberte made any complaint. It was the thought that Robert had been loved for years on end by Rachel that had made her desire him, had made her refuse more eligible suitors. It seemed that he was making a sort of concession to her when he married her. And indeed, at first, any comparison between the two women, incomparable as they were nevertheless in charm and beauty, did not favour the delicious Gilberte. But the latter became enhanced later on in her husband's esteem, whereas Rachel grew visibly less important. There was another person who contradicted herself, namely Madame Swann. If, in Gilberte's eyes, Robert before their marriage was already crowned with the two-fold halo which was created for him on the one hand by his life with Rachel, perpetually proclaimed in Madame de Marzon's lamentations, on the other hand by the prestige which the Guermantes family had always had in her father's eyes, and which she had inherited from him, Madame de Forcheville would have preferred a more brilliant, perhaps a princely marriage. There were royal families that were impoverished and would have accepted the dowry, which for that matter proved to be considerably less than the promised millions, purged as it was by the name of Forcheville, and a son-in-law less depreciated in social value by a life spent in comparative seclusion. She had not been able to prevail over Gilberte's determination, had complained bitterly to all and sundry, denouncing her son-in-law. One fine day, she had changed her tune. The son-in-law had become an angel. Nothing was ever said against him, except in private. The fact was that age had left unimpaired in Madame Swann, become Madame de Forcheville, the need that she had always felt of financial support, but, by the desertion of her admirers, had deprived her of the means. She longed every day for another necklace, a new dress studded with brilliants, a more sumptuous motor car, but she had only a small income, Forcheville having made away with most of it, and, what Israelite strain controlled Gilberte in this, she had an adorable but a fearfully avaricious daughter, who counted every penny that she gave her husband, not to mention her mother. Well, all of a sudden she had discerned, and then found, her natural protector in Robert. That she was no longer in her first youth mattered little to a son-in-law who was not a lover of women. All that he asked of his mother-in-law was to smooth down some little difficulty that had arisen between Gilberte and himself, to obtain his wife's consent to his going for a holiday with Morel. Odette had lent her services, and was at once rewarded with a magnificent ruby. To pay for this, it was necessary that Gilberte should treat her husband more generously. Odette preached this doctrine to her with all the more fervour in that it was she herself who would benefit by her daughter's generosity. Thus, thanks to Robert, she was enabled, on the threshold of her 50s, some people said of her 60s, to dazzle every table at which she dined, every party at which she appeared, with an unparalleled splendor, without needing to have, as in the past, a friend who now would no longer have stood for it, in other words, have paid the piper. And so she had entered finally, it appeared, into the period of ultimate chastity. And yet she had never been so smart. It was not merely the malice, the rancour of the once poor boy against the master who has enriched him, and has, moreover, this was in keeping with the character and still more with the vocabulary of Monsieur de Charlus, made him feel the difference of their positions, that had made Charlie turn to Saint-Loup in order to add to the Baron's sorrows. He may also have had an eye to his own profit. I formed the impression that Robert must be giving him a great deal of money. After an evening party at which I had met Robert before I went down to Cambrai, and where the manner in which he displayed himself by the side of a lady of fashion who was reputed to be his mistress, in which he attached himself to her, never leaving her for a moment, enveloped publicly in the folds of her skirt, made me think, but with an additional nervous trepidation, of a sort of involuntary rehearsal of an ancestral gesture which I had had an opportunity of observing in Monsieur de Charlus, when he appeared to be robed in the finery of Madame Mollet or some other woman, the banner of a gynecophil cause which was not his own, but which he loved, albeit without having the right to flaunt it thus, whether because he found it useful as a protection or aesthetically charming. I had been struck as we came away by the discovery that this young man, so generous when he was far less rich, had become so stingy. That a man clings only to what he possesses, and that he who used to scatter money when he so rarely had any now hoards that with which he is amply supplied, is no doubt a common enough phenomenon. And yet in this instance it seemed to me to have assumed a more individual form. Saint-Loup refused to take a cab, and I saw that he had kept a tramway transfer ticket. No doubt in so doing Saint-Loup was exercising with a different object talents which he had acquired in the course of his intimacy with Rachel. A young man who has lived for years with a woman is not as inexperienced as the novice for whom the girl that he marries is the first. Similarly, having had to enter into the minutest details of Rachel's domestic economy, partly because she herself was useless as a housekeeper, and afterwards because his jealousy made him determined to keep a firm control over her private life, he was able, in the administration of his wife's property and the management of their household, to continue playing the part with a skill and experience which Gilberte would perhaps have lacked, who gladly relinquished the duties to him. But no doubt he was doing this principally in order to be able to support Charlie with every penny saved by his cheese-paring, maintaining him in affluence without Gilberte's either noticing or suffering by his peculations. Tears came to my eyes when I reflected that I had felt in the past for a different Saint-Loup an affection which had been so great, and which I could see quite well from the cold and evasive manner which he now adopted, that he no longer felt for me, since men, now that they were capable of arousing his desires, could no longer inspire his friendship. How could these tastes have come to birth in a young man who had been so passionate a lover of women that I had seen him brought to a state of almost suicidal frenzy because Rachel, when from the Lord, had threatened to leave him? Had the resemblance between Charlie and Rachel, invisible to me, been the plank which had enabled Robert to pass from his father's tastes to those of his uncle, in order to complete the physiological evolution which even in that uncle had occurred quite late in life? At times, however, Aimé's words came back to my mind to make me uneasy. I remembered Robert that year at Balbec. He had had a trick, when he spoke to the lift boy, of not paying any attention to him, which strongly resembled Monsieur de Charlus's manner when he addressed certain men. But Robert might easily have derived this from Monsieur de Charlus, from a certain stiffness and a certain bodily attitude proper to the Guermantes family, without for a moment sharing the peculiar tastes of the Baron. For instance, the Duc de Guermantes, who was free from any taint of the sort, had the same nervous trick as Monsieur de Charlus of turning his wrist as though he were straightening a lace cuff round it, and also in his voice certain shrill and affected intonations, mannerisms to all of which in Monsieur de Charlus one might have been tempted to ascribe another meaning, to which he would have given another meaning himself, the individual expressing his peculiarities by means of impersonal and atavistic traits, which are perhaps nothing more than ingrained peculiarities fixed in his gestures and voice. By this later hypothesis, which borders upon natural history, it would not be Monsieur de Charlus that we ought to style a Guermantes marked with a blemish and expressing it to a certain extent by means of traits peculiar to the Guermantes race, but the Duc de Guermantes, who would be, in a perverted family, the exceptional example, whom the hereditary malady has so effectively spared that the outward signs which it has left upon him lose all their meaning. I remembered that on the day when I had seen Saint-Loup for the first time at Balbec, so fair-complexioned, fashioned of so rare and precious a substance, gliding between the tables, his monocle fluttering in front of him, I had found in him an effeminate air, which was certainly not suggested by what I was now learning about him, but sprang rather from the grace peculiar to the Guermantes, from the fineness of that Dresden china in which the Duchess, too, was moulded. I recalled his affections for myself, his tender, sentimental way of expressing it, and told myself that this also, which might have deceived anyone else, meant at the time something quite different. Indeed, the direct opposite of what I had just learned about him. But from when did the change date? If it had occurred before my return to Balbec, how was it that he had never once come to see the lift boy, had never once mentioned him to me? And as for the first year, how could he have paid any attention to the boy, passionately enamoured as he then was of Rachel? That first year I had found Saint-Loup peculiar, as was every true Guermantes. Now he was even more individual than I had supposed. But things of which we have not had a direct intuition, which we have learned only through other people, we have no longer any opportunity. The time has passed in which we could inform our heart of them. Its communications with reality are suspended, and so we cannot profit by the discovery. It is too late. Besides, upon any consideration, this discovery pained me too intensely for me to be able to derive spiritual advantage from it. No doubt, after what Monsieur de Charlus had told me in Madame Verdurin's house, in Paris I no longer doubted that Robert's case was that of any number of respectable people, to be found even among the best and most intelligent of men. To learn this of anyone else would not have affected me, of anyone in the world save Robert. The doubt that Aimé's words had left in my mind tarnished all our friendship at Balbec and Doncières, and albeit I did not believe in friendship, nor did I believe that I had ever felt any real friendship for Robert, when I thought about those stories of the lift boy and of the restaurant in which I had had luncheon with Saint-Loup and Rachel, I was obliged to make an effort to restrain my tears. I should, as it happens, have no need to pause to consider this visit which I paid to the Cambrai district, which was perhaps the time in my life when I gave least thought to Cambrai, had it not furnished what was at least a provisional verification of certain ideas which I had formed long ago of the Guermantes way, and also a verification of certain other ideas which I had formed of the Méséglise way. I repeated every evening in the opposite direction the walks which we used to take at Cambrai in the afternoon when we went the Méséglise way. We dined now at Tansonville at an hour at which in the past I had long been asleep at Cambrai, and this on account of the heat of the sun, and also because, as Gilberte spent the afternoon painting in the chapel attached to the house, we did not take our walks until about 2 hours before dinner. For the pleasure of those earlier walks, which was that of seeing as we returned home the purple sky frame the Calvary or mirror itself in the Vivonne, there was substituted the pleasure of setting forth when dusk had already gathered, when we encountered nothing in the village save the blue-grey, irregular and shifting triangle of a flock of sheep being driven home. Over half the fields night had already fallen. Above the evening star, the moon had already lighted her lamp, which presently would bathe their whole extent. It would happen that Gilberte let me go without her, and I would move forward, trailing my shadow behind me like a boat that glides across enchanted waters. But as a rule, Gilberte came with me. The walks that we took thus together were very often those that I used to take as a child. How, then, could I help feeling far more keenly now than in the past on the Guermantes way the conviction that I would never be able to write anything, combined with the conviction that my imagination and my sensibility had grown more feeble when I found how little interest I took in Cambrai? And it distressed me to find how little I relived my early years. I found the Vivonne a meagre, ugly rivulet beneath its towpath. Not that I noticed any material discrepancies of any magnitude from what I remembered, but separated from the places which I happened to be revisiting by the whole expanse of a different life, there was not between them and myself that contiguity from which is born, before even we can perceive it, the immediate, delicious, and total deflagration of memory. Having no very clear conception probably of its nature, I was saddened by the thought that my faculty of feeling and imagining things must have diminished, since I no longer took any pleasure in these walks. Gilberte herself, who understood me even less than I understood myself, increased my melancholy by sharing my astonishment. "What?" she would say. "You feel no excitement when you turn into this little footpath which you used to climb?" And she herself had so entirely altered that I no longer thought her beautiful, which indeed she had ceased to be. As we walked, I saw the landscape change. We had to climb hillocks, then came to a downward slope. We conversed very pleasantly for me, not without difficulty, however. In so many people there are different strata which are not alike. There were in her father's character and her mother's. We traverse first one, then the other. But next day their order is reversed. And finally, we do not know who is going to allot the parts, to whom we are to appeal for a hearing. Gilberte was like one of those countries with which we dare not form an alliance because of their too frequent changes of government. But in reality this is a mistake. The memory of the most constant personality establishes a sort of identity in the person, with the result that he would not fail to abide by promises which he remembers even if he has not endorsed them. As for intelligence, it was in Gilberte, with certain absurdities that she had inherited from her mother, very keen. I remember that in the course of our conversations while we took these walks, she said things which often surprised me greatly. The first was, "If you were not too hungry, and if it was not so late, by taking this road to the left and then turning to the right, in less than a quarter of an hour we should be at Guermantes." It was as though she had said, "Turn to the left, then the first turning on the right, and you will touch the intangible. You will reach the inaccessible remote tracts of which we never upon earth know anything but the direction, but what I thought long ago to be all that I could ever know of Guermantes, and perhaps in a sense I had not been mistaken, the way. One of my other surprises was that of seeing the source of the Vivonne, which I imagined as something as extraterrestrial as the gates of hell, and which was merely a sort of rectangular basin in which bubbles rose to the surface. And the third occasion was when Gilberte said to me, "If you like, we might go out one afternoon, and then we can go to Guermantes, taking the road by Méséglise. It is the nicest walk." A sentence which upset all my childish ideas by informing me that the two ways were not as irreconcilable as I had supposed. But what struck me most forcibly was how little during this visit I lived over again my childish years, how little I desired to see Cambrai, how meagre and ugly I thought the Vivonne. But where Gilberte made some of the things come true that I had imagined about the Méséglise way was during one of those walks which, after all, were nocturnal, even if we took them before dinner, for she dined so late. Before descending into the mystery of a perfect and profound valley carpeted with moonlight, we stopped for a moment, like two insects about to plunge into the blue calyx of a flower. Gilberte then uttered, perhaps simply out of the politeness of a hostess who is sorry that you are going away so soon and would have liked to show you more of a country which you seem to appreciate, a speech of the sort in which her practice as a woman of the world, skilled in putting to the best advantage silence, simplicity, sobriety in the expression of her feelings, makes you believe that you occupy a place in her life which no one else could fill. Showering abruptly over her the sentiment with which I was filled by the delicious air, the breeze that was wafted to my nostrils, I said to her, "You were speaking the other day of the little footpath. How I loved you then." She replied, "Why didn't you tell me? I had no idea of it. I was in love with you. Indeed, I flung myself twice at your head." "When?" "The first time at Tansonville. You were taking a walk with your family. I was on my way home. I had never seen such a dear little boy. I was in the habit," she went on with a vague air of modesty, "of going out to play with little boys I knew in the ruins of the keep of Roussainville. And you will tell me that I was a very naughty girl, for there were girls and boys there of all sorts who took advantage of the darkness. The altar boy from Cambrai Church, Theodore, who I am bound to confess was very nice indeed, heavens, how charming he was, and who has become quite ugly, he is the chemist now at Méséglise, used to amuse himself with all the peasant girls in the district. As they let me go out by myself, whenever I was able to get away, I used to fly there. I can't tell you how I longed for you to come there, too. I remember quite well that, as I had only a moment in which to make you understand what I wanted, at the risk of being seen by your people and mine, I signalled to you so vulgarly that I am ashamed of it to this day. But you stared at me so crossly that I saw that you didn't want it. And all of a sudden, I said to myself that the true Gilberte, the true Albertine, were perhaps those who had at the first moment yielded themselves in their facial expression, one behind the hedge of pink hawthorn, the other upon the beach. And it was I who, having been incapable of understanding this, having failed to recapture the impression until much later in my memory, after an interval in which, as a result of our conversations, a dividing hedge of sentiment had made them afraid to be as frank as in the first moments, had ruined everything by my clumsiness. I had lost them more completely, albeit, to tell the truth, the comparative failure with them was less absurd, for the same reasons that had made Saint-Loup lose Rachel. And the second time, Gilberte went on, was years later, when I passed you in the doorway of your house, a couple of days before I met you again at my Aunt Oriane's. I didn't recognize you at first, or rather, I did unconsciously recognize you because I felt the same longing that I had felt at Tansonville. But between these two occasions there were, after all, the Champs-Élysées. Yes, but there you were too fond of me. I felt that you were spying upon me all the time. I did not ask her at the moment who the young man was with whom she had been walking along the Avenue des Champs-Élysées on the day on which I had started out to call upon her, on which I would have been reconciled with her while there was still time, that day which would perhaps have changed the whole course of my life if I had not caught sight of those two shadowy forms advancing towards me side by side in the dusk. If I had asked her, I told myself, she would perhaps have confessed the truth, as would Albertine had she been restored to life. And indeed, when we are no longer in love with women whom we meet after many years, is there not the abyss of death between them and ourselves, just as much as if they were no longer of this world, since the fact that we are no longer in love makes the people that they were, or the person that we were then, as good as dead? It occurred to me that perhaps she might not have remembered, or that she might have lied to me. In any case, it no longer interested me in the least to know, since my heart had changed even more than Gilberte's face. This last gave me scarcely any pleasure, but what was most striking was that I was no longer wretched. I should have been incapable of conceiving, had I thought about it again, that I could have been made so wretched by the sight of Gilberte tripping along by the side of a young man, and thereupon saying to myself, "It is all over. I shall never attempt to see her again." Of the state of mind which in that far-off year had been simply an unending torture to me, nothing survived. For there is in this world, in which everything wears out, everything perishes, one thing that crumbles into dust, that destroys itself still more completely, leaving behind still fewer traces of itself than beauty, namely, grief. And so I am not surprised that I did not ask her then with whom she had been walking in the Champs-Élysées, for I have already seen too many examples of this incuriosity that is brought about by time. But I am a little surprised that I did not tell Gilberte that, before I saw her that evening, I had sold a bowl of old Chinese porcelain in order to buy her flowers. It had indeed been, during the dreary time that followed, my sole consolation to think that one day I should be able without danger to tell her of so delicate an intention. More than a year later, if I saw another carriage bearing down upon mine, my sole reason for wishing not to die was that I might be able to tell this to Gilberte. I consoled myself with the thought, there is no hurry, I have a whole lifetime in which to tell her. And for this reason I was anxious not to lose my life. Now it would have seemed to me a difficult thing to express in words, almost ridiculous, and a thing that would involve consequences. However, Gilberte went on, even on the day when I passed you in the doorway, you were still just the same as at Cambrai. If you only knew how little you have altered. I pictured Gilberte again in my memory. I could have drawn the rectangle of light which the sun cast beneath the hawthorns, the trowel which the little girl was holding in her hand, the slow gaze that she fastened on myself. Only I had supposed, because of the coarse gesture that accompanied it, that it was a contemptuous gaze, because what I longed for it to mean seemed to me to be a thing that little girls did not know about, and did only in my imagination, during my hours of solitary desire. Still less could I have supposed that so easily, so rapidly, almost under the eyes of my grandfather, one of them would have had the audacity to suggest it. Long after the time of this conversation, I asked Gilberte, with whom she had been walking along the Avenue des Champs-Élysées on the evening on which I sold the bowl. It was Leah, in male attire. Gilberte knew that she was acquainted with Albertine, but could not tell me any more. Thus it is that certain persons always reappear in our life to herald our pleasures or our griefs. What reality there had been beneath the appearance on that occasion had become quite immaterial to me. And yet, for how many days and nights had I not tormented myself with wondering who the man was? Had I not been obliged, when I thought of him, to control the beating of my heart even more, perhaps, than in the effort not to go downstairs to bid Mamma good night in that same Cambrai? It is said, and this is what accounts for the gradual disappearance of certain nervous affections, that our nervous system grows old. This is true, not merely of our permanent self, which continues throughout the whole duration of our life, but of all our successive selves, which, after all, to a certain extent, compose the permanent self. And so I was obliged, after an interval of so many years, to add fresh touches to an image which I recalled so well. An operation which made me quite happy, by showing me that the impassable gulf which I had then supposed to exist between myself and a certain type of little girl with golden hair was as imaginary as Pascal's gulf, and which I felt to be poetic because of the long series of years at the end of which I was called upon to perform it. I felt a stab of desire and regret when I thought of the dungeons of Roussainville, and yet I was glad to be able to say to myself that the pleasure towards which I used to strain every nerve in those days, and which nothing could restore to me now, had indeed existed elsewhere than in my mind, in reality, and so close at hand, in that Roussainville of which I spoke so often, which I could see from the window of the orris-scented closet. And I had known nothing. In short, Gilberte embodied everything that I had desired upon my walks, even my inability to make up my mind to return home, when I thought I could see the tree trunks part asunder, take human form. The things for which at that time I so feverishly longed, she had been ready, if only I had had the sense to understand and to meet her again, to let me taste in my boyhood. More completely even than I had supposed, Gilberte had been in those days truly part of the Méséglise way. And indeed, on the day when I had passed her in a doorway, albeit she was not Mademoiselle de Lorgeville, the girl whom Robert had met in houses of assignation, and what an absurd coincidence that it should have been to her future husband that I had applied for information about her, I had not been altogether mistaken as to the meaning of her glance, nor as to the sort of woman that she was, and confessed to me now that she had been. "All that is a long time ago," she said to me. "I have never given a thought to anyone but Robert since the day of our engagement. And let me tell you, that childish caprice is not the thing for which I blame myself most."
Audible hopes you